host. One second. Hello. Welcome to Golden Shower Sunday stream. And this is technically, well, last week was technically our anniversary, but Hex and I, it's our 1 year anniversary of our stream together.
Let's go.
So
Good job, guys. You made it a whole year.
Yeah. And then we were just talking Liberty Dino. He was on our very second one. So it's cool he's here too. So
yeah, Forrest Mommy still isn't tired of me yet for some reason. So here we are 1 year later.
I'll never get tired of you. And I get to meet you in actual person soon. So whoa.
That's true.
Is there an earthquake going on down there, Mike? You all right?
No, just adjusting the camera. It's on a tripod.
All right, so it's me today. So far, I mean, we're just gonna kind of wing it today and let it go wild like one of our old school long streams. So
yeah, back in the day, like we used to do.
Yeah. So we're joined by Paul, our producer. He's our producer now.
Officially?
Yeah. Whether he likes it or not. And then we have Mike popped in. Mike's been on the stream a handful of times before. And Hayden's my bro. He's out here in Colorado. You look like you're a pilot. Are you in a yacht?
No, yeah.
So
I'm on a. I got this from some Russian friends. They needed to sell it at a discount.
It's going fast.
I love
That
it.
is so nice. I hope you don't get in a boating accident, and that would be very tragic.
I'm just anchored, bro. We're chilling. We're chilling. I'm out here off Ibiza. Don't worry about it.
And then Liberty Dino, welcome from Austria. So what time is it there now?
It's 8 p.m.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Nah,
You've gotten on at weird hours before, I remember.
Oh yeah, no, my sleep cycle is pretty much fucked up again. Like, it happens.
It does happen. Oh, should we catch up on the chats here? Hi, Anna. Hi, Constitutional Carpenter. Joe Morgan, Stoner.
What up, chat?
Sorry, I'm trying to be prepared. What up, chat? Glad to have you here. Glad to have everyone here.
I'm about to typo.
What? What happened?
So what?
Did you say you got a typo?
I said I'm about to invite Luke and Typo from Biting the Bullet.
Oh yeah. You got the link, right?
Yeah, I got it.
I've shot Q. Oh, I should have gave it to Coin Daddy too. I guess sent to her. But yeah, how is everyone doing? I mean, don't all talk at once, but
hey,
how's everyone doing?
Good. I'm gonna hang out in the background. If everybody who comes on, just drop in the private chat, drop your Twitter handle, and I'll keep a running list for the description. So Forrest Mommy can throw it up in the description to link everybody.
Awesome. Thanks, Paul.
Yep. I'll be in the background.
He'll be our Jamie. So we have a Jamie here today. If we need stuff looked up, that's great.
I've young Jamie'd on podcast before. I'm glad Paul stepped up. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, Paul's been awesome. He's very supportive. He helped make the intro. Obviously the music's by Hex, but he put that intro together. And I don't know, we kind of just are. I feel like it's kind of funny when things come together because it's like he's trying to build a nice thing, and then I'm like, I want to do more shows and different things, and so it's fun to have people who want to come and help. And because right now we ain't got no money, so it's all volunteer work now, So
yeah, is the goal to get the channel monetized or what?
Yeah, I would love to get this channel monetized, but I would love to grow it even to like a whole thing where it's like a bunch of like Gas Digital Network, but Forest Mommy Universe. That's what we're gonna call it.
That's ambitious, yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty big goals, but at least to get monetized, we only need 500 more watch hours, so I'm getting close there. But,
Yeah, it's pretty tough getting monetized.
500 watch hours, that's the threshold.
You need to get 4,000, and I'm at 3,500 right now. So.
Okay, yeah, you'll get there.
Yeah, I'm in there. And I have no strikes against me yet, so.
You don't have the attention.
Like, we can keep it together with the cursing until like 2 hours in or something.
Well, yeah, or hard R's or faggots and all that.
And canceled.
Hex on Paul's stream last night. He goes, just in case King Jeff's watching, faggot pussy. Like, it's so funny. But
what a bitch.
So, sorry.
You guys talk more. I'll shut up. You guys talk.
Quite the speech from our wonderful president the other night, huh, guys?
Lovely.
He's really taking a good example out of our European politicians, I gotta say.
Certain Austrian politician, maybe.
And Italians.
Oh no, like we got current ones who are like having the same ambitions and are way more successful at it, I think.
That
Yeah.
they're like
Just-
doing the thing again, doing the whole.
Yeah, it's like we're in for a really tough ride. It's fun.
Well, what scares me the most is the fact that like is the more y'all's energy prices go up, the more that like the psycho anti-fossil fuel people want to double down and just like, no, we need it now. And it's like, guys,
Yeah.
this is the
They-
problem. You can't have it now. You need cheap energy now. That's the
Yeah.
problem. So
They go
Sorry.
full insane. Like we've got posters like they put up everywhere which say like, oh, this is not enough. We need more and more of that and everything. You go like, okay, like y'all realize like we have security problems and everything, and more poverty is just gonna make things a lot fucking worse.
Yeah, what was up with that? There was a big protest in Prague yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Was that a lot of like, was that like more of like anti-government or more like environmentalists or a little like of both?
No, like the people are really pissed about the prices right now. And in the Eastern European countries, like they still make a little bit more sense, and so they actually go and do something. And even if they have like super corrupt politicians, but I mean, who doesn't at this point? They still keep like some standard of living for the people that's improving, and they're enjoying the fact that there are many companies willing to manufacture in their countries, which they can need. And I mean, like right now we have had the first one moving out of Germany, and it was like middle to bigger one. And it looks like in Austria we're going to have like a similar problem, which is super dumb because like industry is the main thing we have.
I'm just worried there's going to be like super civil unrest. Like once people have to like really start, or I mean, your energy prices are already crazy, but like it's higher in the winter, right?
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be anything like there is. Like socially, you don't really have like unity or anything. There's not really a team. You have a lot of people complaining and of course like disliking the situation. But it's a little bit more like everybody's kind of a tragic hero and being like, oh, I'm so lonesome and I'm the loneliest of all. And they all have a competition, which is like not a smart thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. We need to be better about educating people about like fossil fuels. The next book I'm going to listen to is by this guy Alex Epstein called Fossil Future, and he's like the main guy who's going around like talking about like, you know, how like this is not bad, guys. Like this is actually like kind of an anti-human, anti-flourishing position to be anti this stuff, you know.
Yeah, at one point you could do that, and the other thing is like we have so much production, so many companies produce like building parts or anything of the bigger product they build, like cars or something. They have it made in China, and then they ship it over to Europe, and it's like, okay, you want to be about the environment, like, okay, bring the production of these things back, or at least closer. I think there are a bunch of African countries that would be welcoming of like a good deal where they don't get screwed over like in the past. And we don't need to support China then. But
aren't they middlemaning you guys for the Russian natural gas? That's what Paul
Absolutely.
Joseph Watson
Yeah.
was saying.
yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that's terrible. They're like, oh, we don't want to buy from Russia, but we'll buy it, you know, via Russian gas via China. Fucking
Yeah, I mean,
idiots.
like if they wanted to, if the sanctions actually worked, they needed sanctions needed to have be about Russia and China, because like how it is now, they will. China only gives Russia the option to still be in the world market via China, and then you drive Russia into a situation where they actually are super dependent on China, which is like, yeah, cool. We got the most inhumane freaking dictatorship in the world, and we're gonna support it like massively. Like, yeah, so much for environment and human rights.
Were they also funneling it through Pakistan for shipping out too?
Hmm?
Russian oil, were they funneling it through Pakistan to ship out too?
Yeah, I think so. They firstly did that. I mean, like the Chinese made sure that they have a good relationship to Pakistan, and of course, like Afghanistan, which connects that.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a lot of smart talk, guys. We're starting hard and heavy here. All right, let's do all the smart stuff up front, I guess. Just kidding.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the conversation. I'm kidding. Anna in the chat. Yes, Anna in the chat. I did see that award to some Azov dude, a real live Nazi. But I did see that. What else we got going here? Ego terrorist, blah blah blah. Oh yeah, and Mickey Mouse. Okay, sorry, I'm not being very good.
No, you're
I'm already,
good.
like,
It's always
stoned as fuck.
it's always a good practice to hit the chat when there's a little bit of a lull. I just
Well, yeah.
I only know what I hear from my European friends like Liberty Dino. So I'm not.
And the
living
people
over there,
who ride
obviously.
your yacht with you, right?
Yeah,
Those
they're the ones making money off of. But never mind, I shouldn't keep saying.
Yeah, I mean, like they don't really know the normal people's reality, so it's like they're like, what poverty? Like, want to have some more caviar?
Yeah, that's right. Hey, they're still making money, and their energy prices have gone up, and their currency has gotten even stronger. So
Yeah, and people here are still like the politicians go like, oh no, we gotta further the sanctions. Like, yeah, but did you look at the facts? Like the ruble is up way more than ever. The euro is going freaking down, and everybody's like getting a lot poorer. Like, yeah,
I like that background, Mike. I think that's the one.
I've never even tried to do a different background.
Hail the frog.
Hey, real quick, Forest Mommy, I got all the updates that I know in private chat right now for the description. The only ones I don't have are Mike and Hayden. If you guys want put any links in the private chat, so we can throw them in the description.
Oh, sure. Give me 2 seconds.
And then I'll update the YouTube because I'm smart enough to do that much.
Also, concerning the Biden speech on Thursday, Hayden, I did make a supercut of the speech, and I have it loaded if you want to watch it, Forest Mommy.
Yeah.
Let's go for it.
But do you
Okay,
guys want to
sure.
watch it?
If you guys are cool with that, yeah, a little super.
It's only,
Yeah, sure.
it's only a minute. It's just a supercut.
All right.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans is a threat to this country. Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans quote a clear and present danger to our democracy. And MAGA Republicans are to destroying American democracy. That's why tonight I'm asking our nation to come together, unite behind the single purpose of defending our democracy. And for those brave right-wing Americans who say it's all about keeping America's independent and safe, if you want to fight against the country, you need an F-15.
Oh God.
that V for Vendetta edit was like 10 out of 10.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
Yeah.
You should put like
Nice.
Battle of the Heroes from Star Wars in the background.
Oh man, I was thinking about putting a mustache on it too, and having it like trace and follow his face the whole time.
Oh yeah. I tried
Yes.
doing that with Premiere. It's hard. I need the new version. CS6 was a little bit rough to follow an object.
It is painstaking no matter which version of software you get.
Oh,
It's you have to go frame by frame. All right, just want to throw that in. I'll leave now.
This is fun.
That is fun. Yeah, the imagery is crazy, and like they must have realized. Somebody was saying that like the overnight like debrief of that must have been insane because they were like, okay, maybe we went a little too far.
Maybe, but I think like they are also trying to, or like they're definitely copying the European thing, because here we do have our politicians going up. Like we had the foreign minister here being like, yeah, I don't care about like what the voters say. Like we got to stand with Ukraine. Everybody's just losing wealth. The middle class is dying. And of course, like there's not really a reaction here now. I mean, the farmers are on the streets again, also the German ones. Of course, no reports on that. So like,
Is it like the Netherlands?
Still going?
It's not as big yet, but I think that they are on the streets. Like they have to look out for the entire thing right now because their businesses are definitely endangered, and
It's
if
crazy.
they
They
want to-
just want to keep moving the goalpost. It was all about carbon dioxide. Now there's like, well, it's too much nitrogen. It's like, isn't
Yeah.
that like 70% of the atmosphere, guys?
No, 78 is nitrogen, and then 20% O2.
Yeah, 78%.
Yeah,
But there's too much. So
all they are pushing is basically like implementing big, like really big farming companies and everything, taking over everything, which kills like the middle class.
well, a lot of people think it's a land grab. You bankrupt
Yeah,
the
it is.
farmers, and then they're forced to sell at
To the bank.
bottom of the barrel prices, and then you
Yeah.
grab the land for cheap.
Yep.
Yeah, and then
This-
what's his name? George Soros buys it up because he owns the banks, or Rothschilds, whoever have you.
Whomever.
Yeah, like this is how it starts, and like a lot of people here with the current tax prices and everything, and like the tax policies about private property, like a lot of people will not be able to afford like the taxes on it. As there might be a chance where they do something like like when you make money beyond blah blah blah, like that they can do something about it. And I can see the point where they just go like, oh yeah, the property value has gone up to like 2 million. You basically you're a millionaire, so you pay millionaire taxes. Like eat the rich, and it's just probably like somebody who bought a house for 50K in the 70s. And was like paid it off and shit, and then they go like, "Yeah, no, you can't have that anymore because you can't pay it. We gotta de-own you."
Yeah, shit is crazy. Like
Yeah,
yeah. I don't know. I just
It would suck
I-
to be poor. It would suck to be poor right now. That's for sure. I have a yacht.
It was the most. Yeah, exactly. Just buy it, guys. You lose your land, just buy a yacht.
I'll give you a yacht.
Just
They're on
buy more
sale.
land. Stop being poor.
well,
Right.
actually, that advice ain't so bad because yachts are actually an example, like excluded from like the eco footprint and shit like that.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
this
it's
one's
in the
a
pocket of the
sailing
paper.
yacht. So
It's like we're all
How's
gonna
the
move to
how's the
ocean.
like stability of it? Because I get real seasick real easy.
it's a catamaran. This is a catamaran.
Oh,
This is
then
an
I'll get sea- I'll get
HH45. So we got two hulls on either side. So it's quite good.
And then like where there's like
The
rope in
catamarans are ultimately stable upside down.
between the.
Yeah,
this is
yeah, yeah.
like-
I could do those. I'll get.
You're in the small guest room right now, right?
What was that?
You are in the small guest room right now. Otherwise, it's bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a smaller one. It's not a big mega yacht. This was like this guy's like, third yacht. So they don't get as much attention as the big boys.
Only a 70-foot cat, right?
55.
Oh, okay.
But
Hi,
Still
Mark
good.
in the chat. Hey, Travis.
um
Thanks for joining.
what was it? Jamana D said the Taliban didn't have F-15s. What I'm saying, as good as an F-15 sounds, what I'm saying is where my head is at. I kind of want an Arleigh Burke class destroyer. So if like those F-15 comes, I just hit them with a guided missile.
Yep, there you go.
The USS Texas just got moored out of to get some repairs.
I saw that, man. It's a dreadnought battleship, man.
The
So
last
it's
existing dreadnought.
yeah. So like what 100 something years old.
Yeah, she's a beefy girl.
Yeah, I saw that. That was cool.
Like nobody needs a privatized Iron Dome. Why do we have an Iron Dome as a community? I don't know, but we're pretty much against the government for some reason.
Yeah, really. The private citizen should have the Iron Dome to protect us from the government. But
Yeah. I mean,
obviously-
Biden threatened everybody with that. Like,
Oh my god. But you guys like, isn't it so funny how the government, which the government is obviously you can have fascist people who support fascist governments, but the government's the only one who can be the fascist, technically, and they're telling private citizens that they're the fascists. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
it's like,
Well-
yeah, we're gaslighting you while we are the authoritarian assholes here.
Think about most of the criticisms levied by politicians. They're projecting what they're doing. They impeached Trump over a quid pro quo, and all that Trump wanted to do was investigate Biden's quid pro quo that he admitted on camera. Don't get fire the prosecutor, you don't get the $1 billion. And people
Yeah.
will tell you that didn't happen. And you're just like, oh, here's the link. You telling me
Yeah.
that's a deep fake or something?
Oh, it's the same here. Like we have our chancellor, the German chancellor, who's like a lot of scandals. The current government in Austria had a lot of those too. It's basically clear that they are corrupt and they don't have any democratic majority actually backing them. I know, like the Austrian thing went so crazy. For some reason, they managed to push the Green Party into the government, although it wasn't in it initially, and now they have like a lot more seats. Where they go like, wait, that was not what anybody voted for, and they go like, yeah, no, this is democracy. Like, no, it's not.
Yeah, and they'll scream about democracy, but for 2016 through 2020, they got to claim that the election was stolen, and that wasn't a threat to democracy, saying that that the president is literally an agent of Russia.
Did you see Carrie Lake saying that to a reporter? Maybe Paul could pull
Good
that
for her,
up.
man. Good for her. I don't agree with her on all the.
But it was good. It was just like a good, quick back and forth.
She's on point, and the thing is, because she was she understands media so well, and she was like a local news anchor for so long. She's like really well spoken, and she understands media. Did you ever see that clip from like a couple months ago of a CNN reporter coming up to her, and she's like shaking her hand, and she was like, oh yeah, are you from she's like, oh yeah, you're from fake news network CNN, and like talking about like, I forget
just
what
like with
said,
a smile on her face, kind of like,
yeah, she was like all sweet about it. She was like, oh yeah, you guys gonna lie about me?
Oh yeah. So she said to someone else, and she goes, she was brought up that, which whatever about Trump, whatever. But she goes, you guys said all that shit. You're saying the same shit so now you have to get canceled if you bring up election fraud. But in 2016, that's all you fucking talked about. So she was just like, she said it way more better.
I was saying it like right during 2020 when people were talking about like, Arizona and like shady, like shady, like drops of ballots and stuff. They were like, this is not, you can't talk, you shouldn't question an election. And I'm like, I'm not going to listen to people who 4 years said that the election was stolen, say that people can't question the election when it's the other side. Like, shut up.
No, it's like my team wins, and if my team wins, like it's okay, whatever methods they use. Like I'm going to look the other way.
It's the stuff that like James Lindsay talks about. It's just communist leftist tactics. There is no, if it's good for the revolution, it's good. If it's bad for the revolution, it's bad. It doesn't matter if it's logically inconsistent.
Yeah,
we've had this window moving.
Sorry,
it's just Overton window moving. That's all they're doing.
Yeah. And we had a similar thing going on here. Like, I think last year, the Constitutional Court in Germany ruled out that the purchasing of promissory notes through the ECB, like European Central Bank, that it was against the German Constitution, which like was formed for a reason. Like, okay, we had like a weird constitution once before that didn't go too well. Maybe let's not have that again.
Is that like banknotes? What do you mean promissory notes?
Promissory notes, like basically if any country is indebted or anything, like you can buy those papers. Like this is what basically happened in 2008 with
treasury bonds.
Yeah, okay, that's the name. Yeah, I Google.
Yeah, we call them. They're treasury bonds in the States.
We just did a thing at the Liberty on the Rocks, and Gus, Gus Hayden, I think.
Sure. Yeah.
He did the speech. It was all propaganda, and it was about the treasury or the war bonds they used to sell and all that stuff. Like it was. When they start selling that shit, it's not good.
You guys ever seen The Pacific?
Is that a movie?
It's a mini series on HBO about this. It's really good, but it's about this one. It's from the same producers of God, I can't. It's not coming to me. There was another big show that they did. Anyway, there was this guy that got a Purple Heart or not a Purple Heart, that you have to die for that, a Medal of Honor, and for holding off like 30 dudes with one machine gun, and they had him like come back and do like a propaganda tour essentially and sell war bonds. And
I gotta be right back, guys. Sorry, my dog's barking.
He eventually went back and it landed on Iwo Jima, and he did the same thing, and thought he could pull it off again, but it didn't work so well.
Well, no, but with the treasury notes, I gotta close the window. With the treasury notes, the constitutional court in Germany ruled it as an illegal act being against the constitution, and then the government was just like, yeah, we're gonna ignore that. The European law goes before that, and you go like, yeah, but the point about your constitution was to not be outruled by something bigger and more centralized. Like that was the entire idea behind it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that
people go like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. Everything, like they're taking a lot of excuses. Okay, gotta close the window now.
Oh, it's
Sorry.
okay. I just looked it up. This guy was his real name was John Basilone, and he was a Medal of Honor recipient, but died on Iwo Jima for trying to take out a bunch of Japs. And sorry, Large Marge, I wasn't sure. It said you don't have to die to get a Purple Heart, so I'm not an expert on that. That was just the impression of wonder. Hi, Paul.
Hey, I can clarify this real quick. Purple
Go
Heart
ahead.
is injured in combat. Anytime you get injured in
thank you.
combat, you get a Purple Heart. Medal of Honor, nowadays, in order to get the Medal of Honor, you have to do something really heroic, which usually ends in death. I don't think there's been we had a first living Medal of Honor recipient under Obama, and I think Trump did one as well. But they're very rare where they're alive and get the Medal of Honor now.
You gotta
Yeah,
save
John-
a lot
and,
of people.
Yeah, Basilone did get it. Was a United States Marine Corps gunnery sergeant who received the Medal of Honor for heroism above and beyond the call of duty at the Battle of Henderson Field in the Guadalcanal campaign, and the Navy Cross posthumously for extraordinary heroism during the Battle of Iwo Jima. But yeah, highly recommend the Pacific. That was a great series.
Yeah, John Basilone is a god in the Corps.
Yeah.
Is that the
Oh,
guy
are
who,
you?
like makeshifted his own machine gun and like held off a whole bunch of people?
Yeah,
Yep.
he but single-handedly. I was Navy, Hayden, to answer your question.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah. How's your dog? Anybody breaking in? Your mic's muted.
Yeah.
Can't hear you, Forest Mommy.
Uh-oh.
You're
Good job
muted.
for us, mommy.
Dogs are good. Dogs are good.
Okay, good.
I'm babysitting one, so
Oh, that's right. He's related to yours, right?
well, they're cousins technically. It's my
Cousins,
sister's
yeah.
dog. So
Nice.
yeah. What I miss? Anything good?
We're talking about that guy from the Pacific, John
Oh,
Basilone,
that's me.
held off like a bunch of Japanese at Guadalcanal. Tried to do the same at Iwo Jima, didn't work out. But yeah, he was a propagandist, man. They were like, look, you're really famous back home. We're gonna need you to come sell some war bonds because we need that dough.
Mhm.
And they did like the pictures of those war bonds, man. Like it was so like it just was very good propaganda for back then. It's like it's no wonder we are where we are now with social media and technology with how good they are at their propaganda or magic spells, as I call it. It's
What up,
We also
man?
had, national pride back then too. It doesn't exist anymore, well, for the most part.
national pride.
Yeah, the pride in being an American, that you would want to go fight for your country and fight the evil people.
Though they're trying, so now all the like war people, like the Marines and Army and stuff, they have like these like cartoon recruiting ads, like they're like cartoons and anime looking and stuff now.
God,
They know what they're doing.
do you want to fight for the kawaii military? Ooh.
Never forget it.
That's awesome.
Live military.
I love it.
Yeah,
Adam.
like
Catch
Like-
a bullet for senpai.
what was that one ad that they had? They were like, I am a woman of color. I have two.
Oh yeah, so
I
it
have
was
two
CIA or
moms.
FBI or something.
I thought there was one for the military itself, but either way, it's all
Maybe.
the same apparatus.
And oh my god, didn't you have like the General Amelia? I don't know if he's still in office. Didn't he read like nothing capital?
Oh, I know what you're talking about, Hayden.
Stuff?
The blonde girl, yeah, and she's like, and I'm fighting for, it's all, yeah. I have two moms, and I grew up, and I knew I was like privileged, or it was just like cheesy.
And I was bored, and I decided to join the army to make both my moms proud.
Yeah, and then like in the way they worded it too, they just made it very like it's for a bigger cause. It's for the the social good. It was just very like, which I know they have to do that for army recruitment anyway, but like it's just very weird how they've changed it now to get the next generation.
Yeah. I mean, they're still gonna train them and break him apart a bit. Like, you can work with the greenhorns, but then you go like, no, you're enlisted. You go to prison, like if you really fuck up your job.
Oh yeah, yeah, and court-martialed and all that. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Okay, no white people yet. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. A white woman. Fair use. Fair use.
This is the story of a soldier who operates your nation's Patriot missile defense
Government
systems.
funded. It's all fair use.
Oh, good.
Oh my god! Like I think you could do a very good read.
It begins in California
Only sent
with a little girl raised by two moms.
Precious.
Wait, we need to respect the two moms.
Emma's story.
Although I had a fairly typical childhood, took ballet, played violin, I also marched for equality. I like to think I've been defending freedom from an early age. When I was 6 years old, one of my moms had an accident that left her paralyzed. Doctors said she might never walk again. But she tapped into my family's pride to get back on her feet, eventually standing at the altar to marry my other mom.
Kill!
With such powerful role models, I finished high school at the top of my class, and then attended UC Davis, where I joined a sorority full of other strong women. But as graduation approached, I began feeling like I'd been handed so much in life, a sorority girl stereotype. Sure, I'd spent my life around inspiring women, but what had I really achieved on my own? One of my sorority sisters was studying abroad in Italy. Another was climbing Mount Everest.
Oh, okay.
I needed my own adventures, my own challenge. And after meeting with an army recruiter, I found it.
Stop
A
capping.
way
You
to
can't
prove
climb a
my
rope.
inner strength, and maybe shatter some stereotypes along the way. I'm U.S. Army Corporal Emma Malone Lord, and I answered my calling.
Emma Mean Lord.
Emma, I hope you got paid good to do that. That was
I just-
crazy.
Yeah.
I just want to go on the record and say I'm very proud that Emma signed up and is serving your country, and I have nothing but respect for her.
What the fuck did I walk myself into here with this woke recruitment
Hi,
shit?
Alex.
Welcome to the
What's
shit
up,
show.
everybody? Hey, congratulations on a hundo. Yeah, good to see some familiar faces, some good Twitter follows. Good to see
Yeah, if you guys
everybody.
know, Alex is a punk rock libertarian podcast. So
Nice.
that's where he's from. They've had me on, which is sweet. So I always feel like I talk too dumb for East Coast people. I'm like,
No, that's
"You guys
not the
have me
case.
on."
Yeah, Hex, you were hanging out with Quincy. I saw he was driving through.
Oh yeah, he rolled through. Was it last Sunday?
Nice.
Yeah, he rolled through for a sec.
Yes.
Boys.
Yes. Part of the
Can't
three fist mafia.
Great Fifth
Yo.
Mafia to a plantation near you.
That's my
Best band
favorite.
ever.
That's my favorite band now. 3/5 Mafia.
Yeah, that's cool, man. He's great. We had him on about a month or two ago, and oh my god, he's hilarious. I'd love to hang with him in real life. So
Yeah, same.
He's super fun in real life too. He could pop
really
on at
is.
any time, but he might be driving. I've been
Nice.
meeting up with him. He started because he's in trucker, so he would roll through Denver. So I met him like September 2020, pretty early on. So he's
I've been
a
meaning
fun
to ask him if he's going to be in town. If he might be by next weekend for that Lane 8 show, because so far just him, because YouTube links get buried, but
Oh.
he was the first one to like that post of his new track. But that's next Sunday. Just FYI.
Okay. FYI, if you want to go. Hey Trey,
Yeah.
Hello.
welcome to the show. Got a lot of people, man.
It's a big one.
It's a big one.
It's
I
like-
figured
Fresh and fit without all the dumb bimbos.
well, I'm here.
Just
Okay,
one.
fair enough.
What's fresh and
I don't
fit?
want- Fresh and
Fresh
Fit
and-
is like it's a podcast about dating, like red pill manosphere type topics, except their niches that they have, like it's usually just them two, like the two guys and like a bunch of women.
Oh.
They got big by explaining dating and relationships and the nature of men and women to women and being honest with them.
Okay.
You got that, and then I think they also like referenced the data from. There was like a study about like online dating and how it's actually not worth a man's time, and it's like a huge waste, basically, or massive waste of time and resources.
Like if you put money to it.
Yeah, like first you got to do that. So a lot of women will find your profile and stuff like that. And it was like, yeah, I think the data was like out of 10 dates, 3 might show up.
Well, they don't say that it's a waste of time. Just that perhaps the odds are against you because most people on dating apps are men. Women rate 80% of men as below average in attractiveness. So you got to get better. I've been meaning to. I saw you last weekend or whatever, man. I've been meaning to push back on you on some of this MGTOW stuff. Don't be so negative, man.
Who?
Dino.
Oh no, like I'm more realistic. I mean, like if you do the dating thing in Western Europe, it's really, really fucked up.
Yeah, you could go further east.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
fucked up here too.
That's exactly what I'm doing because that's of course that's a lot better because there's a certain problem in Western Europe that doesn't exist in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Liberty Dino, where do you reside?
In Austria.
Oh no shit, dude. How's that going down there?
Well, interesting. We have a presidential election coming up, so that might actually change some things. Otherwise, like we're gonna face a very hard and tough winter.
Damn.
When's
Where
your
do you
election?
where do you live in Australia?
Australia.
I might.
With kangaroos.
You are you throwing trips on the Barbie today?
Yeah, exactly.
I had an Australian girl on not too long ago, by the way, and she's super hot and wants to move to America.
Oh,
I told-
Kate Fantano?
Yeah, you guys,
she's
I
based.
had her on. We
I've
got
been
a
on
really good-
Twitter.
Did she
Yeah,
make
I
it
thought-
out your way?
She ended up going to Vegas, but it was like a week later, and then she had to go home. So
Oh, because she was DC first, so someone in the DC Libertarian Party recommended to come on PRL, and then she was in Philly. We got her hooked up with Toad up in Boston. So she was just looking forward to meeting base Liberty people while she was visiting. So
yeah, I'm like, next time she comes, she loves Vegas. I'm like, I'll either meet you there, or if she rolls through Colorado, she got places to stay here. So.
yeah, I recommended. I
I've
was
never
like,
been to Vegas.
go
I
out
wanna go.
west. So
Oh, she wants to get with the hookers.
But she says she doesn't want to marry anyone to come over here, but she needs a job. So if anyone knows a job, she loves to shoot guns.
Nice.
yeah, she was pretty base. Very
She's very
very-
nice and like so pretty. Like it was like I like had some of my like not totally Liberty friends. I'm like, just watch this one, just watch it. She's so pretty, and I loved it.
Yeah, she seems cool. The one thing is every time I see like one of these like scorned like loser brigade libertarian types, she's usually following them. But we'll get her. We'll get her.
Yeah, she's more base than
We'll get her aligned with the cool crowd.
We'll
I
get
think
her
it
in
was
right
the
pool.
Megan McCain tweet that was going around, and I think she was back in Australia for a week, and she messaged, I don't know if it's the PRL account or maybe my personal account on Twitter. She's like, fill me in on this. And I'm like, all right, let me break it down.
There once was a man named John McCain, and he
Yeah.
got captured in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
you
got
get?
almost so I got a reply that kind of blew up towards the top of like one of her replies. I think it was the one where she was like, she said something about like, oh, the Libertarian Party is like a joke and a failure of a party. And I just responded with Tim Dillon's one video doing his caricature of her. And
Yes.
he's just like, Trump's talking shit about my father again, but I won't fuck him because I only fuck my daddy. Fucking
Yeah, that was
love Tim
hilarious.
Dillon, man. Before my father died, I had a baby with him, and that baby's gonna be held in captivity to be the best politician ever.
Let's find it.
I actually concur that we should definitely use the phrase royally fucked a lot more, and especially talking about politicians because like they all behave like, oh, we're the new royals, we're holy people.
Oh yeah, they rule over us like autocrats.
Fuck them.
Yeah. I mean, like we've all seen like the picture of Hillary Clinton being in Ireland and being treated like a queen. Where it's was the, yeah, you probably like that, you little narcissistic bitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody I was talking about her with somebody the other day that like, oh, with King Libertarian on Twitter. Oh my God.
My boy.
Jordan. I was like, why
Yeah.
can't I? Here we go. Yes. I knew Paul was going to come through with this.
Damn, she really let herself go, didn't she?
Yeah, she's not. Yeah, Megan's not looking so good these days, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody got the visual at least.
Yeah, no, totally. Tim Dillon is a treasure. That guy's so good. He had a rant that went viral on his last Rogan podcast when he talked about, he had like for 8 minutes he talked about like what his vision of the future of America was, and it was amazing.
That was a good one.
The gist was like, he's like, look, we're gonna eat in a pod, we're gonna live in a pod and eat the bugs, but they're gonna like give you some stuff every now and then, so people are gonna be happy.
Yeah, and there's going to be
I think
drugs, and there's
it's
going
it.
to be like a lot of medication, which like you, it's a miserable life. But if you have like the right biochemistry, which we artificially induce into you, then it's gonna be all right.
Yeah, you'll be fine sitting in your rooms with just big TV screens and working your government socialist job.
In your metaverse,
Yeah.
Like the other day,
running on a treadmill to power the grid for 8 hours.
Yeah, the other day I got like something in my YouTube recommendations. It was like a girl who moved out of California and then talked about like the differences and everything. She was like, yeah, and we get high so much because like basically we are too broke to actually afford a social life, so we just sit at home and get high and go to work.
I'm like halfway there anyway. This is a question that came up in a Twitter space. It was actually the name of a Twitter space. Would you guys think with like when they put the thing in our brain, that'll like control everything? Neuralink, yeah, like a Neuralink. Will it make you be able to like smell things? And if so, will digital vagina in the metaverse have a smell?
Yes, I'm going with yes.
And maybe you have to like buy them. You have to like buy credits to get like certain people's. You get like
certain scents, like because everyone's unique.
Yeah, it could be like a famous person.
A Japanese convenience stand where you can go buy the underwear.
Just like, I don't know.
I think like if I get my darkest vision, it's gonna be like they're gonna abolish dating and everything, and then there's just gonna be this. Yeah, now we need new breeds and everything, like donate sperm and like that. They try. It feels like they're trying to get rid of like fun dating stuff.
Well, don't worry about it because you'll be able to be with any chick that you want in the metaverse, and like they'll have like a little like fuck machine.
Yeah,
and like you won't know the difference. So
and you'll feel it in your brain. You'll like feel like coming in your brain. Probably.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, but we already got like other plans because Eastern Europe is probably not going to follow along. So we're going to make like love hotels in Poland and make a big business out of it. So like the Germans and everybody can go over and be like, oh yeah, in secret we can have this thing that's totally forbidden here now.
Are you worried about this winter?
I am not. I would say worried is like the thing where you still have like a positive outlook. I'm just like, it's probably going to be shit, and I'm planning to move right now. Gotta contact some other flat tomorrow. So if we get a blackout, I hope I can be in a different area from where I live right now, because blackout here right now, oh shit.
You have like a wood stove or like alternative?
I won't have any of that. Like, I have a camping cooker and a decently warm sleeping bag, so I can make it through winter. Like, it will.
You got a mummy bag and an alcohol stove for backpacking or something.
Yeah, like some stuff like that. We'll see. I mean, like, I'll also get some like firewood and everything, and I'm gonna live close. Like, I'm planning to live close to a forest-ish area, and so like to warm up and anything, we could go there and actually have a fire.
Are you in a more urban area at the moment?
Yeah, I live in the city. I have to get my driver's license yet, like, which is slowly getting on the way, but it's super expensive over here.
Yeah, it sure is. I was talking about that with some guys. Some guys just like hopped in an elevator I was in, and they were like, "I'm sure people in Germany are better drivers," and I like immediately hopped onto it. I was like, "Yep, there's a culture over there where they I mean, I guess it's out of collectivism, but like they actually like care more about like techniques and like doing specific things.
Get the fuck out of the left lane.
And yeah, they only go left to pass, and then or to allow merge. That's it, and it's expensive to get your license, as you said.
Yeah, it's $1,500, but it doesn't help. Like, there's still a bunch of very bad routes. Yeah, like if you're poor and you have to pay for it by yourself, it is. It's kind of ridiculous. And like, if you really want to get to some jobs that are actually worth it, you need a driver's license and a car, and you're poor. You're like, I cannot afford this, and people will literally tell you like, you should totally get a loan for this. You're like, I shouldn't get a loan for a driver's license. Like, this shouldn't be a thing.
Right.
Do you think people would be upset about that as much as, out here they lie and say, oh, it's so hard for black people to get driver's license and stuff. But over there, like, it's a class thing. You can't even, pay for it.
Yeah.
That's the entire purpose of regulating all this stuff to begin with. It's all about class. You keep the poor people from getting guns, you have to pay taxes to get the guns. And if you separate yourself and you have a caste system.
Dude, all these shit libs that compare, like, well, in Europe, it's like, well, that sounds like that sucks. That sounds terrible.
That's better.
Yeah, exactly.
And it actually does, like, this is so funny, but I did this a bunch of times where I, like, put up the statistics and did, like, the comparison of, like, if you calculate in percentage, not like in a general statistical way, the numbers here and blah, blah, blah about violent crimes. Like, if you look at the actual numbers and put it in comparison, like, oh, yeah, Germany actually gives you a higher chance of getting shot.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know about the proliferation of, like, guns over there. I mean, all we hear over here is that, like, oh, everybody in Switzerland has a gun, but they're locked up at home and only come out to the gun range.
Yeah, I mean, like in Czech Republic, they do have concealed carry rights, and in Germany, you don't even have, like, you have some gun laws. It's pretty hard and expensive to get a gun because you need 2 separate safes, one to lock up the ammunition in, and the other one for the gun. And it's regulated, like, which kind of safes you can get. They have to be drilled into the wall.
What?
Oh my god,
So
that's
arbitrary.
crazy.
So, like, if anybody broke into your house and you actually had a gun, like,
You can't use it.
probably wouldn't have it, like, available to defend yourself anyway.
What's crazy is that there's states here, like New Jersey and Pennsylvania, where you have a duty to retreat. If somebody breaks into your house, you got to try to run away from your own damn house.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't think it's PA, but it's definitely New
You're
Jersey and it's Maryland. Maryland for sure. That I live here, and they're like, straight up, like, they'll tell you in concealed carry class or gun classes, they're like, well, God forbid someone breaks into your home, you have to retreat. If you can escape out the back door or there's some way. So they'll straight up tell you in gun classes or firearms classes, are like, yeah, if that happens, and you're in a situation like that, just put a fucking, like, butcher knife or put like a little, like, steak knife in their hand, because it'll look like, oh, well, they were threatening you with violence, that you couldn't escape that situation, that you had to use deadly force, which is where they're straight up telling you, here's how you avoid this bullshit law. Like,
just murder people to death.
Make sure you wipe it with nice and purple. Get your own thing.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, wipe it
Like,
off so there's no prints, like that. You'll be guilty. But
sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
it's states that don't have it's called the Castle Doctrine.
Castle Doctrine, yeah. Stand your ground.
Yep.
A friend from North Carolina said that too, but still they go like, dead people can't sue you, so if they break in,
Sounds like we have a question directed at you, Dino. Joshua Mark. So in Germany, if you don't already have a safe, how much would it cost to get 2 safes installed so you can have a gun? I don't know if you know.
As far as I know, it's like $5,000 to $4,000.
Oh,
I love that.
Holy
I love
shit.
the
Just
Ron
gotta
Burgundy
say,
quote there.
You thought they didn't regulate like which kind of safes you can get?
of course. And it's all their friends. You know that.
No, there's no connection with that at all. Like, never.
Ugh.
Well, hey, everybody, it was good hanging out. I got to get going. Jared, our co-host on PRL, he's getting married today, so I got to head out. So I'll post some videos and stuff. And
Plug your stuff. Plug your stuff.
Oh, yeah. So feel free, follow Punk Rock Libertarians. That's my bot account there, my personal Twitter. But feel free to follow, and definitely like to hop in on Sundays in the near future.
Yeah, we'll have to have one with as many of you guys on as we can.
Yeah. So I think his wedding starts at 5:30, so I got to get going.
All right.
So hey, good to see you, Force Mommy. Good to see everybody. Good to see some familiar faces, and way to go. 100 episodes.
Get drunk as fuck.
Find a good
this is my
bridesmaid.
one cheat weekend. I'm trying to get my ass back in shape. So this is my one weekend where I'm gonna drink. So
all right, be safe. Have a good time.
See everybody. Take care.
Bye.
Build that community.
Hell yeah. Forest Mommy Universe. Hayden, this is random. Hayden,
What's up?
how was the concert last weekend?
Oh, it was excellent. Anjuna Deep Open Air. Yeah. I got to see my number one most listened to artist of 2021, Eli and Fur. That was fun. Met up with some actually those two girls that I met the night that
So you got their numbers?
Yeah. I met up with them and we hung out with them for like the later part of the show and then like went and had some tacos after. It was good.
I bet you did. We have some tacos after.
Not like that.
I know. No, that's cool, you guys. That's cool. They met up.
Yeah, it was fun. But yeah, those two are actually coming to the show in LA, the big 500th radio show. So that'll be good. We're not in the same section, but
you guys can hang out there.
Yeah, we're gonna hang out over the weekend for sure. Probably go grab some food, hit the canyons. I got renting a new Miata out there, so I'm gonna be having fun.
Turbo?
No. They're not. None of them are turbos. They made a turbo a while ago now, but no, not the new ones.
How's yours doing? Did you repair whatever you need to repair on it?
I gotta just I mean, I can repair it, but I'm just gonna take out the engine and just put in a better one. It's more worth my money. The last time I had an engine issue, I painstakingly rebuilt the entire thing from the ground up, and it was so expensive and took so long. And then I had to diagnose, took months and months to diagnose a really stupid issue that was actually a machine shop error. So yeah, it was crazy. I don't want to go through that again.
I built my first engine when I was in high school for my GSX.
4G63.
Yeah, my old Eclipse in '98.
Nice.
Was running 125 miles an hour on the quarter before the crank gave out, and it was a stroker motor with a GT35 turbo on pump gas, and it just broke my heart because it gave up the goose. I put so much work into it.
What was that running about, low 11s?
It would have been a low 10-second car, but I was having traction problems, and so it was wound up being a 11.6, I think.
Oh, okay. Dang, yeah, it's a fast car.
Yeah, she was stupidly scary quick.
Yeah, I had a friend and a guy from high school that had one of those, except an Eagle Talon, but same car.
Same thing.
Yeah.
She all-wheel drive launches. I mean, I was about to have to either spool or weld my center differential and put drag radials on it because street tires were not hooking. I mean, just spinning first and second gear.
Yeah, Tire Tech's pretty good now. It's easier to hook up. But anyway, car podcast now.
Yeah,
we do everything here. We do everything.
Let's get Scotty Kilmer on.
Yeah. Hey guys, you want a real car? Get a Toyota, and when you jack it up, you don't need, and you go underneath it, you don't need to put a jack stand underneath. That's a good way to die.
Get an old one, then you know it's not worth it anymore.
I hope somebody watching knows what a ridiculous meme Scotty Kilmer is.
Yeah, but he's so awesome.
No, he's funny. I always just make fun of him for working underneath his car, without a jack stand.
So, what I like is when he does some politics stuff, where he talked about the oil and everything, was yeah, this is what politicians do, and this is happening. It's awesome. You're doing cars, but you're also teaching people basic economics.
No, that's good. We need more of that, man. Even in the car journalist world, there's too many people that are just giving into the assault on petrol powered cars. And
oh my god, yeah, get an EV and everything. It's the best thing. I mean, nobody wants to if an EV gets trashed, nobody wants to take care of the trashing it and getting it off the road, but they're totally fine.
Not to mention the process for mining the lithium. Not to mention how the power is actually getting generated is often not by renewables. It's
typically coal.
It's just a joke.
If it's not powered by nuclear energy, it's not worth it.
Even from a dumb girl perspective, it's wow, you're having to build all this new shit. How is that saving shit? All this new, they put one in my grocery store and no one's fucking used it in 2 months. It's
well, even there was a story about a gas station somewhere where Tesla hadn't paid the guy rent to put the superchargers in, so the guy basically shut them off because they were costing too much money.
I remember that story. Yeah.
We've got all these young female climate activists who are like, yeah, I'm going to vacation over here. Or also, I need the new IKEA furniture for my flat because this is how I feel this season.
Yeah.
That's not like good for the environment, girl. Or like, oh yeah, I'm gonna order all of these clothes because
I made
need all the
I made a
different.
post yesterday. I'm like, if you're not out fucking cleaning up garbage in your own neighborhood, just shut the fuck up. Because like not to like toot my own horn, but I've actually done work in land conservation with my time and money, and like that's a actual fucking thing that's good for like. And these people don't do shit. They don't do shit.
Yeah.
For the
When it comes
environment.
down to people spending their time and spending their money, they will often not do it. It's a completely different thing. It's completely different thing when you're talking about other people's money.
Yeah.
It is a feel good thing where they just go like, I want to have the stamp of like, look at how good I am, dear teachers and mommy and daddy. Will
Virtue
you acknowledge me
signaling.
now?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just nothing but psychotic virtue signaling.
I missed a chat from the Unibomber. He said he used to have an 85 RX-7 and NA rotary engines for the win. I agree with that. Absolutely love rotary engines. In fact, that was my original plan with my Miata, was putting like a turbo, more like the 80s turbo rotary in it. But it's just, I don't know. I'm on a different path now. I'd rather probably, if I'm going to do an engine swap, do like Honda K series or something.
Just put a V8 in it. It's all done.
It's overkill, in my opinion. I mean, they're great. I mean, I love the idea of having like a modern Shelby Cobra, but it's just a little bit overkill, and it's a little bit heavier and stuff. I love how lightweight the car is. So
I'm this close to ordering a AC Cobra kit car.
do it, dude.
Fine.
If you're even thinking about it, like if that's something that could fit into your life, they're a blast, man. Just don't get just don't do like a 427. Do like a smaller, more like.
No, I'm gonna do an LS1, like an LS engine. I'm gonna do a hybrid Frankenstein.
Yeah, no, that works too.
I have to get into so much stuff once I have a car because I don't know what you're talking about.
No, this is more like deep stuff. I'm
Yeah.
sure you'll have like a little like Renault or Citroen.
Yeah, I'll get something that's like from 2005 and has like repair parts that are actually affordable, so no German car or Skoda or something.
Or a Fiesta. I used to have one of those. Those are big in Europe.
Yeah, they're pretty big. Like that could be an option, but I'm probably going with a French car.
Hey,
Nice.
check the private chat, put a link to Factory 5 so you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if you can find like somebody else's Factory 5 that they like put together, I mean they're really great. You want to build it yourself?
Shit, yeah.
Oh, nice. I want a. I'll tell you what kit car what I would want to get is the Shelby Daytona. Whew. You can get those from Factory 5.
I just want something where I can transport it and actually start like picking up furniture from all around the area, because a lot of people here, they don't know the value of like the materials and everything. And if you do a good rework of this, like you can sell it like off tax. It's like, no, I totally inherited this from my grandfather who died, and this is from my second grandfather.
Yeah. Do you know a lot about like rare furniture and stuff?
I do know a little bit more. Like I grew up with a mother who's a carpenter, and I think I started to sometimes help out in the workshop when I was like 6 or something. That was when I did hold a saw for the first time in my life. And we did some work on old furniture, like one very old oak, what was it, closet. And like still the good materials. I hate it when you with nowadays closets you have like this very thin, wobbly back wall thingy, which I always hate. And it was still like everything about that thing was wood, and the thing was like 120 years old, so there wasn't like any nails or screws actually used. It was like stuck together and with glue. Like, it was pretty cool.
Oh, that is neat.
Yeah.
You're just a little bit limited on like the size of stuff you can grab, but hey, if you can strap it to the roof and duck the cops, no problem.
I mean, like as long as I can transport it on my own and work on it on my own, then it's still like probably like an extra $50 like every 2 weeks, so that would be solid. Plus, the car would actually get me into the position where I could start working in carpentry or something like this. So like that, of course, like there's a lot more money in that now, especially if you're like, yeah, I've got nothing to do on the weekend, let's go.
Yeah. No, that's good. The furniture flipping game is nice, but you have to know what you're looking at and like be
Yeah.
able to like have cash ready and like be quick and stuff, and preferably get to people who who are desperate.
I mean, a friend of mine, will not be able to do that here, but a friend of mine in the States, he basically gets like some old campers or something, and he picks them up. Like, as long as you can still get them from A to B, that's a thing he does. And like some are for replacement parts, and then he reworks them and resells them for a real good price. Like, it's a good side hustle. Like,
Yeah,
that would be a lot more difficult here.
I'd be better off doing that with cars, except that I really just hate wrenching. I don't even want to wrench on my own cars.
Yeah, though, but flipping cars on the side is like a very lucrative thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to work with this guy that would buy broken. He was from Togo in Africa, and he would buy cars that were broken and then export them to Africa.
Sweet.
Fucking sick move.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do.
Well,
But just-
how's everybody else doing? Trey, Mike, I feel like I've been talking too
Hex.
much. Hex.
So,
You've been silent, dude.
Hey, I saw Hex was back on the Twitter. That was nice.
oh yeah, I have returned again.
No, it's good, man. I knew you couldn't stay away for too long.
Yeah.
I'm back on my bullshit, and I've decided to become worse.
That whole going off of Twitter lasted for both of y'all. Were just like, yeah, maybe I'll take a break.
I had that other account already, so I was
Yeah.
like, because I
Which
had started that account for that super PAC, and I was like, oh, I'll just use this one.
Yeah, which I had never seen before, but I was like, oh, this is obviously her.
Pretty obvious.
No, I
Pretty
think I gave it a few days because I was basically being stalked and harassed.
Yeah,
More or
man,
less.
that dude was a real psycho. You like triggered him on another level.
I think it was because Hex is black. Because I'm like, why did he go after him like that? Like, it was just bizarre.
No, it's because he's a misogynist.
I got it, and I got him to email me. That guy emailed me, and it was
No
just,
way.
Yeah,
Why?
and it was. I was like, just explain, and it was bullshit from the start to the beginning because he was acting like, oh, I'm so sick of the drama. It's like, you caused the drama, you motherfucker. And then he was going on about his own sexual assault, and I'm like, there were women who were like standing up and saying, yo, we've been sexually assaulted, same blow me isn't, and like, so he was weird. But then I brought this up before, but on his like Instagram, there was this post like for women could safely come get abortions and stay at his house and stuff, and I'm like, the hell. And then he's like a trauma
rapist.
counselor. Yeah, like you just know he tries to find like weak people.
That is what
Right.
Rollo Tomasi calls sneaky fucker game. You like
Very
go all
sneaky.
like feminist and ally, and then like just when they're not expecting it, like
Yeah, he was a creep.
get them to touch you.
Roofie Colada.
I'm thinking about
You know-
having a stupid idea.
In other news, I recently got an audio mixer so I can do streaming and stuff. Which
Ooh,
means
what'd you
I
get? I like
It's
audio
a-
gear.
can MG10XU.
What
means I-
brand is it?
Say what?
What brand did you say it was?
Yamaha.
Oh, nice.
So which means I can do. Can y'all do
Ooh.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit hot compared to our mics, but sounds good.
Sounds really good. Yeah, clear sound, everything.
Yeah, just a little high in the mix. But
I'm high in the mix.
oh yeah, you are. Hey, I bet you didn't know. I've been off the weed for a month.
Oh, good job. Good job.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do sober October, but I'm allowed weed.
Anna, I only speak two languages, which is German and English.
Wah, wah. No, no French or Italian or Spanish, huh?
I understand a little, not some Spanish. Let's say some Spanish I can understand, but
It's probably more useful here in the States than it is where you are.
it is. And then like if I'm getting back into a routine, like I have to figure out some things. Like this area I'm living in is not good for me mentally, Once I have things back on track, like I'm probably gonna try to learn Hungarian because that's a legit option if shit really goes down south. I have some people I can actually crash at and figure things out on the way.
Damn.
Yeah, because if we
Yeah,
get a blackout, if
it
we get
sounds
the
like-
blackout, it's 10 days, and in these 10 days, all the cities in Western Europe will burn. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm worried. I think like between like blackouts and the energy prices and stuff, we could have like serious civil unrest this winter. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but
Could
We
be.
all know it's coming.
I don't know, but I think people here are still too depressed. Like I think we will see it more in Eastern Europe. Like there's gonna be big uprising in Italy. They are actually going crazy about the energy prices too right now.
all because a certain piece of land has to be ruled by the city of Kiev and not the city of Moscow.
Yeah, that's because like we had so many things getting produced there, like a majority of food goods and everything, because Ukraine is a low taxes country. So like
Oh,
there's no political interest from the Western side in Ukraine. No, though there is a massive amount, and we don't want to work on the politics to go bring down the taxes. Like even if you look at the costs for like hiring people and paying your workers, like every company puts up a lot of money for that. Like you see something on like your work receipt, and additionally to that, you can basically go like if you earn like $2,500, you can definitely go like it's probably going to be like the company pays like $5,500 for that.
Yeah, that's don't they produce most of like Europe's wheat and whatnot, right? Big
Yeah,
food
exactly.
producer.
Yeah, and many other things too. Like in general, a lot of foods came from there. And of course, like now we've got like the entire, but yeah, that was so weird. When now everybody's like, yeah, when Trump came here and said like, yeah, you are too much relying on Russian resources. Everybody made fun of him, and now it's like we don't mention that.
What's crazy to me is that you guys, or at least Germany, was really, really set up with nuclear power. And then after Fukushima, they decommissioned most, if not all, of their nuclear power plants.
Pretty much all of them.
Yeah. And most of them were not. And the problem with Fukushima is that it was close to the shore. So when they had that tsunami, it like overwhelmed the plant, and then the reactor had, melted down.
It washed out the back of diesel generators, so they couldn't keep the primary coolant loop running. And that's what actually wound up. You had a cascade event that the hydrogen buildup inside the actual primary reactor built up too much and sparked off, and that's what cracked the dome above it, which is where the spent fuel was. All the coolant for it leaked down, exposing all the spent fuel. All that melted down, and so the primary reactor melted down as well as all the spent fuel.
And most of Germany's plants they probably weren't even near like shore. They're probably like inland, but they were like, oh, this is bad. This is bad. We have to
like running low risks, and it's not a massive earthquake region. Even in Austria, like you could still have them without worrying about earthquakes too much. And they just build it down, and now they import like all of the nuclear energy from the neighboring countries. Where you go like,
France.
So like they basically build more nuclear power plants because of you closing down. So like nothing was achieved here.
Yeah, you guys are Germany is like way back up on like coal. So they had like their coal produced energy was like way down, and nuclear was higher, and now you got it flip flopped because they had to shut down. They wanted to shut down the nuclear plants.
Yeah, and like in Germany, I think the electricity prices went up like by 500%, and it's so freaking weird. Like in Austria and Germany, we pay the highest bills for electricity in the entire world, which is mostly connected to a lot of taxes on them. And then we still get the blackout warning, and people go like, oh no, this is fine. Like, no, it's like literally you book like the fanciest freaking hotel you can, like the president's suite or whatever. And
sorry.
And you go there, and then they send you off to the next shithole where you like are actually in a shelter with like 20 other people who paid the same thing, and everybody's like, no, this is fine. No, we paid premium. This is not fine. This is fucked.
And Austria has no nuclear reactors either.
No, like they built one, and then they decided to.
They never finished it.
No, I think it was almost finished, like in the mid 2000s, and now it's just like a museum where they were like, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do the clean and good thing because we're the good people.
Would it be possible to get Joshua Marks's latest comment on the screen? There's a good one. Current next gen nuclear is so much better than the old plants. It's practically a different technology. Yeah, everybody needs that. If this is an issue that you care about, I highly suggest that you go learn about, like, especially like the smaller modular versions of reactors. It's really interesting.
Talk to Mike. Mike will teach.
Talk to the engineer.
You got an expert.
I think like India has some pretty good development on the nuclear side of things, right?
I'm not too sure what's going on there. I know that they're the next economy that's on the come up. As far as like once like the dollar stops wrecking the rest of the world, I would love to throw some money into India and just like ride that train.
Yeah, and I think they deserve it. Like they really worked hard for that.
Yeah, man. Bobs are on the way up.
I gotta send Kenny the link. Dang it.
Yeah, so there's like these, and Mike could probably go into more detail, but there's like a lot of these newer designs. It's impossible for them to even melt down. Like one of them, it uses liquid fuel, and it's pressurized to a point that it's liquid, and there's like a plug in the bottom of it that if the temperature gets too hot, that plug melts out and goes into another chamber, and then the pressure decreases and it'll freeze inside of it. So it literally cannot.
That'll be molten salt reactors.
Molten salt, thank you.
And we also have helium-cooled fast reactors that if they start overheating, they actually will natively shut themselves down. Pebble bed reactors are also like that.
This is the stuff that we need to be advocating for, man. Because even like most of the nuclear plants that are out nowadays, they were just built on the same concept as marine nuclear applications, which requires assumes that there's a constant flow of water.
Well, you have to have some kind of coolant to remove the heat from the reactor. Water is just one of the best because we have a phase change relatively close by, which drastically increases the amount of heat that it can contain and transfer from the reactor.
Yeah,
phase changes are very important.
Do you work in this world? Are you like specialized in nuclear?
My degrees are in mechanical and nuclear engineering.
Oh, nice, cool.
Just out of curiosity, Mike, do you have a military background? If not, do you work with a lot of Navy guys?
I've tried to get into the military 3 times. Air Force Academy out of high school, was medically disqualified. New Pock out of college. It was Obama's military. It was the wrong skin color, the wrong thing between my legs, so I wasn't allowed in. And then I tried to get back into the Navy again a few years back, but I was too old. Basically just told straight to my face by the recruiter, no, go away. But I work with some bases in the job that I do. I do have a pass to get into a couple Army depots around Texas. And of course, I work with NASA a lot, as well as a lot of space guys.
Just curious. I know we can't keep nukes in the Navy. Well, I'm not in the Navy anymore, but the Navy could never keep nukes in. They'd always get hired right out of the service for 6-figure deals.
Yep. South Texas Project has a whole bunch of A&M grads and ex-NUPOCs. As soon as they can get out, they get out and go work in private sector.
Yep.
Oh, that's going to be another thing. Like even if Germany was going back to nuclear, I heard, I think from an insider that everybody who could work in the field already left the country because, like, of course, like they specialized on nuclear energy, and so now they left.
You pigeonholed yourself, yeah. Yeah, I think Germany. Looking at the wiki, you guys have 3 operational reactors right now, and everything else is in shutdown.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
It is. Like it's getting a lot worse, but it's the same with everything in even technology or anything. Like if you just talk about internet or something, the reception in that country is like usually really bad. It's really expensive, and like they didn't do a good job of like implementing this. Like we have a lot of countries in Eastern Europe which have way better internet for a lot less buck.
I mean, Poland's got their shit right. They've got 7 reactors planned to be commissioned in late 2030s.
Yeah, Poland was just like, we're going to do the things that Germany does and not do them.
Right, the exact opposite of their decisions.
Yeah.
Well,
I
of
love
course
the
you're going
interview.
to.
I love the interview with the Polish politician, which gets like criticized, like, "Oh, you didn't take in any migrants," and blah 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 blah. And he goes,
Yeah.
"How many terror attacks did we have? The number is 0. How many gang rapes? 0."
So that's not
Based.
the case.
Based country is based.
Yeah, I mean, like I think like some conservative things there are a little bit like, but that's also like when I'm traveling to Budapest, where I try to be at least like once a month just for mental health and actually having a good social life and fun. Like I think a friend of mine said it in a good way. Like if you have a right-wing country and you have a left-wing city, that becomes a good thing. If you have a left-wing city, the left-wing country, that's a shitty thing.
Why do you think
And, like,
Austin's so popular?
Yeah, exactly. The Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
It's the one place you can go to kick back and party, but everywhere else is business.
Yeah.
All this talk of nuclear plants, my state capital can't
Mississippi.
even keep a water plant operational.
Oh yeah, what all happened with? I keep hearing that. Was it like the next Flint or something?
They probably had some pumps go down. That it's there's a lot of big machinery that goes into water and municipal water supply that if they weren't monitoring it properly and they had a catastrophic failure, they don't have a backup ready to go. The whole system goes into shit.
Do they think it was done on purpose or it was accidental?
I doubt it. I think it's just negligence.
Okay. Government workers not.
This was in
doing things
this was
right.
Jackson, Mississippi, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I think I heard about this.
If the politicians get too much into the entire thing and you get too much nepotism, like a lot of people here left in when they decided to shut down the nuclear power plants in Germany when they did it, because they were already realizing, oh yeah, somehow the new boss of like the entire power company here suddenly is like the mayor's I don't know, like dog hairdresser or something. Like somehow they were always connected about, yeah, this is not gonna go like in a competent way. We're out. Private sector it is.
Even in Colorado, our like Colorado Department of Transportation girl is like some idiot that just knew Obama or something, you know, and like she has no experience doing it. I don't know if she's still in charge, but
This is what diversity hiring gets you.
yeah.
It's like,
Like our
I mean,
like the sorry.
do the diversity, like I know a company which actually hired like majorly women in leading positions, but one thing they did differently to a lot of other companies is like they actually looked for the background and were like, is this person qualified enough for this?
Hey,
I don't know.
meritocracy is a bigoted, ideology. So.
Although I made me worried about. I'm like, okay, well, I would rank my pilots to be, they know what they're doing. I don't want them with diversity.
Well, luckily, that's still private companies, right?
Well, and a lot. I know, like, I'm pretty sure United and stuff. They just started teaching their own and started their own stuff. So I'm sure
They all do their own in-house training
now.
Yeah. So, like, if you remember that 737 Max issue, where those planes. So, basically, Boeing had to put larger engines on their existing airframe, and it was just kind of like a fix to just get a little bit more range out of them. It's like an inherently unstable platform, so they had this alternative autopilot system that would correct for it, but that had its own problems. So sometimes you would have to revert back to the old system, and the crashes that happened were from, I think, Ethiopia Airlines and maybe like Malaysia
You're
Airlines.
talking about the 737-900 Maxes?
Yeah. And my mom's friend has been my mom
Your parents are both pilots, right?
Correct. Yeah, and my mom's friend that was she's worked for she's been an American captain for, I don't know, long time, 20 plus years. But she flew that exact plane, and she was like, yeah, we got all the training on how to like revert it, like if it becomes like unstable or whatever, to like revert back to the old system. But a lot of other airlines like overseas didn't get that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that was the whole issue with the Max. If you guys remember that whole thing, that was like,
I was actually dealing with those planes a lot right before those incidents happened. I think I stood on like the 5th one to go into service. But yeah, it was all down to pilot training and neglect of making sure those pilots knew what they were doing.
Yep. A lot of air crashes are like there's just like you got like like I love binging like those aircraft investigation documentaries, but they're
Nuclear
like
reactor failures.
oh yeah, that's a good one too. Not as many of those, unfortunately.
You only got about 3.
And
Pretty
like
good ones.
And we still have like very strict service.
What
Yeah,
up,
service
JVP?
regulations.
What's going on, everyone?
JVP, what up?
I am not sick, but I did something to my throat last night. I think acid reflux, so I sound a little bit tougher than I usually do.
No, you did a screamo concert, is what you
Yeah.
did.
Well, it was the first time like my brother, my cousins, and my boys, like our old crew, was together last night in a long time. So we took advantage of it.
Nice.
Thanks for joining. Everyone go follow JVP's YouTube channel and on Twitter. But he's been on before, and we're glad you're back.
Nice. Does it
We're just
sound
kind
like
of shooting
the
shit, so.
Does it sound like I could operate a successful phone sex operation?
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I like it already. I like it.
You got a good sounding mic, my friend.
Yeah, it's part mic and part this Icon Mars thing. It's like a big vocal booth, so there's a mic in here.
Yeah, I got a oh, you got a whole vocal booth. That's nice.
Yeah, it's like a little one.
I don't know if I assume that me and Hex are both the well, and you now actually have like analog mics with
External amps.
with an amp, yeah.
I'm running
If someone wants to give me money and help me pay that stuff, I'll have
we need to unfortunately we need to buy Alice a mic first. She gets priority. She's talking through a phone.
or just like a laptop that she can use for streaming or something.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I gotta get one of those too.
You sound pretty decent. It definitely doesn't sound like an amplified mic, but it sounds
No,
fine.
it is okay, but like the funny thing is, if I plug in the headset here, which I actually bought, like my plug is kind of fucked, so it doesn't recognize the microphone, and I'm literally using like everything here from like laptop webcam. Like, and then the audio isn't too bad. The camera is like,
I have some stuff. I have a nicer microphone, but I can't plug it into this tablet I use. So it is what it is. You got to work with what you got to work with, you know?
Your video
Yeah,
looks good.
I try to use my phone here, but it somehow doesn't work. And lately, like I have to get the battery changed anyway, because it starts to overheat. At least using Discord, like sometimes we have big groups there, and everybody has a camera on, and then it's like just overheating like crazy, and going like, I'm going to shut down.
There's a mic called Blue Yeti. I think it's like $100. It's USB, so you don't need an external hard drive to get a decent sound. And my brother uses that. He does voice recordings with it. It's not bad.
I'll do it later. Like I still have to think about the driver's license, and I'm still hoping I can save up the money to do my US trip. That's depending now a little bit on like getting my passport in time and everything, because everything you do with German bureaucracy takes forever.
Wonderful.
So I actually sell precision microphones that are actually
nice.
using to test extraoral, intraoral sound systems.
Did you say intraoral?
No.
Show it on the
Words.
camera again, Mike. We got you
Throw it
on
up
the big
on
screen.
the
We got you on the big screen.
So the company's name is Gross, but we're kind of a sales rep for them / distributor. But these are used in, again, testing for all kinds of speakers and headphones, but they replicate the human ear. So very, very high precision.
They should sponsor for us, Mommy. Give me a sponsorship. We'll plug it.
Get all the sponsorships forced, mommy.
At least a couple.
Yeah, I definitely-
we have unofficial ones, so.
I definitely second the recommendation of the Blue Yeti. If you don't have like an external sound card that has preamps, it's definitely the way to go, because it's just like plug and play USB, no problem, sounds fine.
Are
So
you
like
still there,
my
Hex?
laptop is also like getting worse and worse. Like it's being a little bit outdated now, so
What was
gotta
that,
get a
Hex?
new one at some point.
My camera seems to have died, and I didn't realize until just now.
Oh.
I thought you just turned the lights off. Da-doom-sh.
It couldn't handle all the masculine good looks, so it just died.
Yeah.
I want to get so now that I've like met the Sheath people, I want me and Hex to do a photo shoot because wouldn't that be awesome? Like 6'8" Hex in some underwear and Forest Mommy. I'm like,
You guys will
hello.
be underwear models with Michael Malice.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
I'll even just for one picture that like I plug, you know, whatever. I think me and Hex would look awesome though together.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Yeah, that
I'm
would-
working that angle. I'm working it. I gotta work it.
Hex, that was you that went to the Tom Woods 2000 event.
No, I didn't go.
Oh, you didn't.
That was that was
that
the
one.
Unicorn Daddy. Is that
The other insanely tall, skinny black Liberty guy.
Yeah, from Florida. In the best freaking costumes and like the
He's not
best
tall and
looking
skinny
George
though. He's
Washington.
thick. He's like
Is he?
thick and
He's just. I
muscular.
mean, he's just insane. You guys are both like insanely tall.
I don't know what to tell you, but
Yeah,
yeah,
the
Hex,
words went wrong. It is intraoral and extraoral, but it's AURAL, not ORAL.
Oh,
Oral.
Oral.
you learn something new every day. Unicorn is Anna. He's not on Twitter, but he does have an Instagram, and he's on Twitter, Discord too. I saw, but I haven't even checked on my own Discord in like a week. So
What do you get? Permaband?
no, I think he got off of Twitter for work or something.
Oh,
Yeah, like I think he just wanted to drop off because he didn't like the platform anymore. Sometimes he posts on Instagram like every now and then, but I think there's a lot of real life just going on.
Yeah, kind of
Yeah,
can't
those-
fuck your job up.
Blue Yeti mics are only $150.
That's not bad. And it's like a mic. You plug it in with the USB, or it's a okay.
It's a USB.
It's not-
Yeah.
It's not like a BNC that you have to get, plug into some kind of special card or anything. It's just
Even this what do I call this? This computer thing I use doesn't even have a USB plug-in. I had to get like a fucking because it's a tablet, you know. But
You have an
Yeah.
external sound card on that?
this, no.
What
I'm
did you have
just-
to get?
I would say if I ever want to do a USB, I had to get these like adapters because it's just like
Oh.
from the other side of the US, the like, you know, whatever.
I know what she's talking about.
Who, me?
Yes,
Yeah.
you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I gotta get myself one of those too. Like, I mean, I actually bought like a Razer headset on purpose, and I heard the quality is like fairly good. So I actually want to use it for that. I mean, like if I ever have a new laptop, like at some point next year, that's gonna work too.
It's all money, man. I gotta do some more sparkler videos, get some more production equipment here. Because I want to do other more stuff, like adding into the whole universe. I'm like, I want to go down to 16th Street Mall and like interview people and ask questions, you know, like do that kind of stuff. And
Hit
like,
me up. I'll help you out with that.
yeah, I just need it, but then I need like a camera and a microphone for that, basically.
I think-
right?
I think you need to hit the next level and use Roman candles this time.
Go bigger, go
Yeah,
home.
but those have like backwards propulsion. I don't want anything to hit.
I mean, I can weld. I can put a mortar tube into a butt plug, and you can do that.
I don't know if I try that.
We need to put that. We need
I'd
to
have
put
make
that.
a lot more money for that one.
We're gonna put that engineering degree to work, Mike.
He's probably already thought of it, anyways.
I got concepts down in the garage. We're good.
Marketing ideas.
Hey, that sparkler video, as short-lived as it was, I think that was pretty big. So,
It did. Everyone, and it's like, and so my whole thing, like, why I named this Golden Showers is I like to play with words so that, like,
Uh-huh.
now people, I mean, people
Pee.
still think of pee, but they'll think of our show, you know? And then, so like,
We
sparklers in the Liberty community, if you say sparklers, who do you think of?
yeah.
Me.
I
Oh, by the
post-
way, oh, go ahead.
We have nothing to do with R. Kelly. I just want to.
Yeah, no. Did you see that meme I posted the other day? It was awesome.
Yeah, okay, that is a good project for the next thing you do, Forest Mommy.
Right there.
Come on, look at this. You can't tell me this wouldn't be amazing.
If I could put like a fire barrier over my butt and do it, then maybe. For sure.
I've got some protective blankets down in the garage. for
Yeah,
welding.
like the ones that
Well, there
firefighters
we-
wear in the forest, you know.
There we go for the first interview. Actually, you can actually interview a pyrotechnician and figure out like how to do it.
Well, that's what I was like. The next thing I have to do is got to be like a dance or something. You know, it's got to be. We got to step it up a little bit. I was just gonna plug really quick. So Robbie the Fire had a porch tour at my house last weekend. He just uploaded the Smoke Out Bug Out, which is hilarious. So everyone go watch that on YouTube or on his thing. And yours truly is in it a lot. So you know.
Yeah, I saw the homies Andy and Rodney
Yeah.
were on the panel. That was good.
They were the local competitors. It was funny. Did you watch the press conference afterwards? That they did like a little 11-minute thing. It's so funny.
I haven't seen too much of it. I just like scrolled through. I just saw Andy and Rodney on the Smoke Out Bug Out, so I like scrolled through it a little bit. I need to sit and watch.
It's only
it
like
front to
40
back.
minutes or something, so
Yeah.
it's pretty good. I was already fucked up because my dad was like, my parents never drank growing up, and then my dad was like, I'm doing some Fireball to loosen up a little bit, and I was like, oh, okay. So like, it became that kind of night with my dad and my mom. And my parents have never been around pot before, really.
Oh,
and
wow.
then it was like, and they handled it like champs. Like they're really good at like, they were fine. So
My dad's an old Vietnam pothead / hippie, so
it was hilarious. I was like, are they gonna freak out? Are they gonna freak out? And then they did it. So that's good. My mom's like, I didn't know libertarians like pot so much. And I was like, well, I explained, like, it's more about the like laws, blah, blah. But I'm like, I think it's just a Colorado thing, Mom, because
Well, if you look at a lot of our detractors on Twitter, apparently we're Republicans who smoke weed.
yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah.
partly,
Yeah,
and
did you see that big bong Jacob brought at the beginning? If you watch the beginning of that, Jacob, Jacob,
Yeah.
which he's such a funny, because you wouldn't look at him and listen to him, but then he's such a beautiful non-cliche. I love him. But he brought this like huge 4-foot bong.
Oh my God.
So they were like smoke. My parents, I got a whole lesson that night. That's for damn sure.
Jacob is interesting because if you like spend like a couple minutes around him, you're like, oh, this guy's like probably kind of a square, but like really he's like super adventurous and like down for anything.
Yes, he's adorable.
When I rented that Civic Type R out in Reno, I was like practically begging like anyone to come with me on a drive, because I drove from Reno to this town called Placerville, which is like almost to like Sacramento, like 2 hours down and back, because I just wanted to drive like the kind of some windy forest roads in this Civic Type R, and ended up going alone. But I was like talking to people about it, just lamenting that nobody would go with me. And they're like, oh, you should have asked Jacob. He's down for anything.
He really is. And you know what? He loves Colorado. So he's actually running in the Arvada House district where I'm at. So when I had him on, and he loves Colorado. He's like, I love Colorado. I'm not giving up. And I'm like, that's been my energy too. I'm like, I'm not giving up on Colorado. And so I love it.
Yeah, he
And
rules.
he works so hard. He does so much fucking work, man.
He stepped up pretty like last minute to be our campaigns director for the state party, and
he
he's
planned
like,
the whole like convention. Like he's with Aaron,
yeah,
obviously.
he's been doing a lot. Both him and Jordan with the communications have been really impressive.
Yeah, Jordan's awesome too.
But, like about wild stuff and drugs and everything, like I'm totally looking forward to one day being at Acapulco and probably do all the drugs.
I've heard, what is Anarchapulco? I've heard of this.
In Mexico.
Yeah,
Mexico.
it's like a gathering there, and they just exchange like all of the anarchist ideas, but it's like you've got left-wing anarchists, you've got right-wing anarchists, and there are so many interesting discussions and everything going on there. And of course, like since it's like also in Acapulco, they also go into like you can do ayahuasca, and it's a very wild thing, and you have a lot of interesting people there. I actually got to know because of like one of my favorite people from like the objectivist community, Rosman Ross, actually did a lecture on like objectivist parenting and everything like that. I can totally recommend, by the way, the Objectivist Parenting by Rosman Ross. It's a very interesting book.
Let's see, because I think JVP is the only parent here.
Well, I have some experience in working with children, but that's pretty much it.
Love it.
Yeah, not me.
I helped raise other people's kids, so that was enough. That was enough.
You're everybody's mommy.
I'm everybody's mom, and if I had kids, I wouldn't have the energy to be everybody's mommy. You know,
That's true.
so it's better for the world. And that's also why I don't like work, because it's better for me to like my energy for the world is so much better if I'm not like spending it on that kind of stuff. JVP, what did you guys do last night with your buds?
What did we do? We just drank and told stories, really.
Did you like go to a bar or?
No, my sister's house. My sister and my parents live pretty close, actually. Same county.
So did all your family move down to Florida?
Yeah, like way back when I guess how long would it be? 35 years ago. Like literally a caravan of Italians. I'm not exaggerating. Like it was 3 different sisters and their husbands, and then all their kids, and they all literally drove down together. It was like 35 people, so it was like a small migration.
I know that.
If you don't mind me asking, where in Florida are you?
I'm in South Florida, Broward County.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
good episodes of Cops out of Broward County.
Oh yes, I've ran into a few Broward cops.
Yeah, they got those brown uniforms and whatnot.
Are they just like mean?
It's just crazy. It's just crazy Florida. It's close enough to Miami to like, but like far enough away to like have, you know, a little bit more like, you know, different like
They're
class,
kinda
different class of people. You know, it's not like
Where the original
like
Florida van came from.
rich douchebags. Hey,
Hi, Quincy.
Quincy!
Nice.
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What's going on?
How you
the
doing,
man's
buddy?
looking like Andrew Tate there with a big old cigar.
Man, Andrew Tate's a pussy.
Why do you say that?
He ain't real. He ain't real like that. He's not. You know, solidifying these his streets.
You know him or what?
He comes off as fake, man. This comes
bet
off as fake. Like, if you have to scream, "I'm an alpha male" all the time, then you're probably not alpha.
He's
Because a
never
real
said
alpha
that.
man ain't gotta
He's
say it. He
literally
exudes
never said that. But I have a friend. I've got a couple of my good friends that think he's a character as well. I humbly disagree, but you know, it's all good.
blah. Like I
Quincy,
said, man, it just seems like he's just trying too hard, man. But what's going on with y'all though? What up, Hex?
Why are
What
you
up,
on a
baby?
break? Aren't you on a break right now?
Yes, I am. I am in lovely upstate New York, chilling. I ain't gonna get up the exact location because for real, we doing some real nigga shit over here. We're in the trap house. You know, so let's just say I'm chilling. You know what I'm saying? Up here with the boys, like we really do got that work in the back. I ain't even gonna trip. Okay. There's guns, there's dope, there's licking this motherfucker. Let's just say we having a good time, you know?
Good. I want you to
Good to
enjoy your
hear.
time off because you work your ass off otherwise.
Listen, these past 4 or 5 days, I've been doing nothing but just imbibing. Shout out to this lovely cucumber and jalapeno tequila over here. I've been sipping home. You know, shout out to the New York State Fair and those sturdy women at the fair that day. Good God Almighty. And shout out to that tasty kangaroo on the stick I had too. Good stuff.
Damn.
Well, that's fun. You got to go do that. Fairs are fun.
What up?
Is there do you know where you're gonna be next weekend, man?
No, I do not. I'm all over. All I know is I'm picking up in Buffalo Tuesday morning, gonna be in Denver. Yeah, knowing my crazy ass by Thursday night. You know what I mean? And gonna get back there and switch over for winter season, get my jeans and my hoodie. I could be anywhere next weekend for real.
If there's any chance that that you'll be in Denver next Sunday, a week from today, I'd love for you to come to Lane 8 at Red Rocks.
Dude, you know what? Me and Forrest Mommy actually went to Red Rocks. She was actually instrumental in me seeing the stage for the first time or whatnot. Going to a show on Red Rocks is on my bucket list, most definitely.
Dude, Lane 8's gonna be lit. I'm putting the pressure on Forrest Mommy to come. So
You should go, baby girl. You know you should go. Go ahead.
And that would be my second Red Rock show this season too. And that'd be more than I've done obviously in a long time. So
you know
I
you
wouldn't
got
mind seeing freaking Sound Tribe at Red Rocks if they
I've
were.
seen them at Red Rocks.
If,
you
yeah.
know you had a good time coming out and shaking your booty last time we went out.
Yeah.
so.
Oh, of course I did. Of course I did. I think I caught COVID that night, but it didn't
Did
make
you?
me sick. It
Oh,
didn't make me
shit.
like sick or anything, but like
Yeah.
there was one day where I'm like, I feel a little, my body's doing something. I don't know if it's COVID or a cold or something. But I fought it off because I fought it off.
I definitely caught the Delta variant from a show at
Cheers,
Comedy Works.
Oh yeah, but everybody there was that when it was everybody vaccinated?
No,
or after?
it wasn't. But you know what it was? It was everybody has to wear a mask to like come in to like while you're walking in, and then when you sit down, you can take your mask off because it's basically a restaurant.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, Comedy Works was like the first place. Comedy Works and Tracks were like the first place to put that bullshit in. And I was like, fuck you. Like,
Yeah, I was
Jesus.
disappointed with that, man. Especially Comedy Works. It's like,
yeah.
lady, you got like one of the best clubs in the country. Like, let's like try to be like a bastion of
And
freedom
don't go
here.
along with all the woke comedian bullshit that was going on. Like,
Yeah, the hell with all that crap.
yeah. Fuck that shit. I ain't got time for that shit.
So don't. Oh, by the way, Hex, real talk. Thank you for that, thing. You know what I'm saying? Force Mommy definitely. Yeah, look at this photograph. And Force Mommy, thank you for doing what you did. Me and the homies all say thank you for that.
Yeah, I got you anytime for that.
Yeah.
And
This is
that could be ripped
this
so
is
out of
good times up
context.
here in Utica. Like, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people don't realize, like, once you get out of freaking New York City ain't that damn blue. It really ain't.
No, the rest of it's not.
It is solidly red up here. Like, they're either Republican or Libertarian, and they fucking hate Tom Brady.
Mhm.
Oh my
I
god,
wish
my,
I-
to the-
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say,
My-
I wish I could have clipped. I clipped when you were in that when that shootout happened right behind you. Quincy, I should have clipped that. To play.
was that?
Remember when you were in wherever you were and there was that shootout in the bar behind you?
Yes, man. Listen, man.
You're
Not
like,
so
I'm
much,
the only black man here. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
not so much shootout as like a whole brawl broke out because one bartender was effing the wife of another bartender. Chairs got thrown. People got slapped. I'm just like, I'm the only black guy here. Somehow, some of this shit gonna get blamed on me. I'm out. Bye.
I think I remember
Bro,
that. I remember you tweeting about that. You were just
Yeah,
like, you were like, they're
yeah.
shooting. I'm out.
I'm like, oh shit.
You can hear the shots too.
Oh,
It was hilarious.
Where was
Like-
that?
Jerry
Somewhere,
Springer.
just a
That
non-disclosed
was,
location in Colorado.
Let's just say it was around the Pikes Peak area. I don't want to give this.
Okay. No, it's all good. You don't have to get specific. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was in Colorado though.
It was in Colorado, within 20 minutes of Pikes Peak.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So yeah, man, we just out here just chilling, you know what I'm saying, enjoying the fruits of our labor and whatnot. It's rare that I actually get to get off for Labor Day. Hey, what up, homie? Say what up to the peoples, man. That's the big dog over there holding it down over here for Utica mob, you know what I'm saying, holding it down.
Shout out.
No,
Utica.
we ain't in Utica no more, but he's from Utica. You know what I'm saying? Just out there just chilling. Yeah. I'm glad everybody's enjoying themselves and whatnot. And I
Is
just want to
everybody off
hop in.
tomorrow? Is everybody
What's
off?
up?
Is everyone off tomorrow for Labor Day? Not you, Dino, but
Believe it or not, I am, which is a rarity. You know, I don't head out until 3 a.m. Tuesday morning.
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow, Tuesday. I gotta catch a corporate gig.
And we'll keep on doing what I've been doing, drinking and not giving a damn. Still doing my exercises though. I'm gonna be very clear about that. Still doing the push-ups and the squats, but
Sweet.
also alcohol.
hell yeah, you earned it.
When are we going to see some prone push-ups from you? They look like inclines.
What's up?
What do you do incline push-ups, right? Like you're like
I
45
do my
degrees against the
push-ups
wall.
off the steps of my truck.
Okay.
Because quite honestly, the size I'm right now, if I did them off the ground, you might get 20 out of me. Also, truck stop parking lots are just effing disgusting.
No,
I
you're
would
right
have to
about
get a
that.
tarp or a mat first before I do all that because they just reek of pee and God knows what else.
Maybe that'll be my gift to you. I'll throw you a nice yoga mat.
Believe it or not, I actually have a kettlebell waiting for me back in Denver. I found this insane. Yeah. I found this insane freaking kettlebell workout on YouTube and whatnot. That's it's 4 sets of kettlebell swings, deadlifts, goblet squats, and then carrying it 53 feet. And you do it in sets of 10, 8, 6, 4, and 2. Whole thing takes like 5 minutes, and you will be sweating like a whore in church afterwards. So I'm just like, I can definitely do that. Definitely, you know.
Hell yeah. Just be careful with the form. You don't want to. You don't want. It's
Oh
easy
yeah,
to hurt yourself. with
believe
them.
me. Yeah, I've worked with kettlebells before, and I know that the wrong form can just throw your back out or throw something else out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, your truck's hard enough on your body.
Man, tell me about it.
Hey Kyle in the chat. Hey Kyle. Q. I was gonna say that the thirst picture you posted, you can tell your body is tightening it up. Like it's tightening up for sure.
I appreciate that because for God's sakes, I can't tell for nothing.
You're turning the muscle. You're building that muscle up. That's what you're doing.
Listen, I appreciate you saying that, especially you, Sassafras. But anyway,
but that's like what's important. Like, and then I feel like the reason I've been fit in my life is I always had little routines like that I did every day since I was like fucking 12 years old. And like when you build those muscles up, yeah, I can see it.
Like I said, I am fully committed to being under 300 pounds by the freaking end of the year. And even if I don't make it, it ain't because I didn't try hard enough. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I can't do much, but I can do. Yeah, that's me.
There's a full body one. There's a full body one too.
There's a more recent one.
Yeah, that was taken last night. Definitely was not sober when I took that pic. I'm just like, let me take a bigger phone.
Quincy's one of my few Twitter follows where he'll actually post something and I'll legitimately say, "Now that's stunning and brave."
Nice.
You said what?
I said you're the only one that'll post posts that are legitimately stunning and brave. Not necessarily that. It's more kind of toward your preferences.
I mean, honestly, it all comes down to holding myself accountable. I know that if I just tweeted that I did it, a lot of people are like, oh man, he's just tweeting that shit. He ain't showing no videos, man. He's just boosting. No. I show my work every single day. Nobody can accuse me of not putting in the work. Well, they could, but they'd be lying. You know what I mean? Because again, I show my work every single day. You know.
You do.
Yeah, I see you doing it, man. You're not lying.
And you got everybody, and everybody loves it. Everybody's supporting you.
But I wouldn't say everybody because I've got a lot of people who don't show the work, trying to tell me how to do the work. I'm just
that's how it always goes. There's people who will tell me like sometimes fitness stuff, and I'm like, thanks. Thanks for your input. Like, shut up.
Yeah, I'm just like, thanks, but I got this over here, Mr. Fitness guy who doesn't have a real profile picture and doesn't show his videos, but trying to tell me how to do something. Thanks, guy.
There's people that food too. Like if you say what you're eating, they're like, "Oh my god, how can you eat that?" Blah blah blah. And I'm like, "Honey, look at me, look at you. I think I know what I'm doing." Thanks.
Like, man, listen, Forrest Marvin can knock off a 72-ounce steak right now, and it wouldn't matter, you know.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Just saying. You can go to Amarillo right now and get that damn 72-ounce steak and just demolish it, and it wouldn't make a hell of beans.
Well, and it's because my body's. This is what I tell everyone got into the the fasting stuff. I'm like I've just always naturally done that where I just only eat when I'm hungry, and I'll fucking eat, and I'll eat whatever the fuck I want. But then when I'm not hungry, I don't eat. You know,
I'm at that point now. I only eat when I'm hungry. For the first time in my life, food does not control me. You have any idea how awesome that is? You have any idea how powerful that is? That food does not control my life. I eat when I'm hungry. When I'm not hungry, I chill out and
Which
chill.
Is big, especially when you're driving a lot, because eating when you're driving a lot is so easy. You know?
Yeah, like snacking and shit, right?
What up, Kyle?
What's up,
Hello,
guys?
new person who just jumped in.
Look, my fiance and I are enjoying margaritas here. Hold on, there we go.
Nice.
Who's that? Kyle? What up, Kyle?
What's up, man?
Chilling, baby, chilling. No margaritas.
We're down in Ocean City, and I'm like, I think this is my 6th margarita today.
Ocean City, Maryland?
Man, lit.
Ocean City, Jersey?
No, we're in Maryland.
Dude, I've actually been to Ocean City, Maryland, dropping off at that lovely city. Lovely city.
Me too.
Oh,
I grew up in Pennsylvania, so I've been down there. a few times.
Hey,
well,
man.
I'm from about an hour north of Pittsburgh.
Shout out to PA. Honestly, if the weather wasn't so bad in the wintertime, I would be living right off the turnpike eating Scrapple every damn day.
Scrapple,
Yeah.
Shout out Scrapple.
No, I don't blame you at all. Right now, I got my inner Italian working out. I'm getting super dark, so we're getting married in November, so my tan will be well equipped, so I won't get too burnt.
Congratulations on the marriage. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations on that.
Mhm.
Really.
Thanks, Q.
Yeah, it's awesome.
See,
Yeah, congratulations. May it last 75 years. Let's go. Shoot for the stars,
well, I don't know if
baby.
I want to. I want to be alive for 75 years, but I want to be able to deadlift 400 pounds when I'm 75. I don't know if that'll
speaking into
happen.
existence. You're gonna be married for 75 years to that lovely woman inside of you, and on your 75th birthday, you're gonna deadlift 420 pounds just because. Speaking into existence.
Well, and Kyle's
Strong
already
like
done a lot.
gold.
Kyle's already lost a lot of weight and got fit. And so yeah, you just
Yeah.
gotta keep going because muscles get better with age, anyways. You just gotta keep pushing.
Yeah, if I'm able to pull up my pants at 75, I'll consider that a win.
Hey,
Yeah, same. With my lifestyle over the
are y'all
past 10
gonna be
years.
live streaming for a minute?
What?
Are y'all gonna be having the stream on for a minute?
Yeah, I'm going for a while. You can come out. And go
Okay,
back
cool.
in.
Because there's this pay-per-view on that I don't get to see on a regular TV.
There you go.
So I want to go check that out. But hey, love you guys all. Enjoy
Thank
liberty.
you.
Stop watching the damn media. Stop letting the media dictate your life. And remember, you are your greatest assignment. Okay? Nobody can make you feel inferior without your daggone consent. Live your life how you see fit. And later for all that fuck shit, man. Y'all be good. I'm finna refresh this tequila and seltzer and whatnot, and I'm gonna holler at y'all. And again, Kyle, congratulations on the marriage to you and your lovely fiance. Seriously, 75 years. I'm speaking it, baby. Y'all be good.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
See you.
That was beautiful. Someone has to clip that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Someone
pretty good, man.
I freaking love you.
No, I
That's definitely
appreciate
a
I appreciate Hex dropping the link, but we're gonna be getting rolling here. I figured I would take a second to say hi to everybody.
Yeah, we're like
It's nice
rolling
to
with
have
it
that.
today because it's our 1 year anniversary. So we're just whatever.
Oh hell yeah! Well, we got both yins back on Twitter, so my timeline's a little bit brighter now.
Aw,
He really is.
okay.
I don't know if you guys picked that up. He just said Yins. He really is from Pittsburgh area.
Oh, I am.
Well, thanks for popping in.
Of course, no, thank you guys.
See you,
And
Kyle.
besides, I need to reload my margarita. So
And drink
I'll
your
see you guys.
water.
Thanks.
Drink water.
Yeah,
Bye.
drink
Maybe a little
Have
bit.
some
Enjoy the
waters.
margaritas.
Gonna do like 2 margaritas each, cup of water.
Yeah.
Ice margarita. He's fine.
See you guys.
Bye.
See you, man. I'm going to follow suit. I have to prepare for company that'll be here in 30 minutes, but I wanted to say congratulations. Mike Hayden, Missing Clue. Nice to meet you guys. I don't know what your handles are on Twitter, but I'm probably following you, at least some of you, if not all of you already.
It'll be in the description, and I'll go
Yeah,
ahead
it's
and
in the
follow you,
description.
JVP.
Okay,
Yeah,
sweet.
Yes.
put your link in the chat if you would.
Sure.
In the private chat, yeah.
Kenny, I sent you the link, Kenny, by the way, if you're still watching. Anyway,
Find that.
Also, shout out to Paul, our producer.
hell yeah.
Shout out, Paul.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
doing
popping
really
in,
good- doing really
JVP,
good
even
job.
though you're take care of your
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, I just remembered like a random fun story of something we did in Budapest last week. The Communist Party, a Chinese Communist Party, wanted to build a campus in Budapest, and because the city of Budapest is like not in line with the general government, they renamed 3 streets that were really close to that campus into the one of like. Remember the Uyghur genocide, the other one, Free Hong Kong, and the Dalai Lama Street. And I did some selfies on that and put them on Twitter and Instagram.
Oh, so based.
That's really cool. Yeah. And it's like we literally just went there. It's in the kind of in the middle of nowhere, even if though it's a big city. But it's cool to have been doing stuff like that.
Yeah,
So,
you're selling me
yeah.
on Eastern Europe, man. When I'm done sailing, I might have to just post up there.
Absolutely, yeah. I say it's worth it. Like, I mean, Budapest obviously is like super international city, and the kind of Europe thing. The countryside is a lot more conservative, obviously.
Yeah,
but you can still have fun and like obviously good food. And in Hungary, they actually have the thing like if you order something spicy, it actually has a decent amount of heat.
I also heard that Slovenia is a nice place to be.
I heard Slovenia is beautiful, but Slovakia is beautiful too. You've got Czech Republic, which is amazing. Poland. Like all of these areas are super worth it, and like of course, like Croatia, Romania is astonishing too.
That's where my
Hi,
man
sir.
Andrew Tate
I'm
is at, Romania. And it's funny because people that like don't like him are like, oh, he's a human trafficker. That's why he moved to Romania. And like he made a video like made a video responding to like all the bullshit he's been through. But he was like, are you guys really that racist that you're saying that like Romania, which is an EU country with like a legitimate system of laws, just like doesn't investigate human trafficking?
Let me say, like, it happens, but I know for a fact that it also happens in Germany. Like, we got legitimate law things going on, but there's a lot of bad stuff going on unnoticed.
No. Kenny.
What's up?
Kenny here? Kenny!
Hello, man.
Mr. 100%. Mr. 100%.
Mr. 100%. What's
How
up,
you
everyone?
been?
I've been good. You guys are the ones who need to catch up with me because you've been through quite some shit, if I'm not mistaken.
We've been through
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I've
Hex
been-
hat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your two hosts here, both got the
You
got
were
the
banned a long.
hammer.
Kenny's been off for a long time, but
They got me a long time ago. I'm the OG of getting kicked. I'll get my shit kicked in.
Didn't want to come back then, huh?
I'm permanently banned.
I like IP.
Probably MAC address.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
probably. But you know what? Fuck them. I don't care. Fuck them. So long as I still got Forrest, Mommy, and Hex, and you guys, that's all I need. I don't need
hell
those.
yeah. Hell yeah.
So,
So,
what
are
were
you
we
in
talking
school
about?
right now? You're doing school?
Yeah, this is my last semester, and then I get all my little certifications, and I'm fucking Gucci. But I'm good.
Hell yeah.
A libertarian, licensed mental health counselor.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's basically
It's
what
gonna
my
be-
sister is. She's
Yeah,
Christian-ish,
yeah, yeah. You
but it's
told
more
me.
libertarian.
Yeah. I was meaning to ask you guys: are we having serious conversations or is fucking around?
All
We're
of it.
fucking around.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
I was having some. I really like the direction. Not to monopolize the talk or whatever. I really like the direction of the Libertarian Party that's been going with the Mises Institute or Mises, but
Okay.
I still think that the Libertarian Party doesn't really do much except play spoiler, and I think that we are honestly better off with like Rand. Agree or disagree? Do you believe that Rand Paul, Thomas Massie, they can get more done as opposed to the Libertarian Party, or do you think they're the shills?
Because they're already it.
Are you
they're
talking
already
about
in.
those two specifically, or are you talking about that we should pursue liberty through the Republican Party?
When you say it like that, it just sounds nasty.
Yeah.
But I think the best way for us to do is to think about issues like stopping war. So if that means teaming up with some progressives, but the progressives are a bunch of pussies, and they've been fighting for war too. So
They're not anti-war at all anymore.
Yeah,
they want to
they're-
give more money to Ukraine.
Honestly,
They're
Josh
promoting civil war right now.
Josh
Yeah,
Hawley's
and
been
that.
pretty good. Josh Hawley's been pretty good, surprisingly.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a LP Mises Caucus guy myself.
Oh, me
so-
too. Me too. I love the Mises Caucus, but it's just like
That's how
I just
me
wanna
and
get-
Hayden met. Was through that. And the first time I saw him, I'm like, oh my god, that guy's so cool.
I appreciate that. I thought you were pretty cool too.
Thanks.
Well, mostly I was just like, wait, that's that chick from Twitter. And Andy's like, oh yeah, it's Force Mommy. I was like, I knew her from
Bro,
somewhere.
she's a fucking legend. Oh my god, she used to be Desert Daddy. She's a fucking
Yeah, so I lost that account again. I'm building a new one, so we'll see what happens. I was at almost 26,000 people.
Man, you were on the come up.
So she was killing, bro. I know Sal personally. You know Sal the
I know who he is. Yeah.
Sal Mayweather.
I know.
Meme
Yeah,
face in
I know
general.
him personally. I haven't talked to him in fucking years, or not years. It's been maybe a year, but he, Anyway, so I know him personally, bro. He's fucking cool. Sal is a fucking. He's just as cool as he is on Twitter. He really is. I'm surprised they haven't gotten him yet.
Although he hates the Mises Caucus and the LP and all that.
He's just not into. He's just a hardcore agorist. He just doesn't want to like work. In
And he'll work.
politics.
He's not
That
one of
was-
us. No, he's
Yeah,
not
and it
one
was
of us.
funny because one time he's like, "Oh, you guys are just trying to grift off of blah blah blah," and then that's all he does too. And I'm like, dude, just
Yeah, you
do
just like
you.
sell random T-shirts.
Just do you, dude.
Did
Like,
you
don't
say
talk-
that? That's so that. I
Yeah, I
don't like that at all.
screenshotted it.
I don't like
and then
that
he
at all.
stole. But I don't care. But like,
Oh, I've always had good things with him, but he's not even one of us though. We're all Mises, Hoppy and stuff like that. I don't think he's like more like
I'm alt-right, super conservative.
he's like Kevin Carson or like Lysander Spooner or something. He's like that.
Yeah.
He's not really one of us, but I mean,
He's a free market capitalist.
yeah, who cares? Like, I don't really give. I think we fight too. Like, libertarians fight way too much amongst ourselves.
Well, you have to have people who like can get along with everybody to be. You have, or you just don't associate with people you can't get along with. You know what I mean? Like, it's that simple.
I mean, like, still, you have it in every big political or religious group, basically, where you have some power structures that, if they build up too much, they become a problem. You will always have people trying to attempt, like, there are definitely. In every group I've been in, there has been like attempts of some people going like, yeah, and now I need to get like the women should sleep with me and I got to pressure them into it and all of that. So like you have people who only act out or become active because of that quote unquote advantage.
That's why it's a culture thing.
Are you the Austrian guy? The Austrian?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I remember, yeah. But I used to follow you on Twitter before I got axed, but
Was that Hayden?
He's an actual Austrian and an Austrian economist.
Well, actually, I'm like part German, part Polish, part Ashkenazi Jew.
No anti-Semitism tonight, everybody.
Damn it.
No, I was just gonna say that people that have
that's
like
a
more
joke, by the way, YouTube assholes. That's a joke. You have to say that.
People that are like similar in views like fight more amongst themselves than they do with like people that are like further away.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, well, I mean, you will hold up the people, your own team, up to higher standards than like the usual person. I would say like maybe the bigger, more interesting strategy would be to point out the hypocrisy things and like the power structures like that in other groups too. Like if we look at the climate activists, like they're totally like some 40-year-old blah 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 dudes in who like no, they are in for the good thing. No, they are in for guilt trapping some young girls into sleeping with them. Obviously.
Yeah,
I can believe that. Same thing with feminists. Never trust a man who's a feminist.
Jeffrey, like
I made that point earlier, sir.
Date rapist. It's a date rapist.
I was gonna say Rufy Coladas.
Oh Lord.
Sneaky fucker game. No, I'm all for like liberty people coming together. My whole thing is that like, how am I supposed to come together with somebody that wants to just like point and screech and call me a Nazi? Like that's a little bit like we gotta like
it's bigoted. That is bigoted. When they were like,
literally.
Everybody in the MC is a racist bigot. I'm like, do you understand that's you being a bigot saying that? Like
there was some guy last night.
Hold
that
on, say that again,
retweeted-
Jess. MC?
What?
What did you say? Say that again.
Well, the Mises Caucus. They said anybody in the
Mises
Mises Caucus is.
There
They
was
say that about us.
There was one of these guys that was saying that like he was retweeting that like that tweet about like democracy about like when Joe Biden tweeted democracy
right,
and the
Joshua.
LP National said is a like
Remember what the fuck they said?
tyranny of the majority that a danger to individual rights is what they said. And this guy was like, I said in June that the LP was being taken over by white nationalists and now look and I was like, can you name one person in the Libertarian Party who advocates for racial supremacy enforced through the state, or is that just a placeholder term for people I don't like?
Yeah.
Well, they're trying to do that because we've got like they always try to use the frame, and I think like on the European side we're actually a little bit to blame for that because we do have some problems with actual racism, like in the libertarian movement, where sometimes like if have some people saying some bullshit where it's like, yeah, no, that's been disproven by like actually science and shit.
My friend from Sweden told me about that. Actually, he was like, "Oh yeah, you should see the libertarians in Sweden. They like set off bombs." I was like, "Wait, what?"
And cops, and that's what they are.
And cops.
And
comms. Yeah.
Libertarian.
Yeah, that was
libertarian in a European sense is leftist typically. Like we in Europe are called liberals.
Yeah, in
Because-
Australia,
yeah,
in Australia, the libertarians are called like classically liberals party
yeah.
over there. No, but that was
NCOMs can't exist because they require the state to take people's private property. So it's an oxymoron.
Yeah, they're all fucking little bitches. No, that
And they
was
say, and they'll say that we're not anarchists either. They say we say like
Yeah.
ANCOMs don't understand economics, and they say ANCAPs are not anarchists. So
Yeah. And the sad thing is, like, sometimes if you would talk about like spiritual values or something and stuff like that, like there would be a lot of agreement. And recently, like my favorite band, Shout Out Muse, has put out an album. There was an interview where the lead singer actually said something I really agree with. Like, I think we should, with the current situation, we should stick more together more and be like, okay, firstly, we have to work on the big thing here, which is like the entire big state, deep state shit that's going on everywhere. And once we have figured that out, then we can start having arguments or experiments of like which idea would work better. But before
Matthew
that,
Bellamy
we
is
both-
pretty based.
He
I
is,
know
yeah.
he like used to go on like Jones and stuff. But
talking about
sorry,
the doc-
while I got the mic for a second, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna make lunch, but this has been wonderful.
Thanks for joining.
Thank you so
man.
much.
Good meeting you.
Yeah, likewise, Kenny. And
Maybe I'll go to the concert next week.
please do. Lane 8 is gonna be so fucking good. God damn.
do it
he's
for
amazing.
Dino.
Okay. I should check it.
All right, peace, Hayden.
All right,
Have
have a good day, everyone.
Yeah.
When we were talking about how they say all the Mises Caucus people are white or were racist, and when I
Do
pushed
they
that
not?
one girl, the first thing she says to me, and she's a white bitch, and the first thing she says to me is like, "Well, you're a white, boring girl," and I was like, "Oh, so I'm white, so that makes me a racist because you say I'm
Projection
white."
Gaslighting.
Yeah, you bring up the race first, but she's like I don't even know what she is, but she's
Oh
an
god,
N-word.
like we had the most ridiculous thing happen in Germany. There was like a thing like the LGBTQ had a protest or something,
Good God.
and an Arab dude actually, I think he actually killed or tried to kill someone, and only one person stepped in defense.
Shocker.
And now they try to frame it on like, and yeah, the people responsible for that are still the white supremacists who go like, okay, so you are basically saying that this dude from whatever background is too stupid or too underdeveloped to actually radicalize himself and have a free choice. So are you literally saying that he is inferior because of like that and that?
I want to not to cut you off. I want to kind of expound on that. Do they think white people are like superheroes? Like white people can control everything with their mind? No, I'm not kidding. I'm being real talk.
They do.
No, I'm serious. Systemic racism. White people are just racist without even trying. White people, they force people to do poorly on tests, and it's just like, do you think that? So it's kind of weird. Like these people kind of have to believe in genetic differences. They have to, because it doesn't make sense. Their entire worldview just does not make sense.
They need
do
to help you. They need to
yeah,
help you
they-
because your skin color is different, Kenny. So white people need to help you.
Yeah, and they do. I think
It's patronizing.
I know that they do believe that. Like we've had many cases of people migrating. Like a lot of migration problems here are connected to like maybe they have a degree or something, and then usually they're supposed to like take the entire college classes again. And if you like have a degree in medicine or as a doctor, like yeah, sure, you're like 30 and you're gonna study medicine for like 15 years and start actually working with 45. Not. And like there are a lot of and they don't talk about that. They are really not about helping people or like solving poverty problems and all of that. Like it's just about the feel good thing, and so they feel better, and it's racist as fuck.
It's about they need to have the thing to virtue so they can put this facade over their weakness so they can simply thump their chest about how great they are when they're just these psychopathic morons who can't do anything with their lives.
And
yeah, and they need to keep like some people in a bad situation so they can still pretend to care about those instead of actually helping.
Mm-hmm.
The crazy thing about it is that they're so, when you talk to like one or two of these people, you've talked to them all. They're so anti-individual. Like they're NPCs. They're really NPCs. Like they're just
and they live in an echo chamber.
Carbon copy. Like you know, when I see some motherfucker with he, him, and his pronoun, I know what he's gonna say. I know what
or a Ukraine flag.
Yeah, you know what these people are gonna say about anything. They hate Trump. My favorite is asking them why they hate Trump. They can never explain it, or they can never explain it in a coherent way. They just say it's tweets and shit like that.
Or he's been impeached 3 times. Yeah, for non-crimes that was thrown out.
Yeah, and he won. He won.
It's their entire identity, basically. It's everything they base it on, and they need to get this acknowledgement. Like there's not even like having a disagreement or something like that. One last weekend was so beautiful when I was actually like, oh god, I need to do this a lot more often. We were like gathered a small group like to just watch the fireworks, and it ended up like we had a very interesting conversation about many things. There were like 2 ex-Muslims from different countries, like one from Pakistan, one from Morocco, and so they were going into it in detail, and everybody, we had a long discussion about spirituality and everything. Like sometimes you don't know shit, and sometimes you got to be corrected, but so many times with the West it's like, oh yeah, you didn't know all the facts, you should feel bad. Yeah, but this is why we are having a discussion, so I can learn more and get like a different perspective, you know.
Where do you think that came from? Because the West historically has been the center of philosophy and free thought, and like when you look at libertarianism, it's very difficult to find anything outside of Europe. There's some, like there's this Omar Khayyam, you know, there's some freedom libertarian stuff outside of Europe, but typically when most of the stuff we're talking about, like Mises, for example, Friedrich von Hayek, Milton Friedman, all those people, they're all European. So where's it going with this? Fucked up. Where do you think the West has gone in terms of losing its freedom individual basis?
I'd say like we have become way too comfortable, and then we've got like and this is put your tin for hates on. At least for Western Europe, I can definitely tell like the men have been raised to be anti-aggression, but it's just like they just shift the aggressive energies everybody has into being passive aggressive, which is a horrible thing to do.
Oh god, I'm aggressive. I fucking hate beta males who are passive. I hate it.
Yeah, and like, dude, and like you even hear like I've heard so many stories of like some people dating and everything, and then like everything looked good, and on the surface he had the right job and the right profile, and like at one point they were breaking because they had no particular reason to actually achieve these goals. Unless like the only thing it was about was basically this list people like have to tick off, like, this is a good life, have this job, have this income, tick, got this, and nobody looks into the why. Like, why would I want to have money? Why would I want to have a car? Like, what's my reasoning behind it? Why would I want to have a house? And this is how we end up like basically in suburban areas where everybody hates each other, but they still try to impress the shit out of everyone else around them. And I think that softened people up and took away unity from people and actual sense of community.
Well, they feel it. I remember there's this guy I've met out in person here in Colorado, and he was a kind of a commie, but like understood some stuff. I met him at the anti-war rally, and then he said it's better to have a weak community than a collective than a strong community of individuals. And I'm like, how does that logically make sense? How does that actually make sense?
Well, I think they don't get really look. If you would actually go into detail and everybody would explain, and a lot of times I think people would agree a lot more with each other, because the general ideas of like whatever we have right now as a society, that's definitely a bad thing. I mean, like we look at the cases of mental health going bad or anything, and I don't think that like this is. If we look at most people here, like everybody's just living paycheck to paycheck. And that's been such a normal thing for Europe. I was so amazed when for the first time I heard some American podcasters being like, more and more people are going paycheck to paycheck. It was like, well, that's been normal here for like since I've been thinking.
Well, since 1971 anyway.
I think people don't realize is how privileged, and I mean this in a good way, Americans are. Like we really were, like we still are. There's a reason why there's millions of Central Americans coming to white supremacy. You know, all these people, white supremacy must not be that bad because all these Afghan refugees are fucking flying over everywhere, coming on rockets and shit. They're doing everything. They're doing everything they can to come here, man. Did you know 100,000 Afghan refugees came in like a week? What the fuck? 100,000?
I knew somebody who worked at their camps out in the desert, and they're getting money and everything. It's just like, oh Lord,
ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That's why Hans Hermann Hoppe, he was right about borders. He was right about, but that's another story for another time.
I was just gonna say something about.
No, like I mean, they actually did like research in Denmark, like because they had so many switches between like a liberal and then a conservative party. And of course, the conservatives would be like, welfare for people coming from like as refugees or anything. Like, we're going to limit that and put a like put a lock on that situation. And every time they did that, there were even people migrating back to where they came from, and so like they could
Of course.
do study.
Yeah, that's what you should do. That should be basic. Here in America, bro, the concept of going back in America, immigration has become so fucking politicized, and because America doesn't have like a national, like German is an ethnicity, British, English is an ethnicity, French is an ethnicity. In America, the idea is like anybody can be American if they just, whatever.
And I think it's a good thing, but if you start to copy like the social welfare system of European countries, which that's a really dumb thing. I mean,
with
like,
open border, we have basically an open border. There's nothing to stop them
at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yes. If you do like these steps, but if I was trying to migrate legally and get like a work visa and everything, like it becomes like an entirely different situation.
Oh, you'd be fucked. It would be very difficult for you to come. It'd be very difficult for you to come. If only you should just get a tan and go through Mexico, and then you're in.
I mean, I don't need to get
I'm
a tan.
not kidding. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding.
No. We all talked about that with other friends, and they were like, just pretend like you're Ukrainian, whatever.
Yes, the thing is,
you can
you're
pull it
the
off.
kind of person. You're educated. You speak English. You would assimilate very easily. You're the kind of immigrant that we need. This is what Hans Hermann Hoppe talked about.
We need immigrants that want to like do the work, or like that's what.
Want to contribute to society and be decent.
Yeah.
Assimilate.
And like love family and
Love
all
the
that.
country.
Just be good Americans.
I'm down. That's how like my part of my family got here. So
Yeah, me too. Mine too. My parents definitely. It's funny because both my parents are now Republicans, but they used to be Democrats, and I'm trying to get them to be more liberal.
wait, Kenny, do they own a gas station?
No, they don't. My parents. It's funny because my parents are very I'm very like unstereotypical. Is that a word? Yeah, my parents are. My parents have a mixed marriage. Like they're different ethnicities and different
Different Indian sect, kind of.
Yeah. My mom is Hindu. My dad is Christian. They're different ethnicities, which is a big deal in India. That's a big deal there. They're pretty like unstereotypical. I grew up Christian, so I have a kind of a different perspective.
But you're a Mormon. You're Mormon now, right?
Yeah, but that's mainly just
I get it.
it's mainly in the name, not really because it helps me because remember I had problems with alcohol and stuff like that. So
whatever helps you. Whatever helps.
yeah,
you in
that was
life.
the main reason why I joined. There's a lot of stuff I'm not super crazy about, but it helped me because it helped me stay clean and stuff or sober and stuff like that. So
The most important part about your parents is do they do the head bob?
I can't.
I know, because you don't even sound. You're like you can't even do the accent that you can't.
Yeah.
Even do.
Hey, what the? My accent is good. My accent is perfect. Hey, one, number one.
That's
Hex
good.
is-
Yeah, that's
Hex
good.
is Hex is tall as fuck. Hex is like 7 feet tall. Hex is like 7 feet tall. If he came to my store, I would not let him in. Excellent.
Oh my god.
Oh man, we have a good time on here.
Yeah.
I
And you guys are great for coming on and helping me not look like a racist bigot. Thank you.
Yeah, no, but everybody who's gonna criticize you is just gonna be like, yeah, they are the token people here.
Yo,
Yeah.
you know, that's so true. Like I've talked with like a lot of black people, and they're just like, I have a lot of criticism of police. I do not like police, but the least coherent argument is that they're racist. The cops treat everybody like shit. They're bad to all of us.
Yep.
Well, their job is to arrest people. Like that's their purpose. is to-
Yeah, they have their duties to protect property, not lives. In the Supreme Court, they do not care about. For some reason, the media only cares about the black victims. So this is all just this is all just what's the word? It's manufactured. It's what did Noam Chomsky say? What did he say? Manufactured by what the fuck did he say? Anyway, fuck him. Fuck Noam Chomsky. But anyway, so he said it's a false narrative. It's just like they're showing. Have you ever seen that picture where it's like a guy running away from a guy with a knife, but the media zooms in to makes it look like the guy running away is stabbing him. Have you seen that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing. It's like that. Like the media, this media fucks everything up. The media, the corporate media, the oligarch. Yeah.
We had a white guy killed here, by cops, and there wasn't fucking any rioting or anything like that happened, So
I mean, like, you could look at it in the uniting thing of like, no, we all have the problem here.
they don't
But
though,
it-
because
but
once
this-
they can be in control of the cops, they want to be in control of the cops. That's
Oh,
the problem.
Chomsky, he controls the media, controls the minds of the public.
I mean, we've got a similar problem over here with like the Arab communities and everybody like shouting out like, "Oh, people are racist towards us." Like, but here with the Arab communities, you got to be like,
Then why
yeah,
do they
but-
go there? Why do they
I mean-
fucking go there? If you're...
I mean, first be that, and then you go like, okay, I'm sorry, but like, how do you represent? Like, how do areas look where you have an Arab majority living? Like, how do these areas look? Do they look like shitholes with trash? Like, this is gonna get taken out of context.
In Brussels, the most common baby name. You know that in Brussels?
Yeah,
That was
like,
kind of like I don't know if that makes me race. I'd gotta be
No,
careful.
we're just
I'd be
objective
careful. My
here.
PhD, my dissertation. That was just like that was crazy to me. Like
no, like,
John
in
is not the number one name of fucking Dubai or some shit. It's
yeah.
just like
In Germany, like the percentage of Muslim-born children is in some cities beyond above 50%. Like it has been last year.
that's crazy. In France, they're like 10%. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, and like you've got these areas, and like you've got the representation, and where they go like, no, you gotta understand it. No, you gotta understand your own fucking religion, and it's not my job to know everything about it. Like if they try to go like that aggressive to me and be like, oh no, you gotta understand. Like just for the discussion I had last weekend with the ex-Muslims, like I learned a lot about the culture and everything, but it was out of a different context and in a different situation, and it was a lot of fun. And then I had fun to learn about it.
See, I blame beta male. Let me kind of bring this, not to change subject because you had a very interesting topic, but I think that European men have been genetically tamed. This is my theory. They've been genetically tamed by all these wars, World War I and II specifically, because you had tens of millions of young men, high testosterone, whatever, die, and then a bunch of beta males succeeded. So, like in Western countries, in America especially, there's been a decline in testosterone. And like I have a hard I say what you want about the early 20th century. There's no way they would tolerate this. What's happening?
No,
right now.
I mean I would say like not necessarily genetically. I think you can actively work on that. You can discover your masculinity and everything, but that is all like you got to work with yourself, man. You got to really go into yourself, understand yourself, learn to work with aggression and everything. Like and not like just to shout it out, put it away or something. Like I can be very aggressive when I have to be, in case I get attacked or something. Like that's definitely a thing. But people have to relearn that, and people here are just too afraid to have that, to lose control. The same goes for a lot of girls, where they, like as a girl, to defend yourself or to properly say no to like abusive situations. Like you gotta have the balls and also like obviously the knowledge to fight and defend yourself. But if you talk to girls, they go like, yeah, no, it's dangerous at this point, but I don't want to have a gun. Like so, you don't want to have the one thing that could make sure that you actually.
Kenny, just to piggyback on something you were saying, I think this taming of testosterone in the world is why you're seeing places like Russia and China starting to make moves, because I think they realize that their masculinity actually is giving them the upper hand in a wartime scenario. And I think, like, I hate to say it, war is always going to be what straightens the curve on all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because as long as you're fat and happy and you're placated, you can live any life you want. But once the resources are down and you got to stretch it, that's when shit gets real,
But the thing is, we're fat and unhappy. We're not even happy.
Well, I mean,
Unless you're
you
taking
can-
pills.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
they make a pill for that.
Yeah, but then
still
like
not
you
just
still
not-
have like you still have like a lot of people snapping because of that. Like you cannot suppress like your real life problems going on your entire life. Like at one point it's gonna break out. And I don't know, like I think as a fighting force, if they broke people here and got them to mentally snap, I think you would have a very aggressive fighting force that would be absolutely ready to brutally kill, torture, or do all of those things because they are already like very dependent on stuff, and it's literally how like brainwashing works, and like the testosterone and everything. Like you could just inject them with testosterone. Like a lot of people do that for working out too.
But then they get prostate cancer.
Yeah, but I think I've been trying to jump on a carnivore diet recently. I don't know if I'll stick with it. I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to. I'm gonna jump on a carnivore diet. I've been lifting weights a lot, so I'm trying to get my natural testosterone up. Like honestly, I feel great.
It's movement. It's the movement. You know.
Yeah, I feel good. Like I've been working out like heavy with the weights.
You getting buff? You getting buff, Kenny?
I don't know. Let me look. I'm trying.
Oh, look at that! That's like real man strong muscles too. The broad shoulders.
I'm trying. I need to lose some weight because I'm a fat tub of lard right now. But
yeah, but that'll work it out itself with the diet and everything if you stick to it.
Yeah, but you know, masculinity is important. Men need to be strong, masculine. They need to be.
We need masculinity.
We need it. We absolutely need it.
And I understand why over the last 20 years, why it's been, you know, with all the fuck shit that they've been doing, the economy and all that. I was talking to some friends the other night. I'm like, they've made it so it's so hard for young adult men to launch. And like, you know, they used to have fucking families by 21, and that gives you the motivation to work.
Let's go
and
buy
like
a second house for 30, right?
Yeah. Firstly that, but like what you also like one thing we definitely lost is like decent mentorship or anything. Like men, of course, like men have to learn from other men, but here in Europe we have the main thing, like the parents outsource the raising the children to the schools anyway. And even if you look at the families, like a lot of times the lesbian couple we've seen in this military commercial, most Western European couples, even when they're in a straight relationship, literally look like this. And pretty much behave like it too. Like you have the woman who's like kind of looking pissy,
or
and
the
then,
dad's
like,
not around because they could get money out of the dad anyway, so they don't need the dad. You know, it's just,
Yeah,
and that's not even like in just race. That's all races.
And although we've got like many families who stick together like this, but like as the man, like different sexes teach different things because they have different strength in both of us.
Mm-hmm.
I also think abortion played a big role in it too, because back in the day, you knocked a woman up, you did the right thing, you married her, you had to stay, and you had to grow up fucking fast. That's how a lot of people got fucking married. Once abortion came into play, and you didn't have to take responsibility for your actions, man or woman, in the equation. Then it was like, well, fuck, let's go to Neverland and never grow up. Let's go to college for 17 years.
Yeah, but we also had like the population density and everything was different, and there was abortions. There were these cases of like where the women have been beaten up so badly that they would actually have an abortion. So like those existed. It was very brutal, I think, and
they're just the way they're pushing it now, where it's like they push abortion more than prevention.
They're super creepy about it. They're like really. These people are like really obsessed. Like abortion, I'm not sure exactly where I fall.
We don't want the government involved in our bodies, but come the fuck on.
We don't want
come
the
fuck on.
Yeah, like I would never I guess I would be like governmentally pro-choice, but I would never be able to be friends with someone, or I would never be able to tolerate if you had an abortion and you didn't need it and you did it because you were irresponsible. I couldn't support that.
Yeah, my philosophy on it is, and when it comes to everything, not just abortion, but the way I always explain it is, it's okay to have a political belief that disagrees with your personal belief, and especially with abortion. Politically, I don't want the government involved in anybody's decision-making process. On a personal level, though, if I got a woman pregnant, I would do everything in my power to make sure that child was born and raise it and give it a house, even if the woman didn't want it. I would.
And you do such a good job. You would do such a good job too.
Yeah, you sound like a good
father.
You sound like
Paul's a good dude.
I'm a good dog dad, I think.
My dad's a good Paul.
And with the entire, I think like the way we go about like this with the entire discussion, and that goes to like basically everything, dating too, where you talk about the problems of like. I know that there's catcalling. I know that there are a lot of dudes who are like pretty shitty towards women. To be honest, like I have some at work. Like you have the group of males hanging out in the break time, and there were some talks of people who were like even married who would be like, "Oh yeah, totally would fuck this guy," and they would actually try to do that. And there you got to have some people who are like, dude, you know, the real manly thing is to stick to your decision, stick to your freaking wife, because that shows some fucking willpower and actually some balls, like
And it gives you
giving in.
motivation.
Yeah, and giving in into your like whatever there happens, and just doing this like as a status symbol to get like acknowledgement from the other dudes or anything like that's the fucking wrong motivation. And there dudes could work on that, and the same goes for women. Like, yeah, learn to say no, learn to see some red flags, and don't go in with the crazy lies of like,
Don't
yeah,
come in the
well,
pussy.
This is an interesting point because I feel like there's this brand new wave of women who say things like men ain't shit, niggas ain't shit, men are trash, blah blah blah, whatever. And men's behavior is geared towards women's choices, meaning if men succeed with a woman in a particular way, they're going to act like that, and other men are going to act like that. So whenever women complain about how men aren't romantic and this and that, it's because of y'all's choices. Like y'all don't.
And women aren't holding accountable to make them romantic.
Yeah,
Well, and
y'all
people
don't-
need
you
to
don't
meet with the people on their level too. You can't like
Yeah.
have ideals. You
Yeah,
gotta
like
figure
if-
out what you're like.
Yeah, exactly, and go for the eye to eye level and actually be freaking realistic about everything. Like, it's so funny to hear, like, in the German dating era, this is why I basically gave up on the West. You have like so many women, and even if you show interest in them, it's like, oh no, I'm gonna ignore that, and I'm gonna go for this dude, and then they tell you stories about the ex-boyfriends, and you go like, even in my more fucked up time,
Yeah, that's
even in my
one thing
more
you should
fucked up
never
time, I
do.
would still have been a better choice. And they keep complaining instead of looking like at the fact that if you run into the same problem over and over again, it's probably what you feel attracted to, and you can work on that, but you gotta.
I don't think people even like understand their own attraction and
Yeah.
chemistry anymore.
Yeah,
to be
absolutely.
honest.
Absolutely, like you got to understand. This is why I went on my break time like 5 years ago, and now the type of women I'm attracted to has actually changed. Did I hook up last weekend? No, I didn't, but I did actually actively flirt and still had a very good time. And the type of women I'm attracted to now is very different from what it used to be 5 years ago. But there needed to be.
We all grow up, you know.
Yeah, but you gotta give yourself the room. Like if you hop from one relationship to another just to compensate loneliness or anything, that's stupid. Like the other day, I had a good conversation with a friend about it. Like if we as guys would also have like better friendships where we would maybe talk about like attraction, not just like bragging shit up. Like, oh yeah, I did this and this. Like really connect, so you don't have that fucking loneliness. You only try to fill in with relationships. Do it with your friendships too, and that leaves you with an emotional surplus where you can actually look at the woman and be like, sure, she's attractive, she's hot, totally would. Is it a good choice? And then you can go like, yeah, no. And because you're not as needy anymore, you actually get to have the choice. When you're needy, it becomes more likely that you will act no matter what.
And make
See,
bad
there's
choices.
3 real quick things. Simps ruin everything. Simps ruin
Not Forrest Mummy Simps though.
Yeah, those are kings. Those aren't Simps. Anyway, so Simps, except for Forrest Mummy, they ruin everything. I think men, we don't express ourselves well enough amongst ourselves, which we need to do. And I'm not saying that as a therapist. We need to do a better job with that. It's not you're not being a bitch for explaining how you feel. You shouldn't. I don't think you're a bitch for that. And what was the last thing I was going to say? Fuck. The lack of community. The community has completely been destroyed. There's no community. People don't go to church.
That's it right there.
The lack of community. There's no community anymore. That's why people are so lonely. Because
The reason why is because the thing that brought us together. Everyone can go on the internet and find anything they want to find. They don't have to rely on anybody else to teach them a skill set. There's too much information out there, readily and available, and people are not wanting to just make relationships to learn. I've recently gone back to church. And I'll tell you straight up. I mean, I have made more friends just there than any place else. It's a fantastic thing.
Yeah, and it's the same with like I think
Mommy,
basically
you're
every spiritual group. Like I'm in a different spiritual area that's not like Abrahamic, and even there, like you make better connections, but still, like at sometimes I still see like some lack of social interactions. And we are very international and have international meetups, and it really makes a difference if the people come from Germany or from like East Europe. Like the Eastern Europeans are a lot different, and I see a lot more of the sense of community there.
Yeah, who would have thought communism would be pretty good at saving the West? Who would have thought?
Mommy,
Like,
you're
real
Well-
talk, like these Eastern Europeans are fucking. they're fucking based, man. These Eastern Europeans and these Western Europeans are a bunch of pussies. No offense.
Well, when you see the worst shit you could possibly imagine, you start like realizing what's good.
Can I make a comment on the chats too? Like, I was even out the other night with some friends of mine that we are crazy and like believe in, or not believe, but like we're we're crazy, and we're still like, there are still objective things. Like, you know what? The best way to raise a kid is with a mom and a dad, and that's not
absolutely.
It's just true. And you know what? I'm not saying I understand shit happens and whatever, but like objectively, people need to start. But it's been attacked, and you're like, why are we attacking it when it's objectively better? And things like that.
The nuclear family was the nuclear family for how many generations leading up to this shit show that we have right now?
Well, I would say like the nuclear family was a step back. Like you have like the base family, but there was also like some extensions and like where you had the sense of community that people would check out. Like, okay, we want to live together or anything, and that's been a long history. But I think the nuclear family was a concept that was implemented and pushed to actually break the sense of community up even more. Because if you only have a family, that's the smallest group, and you can suppress a lot of small groups.
If you have a strong family, it's easier to become a community with other strong families.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But
and
they have
multi-generational and all that.
Yeah, but they have to be strong in the way where they are actually no bullshit strong. I mean, how many families do we have with the rape cover-ups and all of that shit going on?
Oh no, don't get me going on that shit right now, because I saw another post today where like, okay, I get these fucking teachers are weird, but the reason their lines are blurred is because their lines got blurred and their line, and no one said shit. And that's why they're able, like, I even told me and my mom were talking the other night, and I'm like, we have a friend who grew up in a Christian conservative family on a ranch, and the grandpa was diddling all three of the kids that lived there as well. Yeah, and I'm like, it happens I know it happens fucking everywhere, which is sad because the kids didn't want to keep the ranch, and it's such a beautiful ranch. But I'm like, I get it. You're like, fuck,
That's memories. Yeah.
But like that happens often where it's family and people don't speak out. Every time I make a post about it, I get so many either messages or posts in the thing where people are like, yeah, my family knew something was up. Blah, blah, like people didn't say shit. It's just.
It's the same thing with the generational shift. Like if we look at it, like we are actually growing in poverty, and this is like I think one of the first times where things really get worse a lot, and that actually means that somebody had to have fucked like there was a fuck up definitely, and it is connected to the older generations. And yes, there are people to blame, maybe even in our own families, even if we love them and everything. But you got to face reality at one point and be like, okay, you know what? This wasn't whack. This was fucked up, but can we improve on that now?
Well, we need to take it away from like public schools and make community schools and stuff, like
that's
it's
church,
easier,
right?
And churches like, or the old, how they used to have the lodges for healthcare and stuff like. And I remember I had these dumbass people on Twitter because I was like, what will catch someone who's falling through the cracks more? A huge, gigantic federal government or a really strong community? They're going to find the people. Community. They're going to find the people who need help.
That's the reason why rural, I hate that word, rural has been fucked up because of fentanyl and all that, because of the lack of God. Not to skip religious, not to get preachy.
We can go down that road.
I know Forrest Mommy doesn't really.
No, but I talk about it also, and I get it. I get the points that are for humanity, and I get it. I grew up in it.
I was an atheist for 10 years, up until like last year. I needed God to get clean. Yeah. I needed God to get
you. And I believe you believe him, and he fucking helped you. I believe.
I needed God. I had to.
I'm in the same boat as you, buddy. I've been atheistic agnostic for my entire life until about 3 months ago.
Really?
Yes.
That's amazing.
He's going to heaven now. He's going to heaven.
We'll talk about that in a second, but go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say about that. That's interesting.
So I'm a nuclear engineer. I always believed in science, and it was actually the science that led me into it. So in subatomic particle theory, do you know what the Heisenberg uncertainty principle or Schrödinger's cat is? The philosophy of particle
I have heard of that. I heard of the Heisenberg.
Okay, so
mostly because Breaking Bad, but
photons exist in all states they could possibly exist in until a human looks at them and forces them to exist, and what basically makes them make a choice. Are you going to be a wave or are you going to be a particle? And they will do that when a human looks at them. I've been going to a local bar that's here around the corner, and I met up with a couple guys who would go there for Bible study, and agnostic me would go up to them and just ask the stupid agnostic questions, which they were happy to entertain. But they did it as a quid pro quo. They're like, we've answered your questions, but we want you to come to church. And I'm like, what kind of church? They're like, it's not a Baptist church. It's a low-key church, and we discuss the scripture. We discuss the word. We're not there to cherry pick. We're going to go through the entirety of everything.
Okay.
And I went. And the first time I went was the weekend after the Roe v. Wade decision came. That was really what cemented it, was all the demons coming to light for the whole, the abortion argument. I'm like, all right, I gotta pick a side here, because that side is not the one that I want to be on. So I went to church, and the first time I'm there, there was an issue in the fire alarms where they randomly started going off, and I'm freaking out. Like, is somebody pulling the alarm, trying to, target a church for, being a church after this decision? And, that was like literally communication number one. The next two times the sermons directly addressed the discussions that I had with those other two guys at our Bible study at the bar. So like literally 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry, but once you have four instances, it's no longer coincidence. That's an absolute pattern. And so it was discussed to me in a manner that only I could see it. And it absolutely cemented me into, this is what I need in my life. I have to have this. And so I've been going ever since.
That's amazing.
Go ahead. I'm coming from like a really more pagan background, but I think spirituality in general can help us with developing morals, as long as it doesn't become like an ideological thing. And there are a lot of religions that turn ideological real fast.
Yes.
So spirituality is something like, it is more like not a solid state. It's something that you always have to check out for. But I think it helps to understand abstract concepts and everything. Like, even if you look at the different aspects, like you can see something bigger outside of, like, we have like the emotional thing of like higher empathy. And this is why a lot of atheists go heavily into fantasy books or something, or become nerds like that, because they can see, they can see some values in that, but they still want to be the smart thing and go like, I don't want to necessarily totally believe it, but sometimes just this believing part can build the trust part where you actually develop something, because some things we cannot learn through intellectually understanding them. We have to go through experience to learn them.
And the friendships that I've gotten, again, by going to church, I mean, you're going to meet some of the most salt of the earth, level-headed people that you've ever met in your entire life. That as long as they're not the Bible thumping, using it for their own personal.
And a lot of them have been through shit, and that's what brought them to religion too. Yeah, they got real life shit that they can talk about.
Correct.
Yeah, that's one of the things, and like when it comes to like, I don't want to monopolize the conversation on this, but I'm not super like rigid when it comes to my beliefs. I'm not like when people say the universe, I view that as God. I'm not like, if someone's not a Christian, I'm not going to be like, you can't be my, to me, it's all the same thing.
But we should always be accepting those people in, because we should be telling them and trying to explain to them that they have so much missing. That
It's very libertarian. It's very libertarian.
Yeah. I mean, my viewpoint is like, as long as you find like spirituality and meaning, and it actually helps you to understand decent morals, where you understand bigger concepts that actually like drive you towards more decent decisions, I think that's in general a good thing. And like, everybody has different access to it. Like, I never was able to connect to Christianity, although I went into religious classes and we did Bible studies and all of that, but it never clicked with me. And the other thing I'm doing totally did. Like, I started with it and it was like, that makes absolute sense for me.
I think I always say, like, we're all to get to our higher power, or a higher power, whatever path it takes to be your best whatever. Oh, Paul's out. Did you leave, Paul? All right, I gotta get back. I have to be in charge, though. I was just about to go pee. Can you guys hold it down if I go pee real quick?
Yeah.
We'll keep the full.
Hex is here. Hex is here. His video's not working.
Both my camera batteries died, so I gotta let them charge.
Hex and the camera problem.
Because
No,
Hex,
it's
have
just running
bro,
an actual
Hex,
bar. So
Hex is almost a foot taller than me. That's crazy. I'm like 5'9" something. This
Oh, we're the
motherfucker's like-
same.
Yeah,
yeah,
same.
this motherfucker's 6'8".
Yeah, I'm 5'9" as well.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh my
There
god! Like,
seems to be there seems to be an average going on.
also, like when I do some other like it's, like it depends on where I do translate from centimeter to feet.
Yeah.
Like, and some measurements, like on some sites, it just literally tells me like I'm 6, but I'm like no 5'9", 5'6", 5'11".
I would go with 6 if I were you. Just go with
What are your
6.
how tall in centimeters?
180.
Yeah. So, what were we talking? We were
You're
talking.
about 5'10", 5'11".
Yeah. Oh no! Yeah, one funny thing about like the wonderful discussion that went on for hours we had last weekend was like in general about spirituality, and that's another thing to recommend. Nada Brahma, The World is Sound. It's a little bit of a word on how different prayers are like basically function like mantras, where you work with sounds to develop certain things and get access to some things, and they have an effect on humanity. And so like there's a lot of good stuff going on there, or even like religious songs. Like some people really go well with the Latin Christian songs. Some people like, although he's an ex-Muslim, he still gets touched by like Arab music, and I get the same thing out of like either Tibetan or Nordic music. Like that definitely hits a spot for me.
Because it's our muse. It's the way that we communicate with each other.
Yeah, it's just I think that it's funny because when I was on Twitter back when they first introduced Spaces, I was talking with some. I was.
Ruh-roh.
Oh god, we lost him.
Bueller. There
Hello.
he is.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking. Hold on. Fuck. What's it gonna say? I was on Twitter. This is back before I got banned. And we were talking with some libertarian people, and there was a lot of like atheist, agnostic type people. And they were asking me about like I was an atheist up until like 10 months before. So like, what made you change? And I was saying how I just had the feeling. I just had a feeling of something greater than myself, which I couldn't see.
A belief. It was a belief, right?
Yeah, it was just a sense. It was a sense, Jess. It was a sense of something. And I was talking with one guy, and he was like, I want to sense that. Like, I feel like it should be there,
You
but I
have to be
don't
open
feel
to it first.
Yeah. But you know, it's funny how we interpret the world around us. That spirituality, that's really all it is. It's just us trying to
Make sense of the things that we can't make sense of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Answer the questions we can't answer.
And for me, that was, I don't know if we'll ever be able to measure or figure out why photons do behave the way they do. And to me, the statement that God is light, and that coupled together, and that was the bridge I had to make it all intertwined, because that's the avenues I travel. I work in physics and applied science, and I had to have it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, for me personally, like I have my own religious beliefs. I haven't attended a church since actually it was the 10th anniversary of 9/11. Funny enough, was the last time I was in church.
Damn.
But I have my own spiritual beliefs. I don't really like trying to win people over to my side or anything like that. Like,
Yeah, same.
nobody knows.
everyone's so
Nobody knows what
different.
happened. Yeah, nobody knows what this is about. You have your beliefs, and guess what? We're all gonna find out the answer in death.
When it's all done, correct?
When it's all done. It's not my job to convert anybody. I know that in the Christian scripture, some would say it is your job based on the word, but I don't know. I
It's
respect
better to do it by
everybody's right
living your life. Live your
Yeah.
life so amazing that people are like, oh, what's he got going on?
Yeah,
That's how
I think Joe Rogan actually said it best when he's just like, don't be a dick. If religion is what you need to not be a dick to somebody, great. If you could just not be a dick and don't want religion, cool. Just live your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you?
and whatever brings you to your best you.
Whatever brings you to Valhalla, because when you die, it's the things that are in your life that will be the flames that flash before your eyes before you go.
Can we
It's
just
gonna be
talk about
torment
how
or it's gonna be good?
how Valhalla, the idea of heaven is every day you fight a new war and re-die and then drink and eat at the end of it.
That's so awesome. Like I
every
it's-
single day.
If I had to make a choice, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds interesting enough. Like, and you can always try different things and shit like this. And it's all for like the big final fight where everything ends anyway, and it becomes a new cycle of like rebirth. Like, I think I love that stuff. Like,
That's why whenever I hear the word toxic masculinity now, I'm like, God, Vikings literally believed that heaven was fighting a war every day and then eating and drinking every day.
Every day you are fighting a war, especially if you're
Can
like,
I ask you something? Do you believe that toxic masculinity is a thing?
no.
Who? All of us?
No.
I disagree. I think when it comes to toxic,
There's always toxic people. There are
Yeah,
toxic
but-
people.
I think there's just dicks, and that could be
Yeah.
male or
Yeah,
female.
no, listen.
What-
I don't believe. Like I
Yes.
said before, masculinity is not just not toxic. It's needed. We need masculinity.
yeah,
Agreed.
So masculinity is not toxic, but I do believe that there is some toxic. I think, for example, the idea that men can't talk about their issues amongst other men that could save a suicide, and men are 80% of suicides.
yeah.
I think that's toxic masculinity. I think toxic
Absolutely.
masculinity-
Yeah, but it's because they're afraid it's a fake masculinity where everybody has to pretend. There's a lot of tell, don't, show going on, and I think real masculine principles should be show, don't, tell. And I mean, like, of course, like it's
What do you mean
different
by
for us.
show, don't tell?
Show, don't, tell means that you don't pretend to have achieved certain things or certain skills, but you can actually show
Okay.
them off.
Yeah. Okay.
And as I see it, like with the funny community things here going on, especially with the parallel cultures we have around where I live, a lot of times the sense of community is only built on like fake things. Like they always point up a finger and go, "I know the many things, and it's the greatest." And it's all of the status games where they just pretend to be able to do things or know things or whatever, and it's just like this talking over each other. And there's no real support or community in there. And it can be like being able to deal with your own emotions can be an overwhelming process, but you've got to learn that because those things exist. And as I said, like if everything you buried deep down inside is going to break out in one way or another. And if it breaks out, that's usually a point of where you lose control or where you are not in charge.
We gotta address something in the chat. We gotta address my girl Anna Banana Rama, because she said a lot of interesting things that I feel we need to discuss.
You want me to start pulling them up? Tell me where you want me to start.
I can. Yeah, you can do either. You can do it. I can do it. It's up to you. But
No, he's
The thing-
he's producer. He has producer privilege.
oh shit, yeah, bring it up.
I can pull them up on the screen. Where do you want me to start?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, fuck yeah. It's
Start with the if it
last
helps you,
thing
please
she
say
said,
it.
where
If it helps you, please.
where she's talking about religious men. Men find religion as adults.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay,
if
so-
it helps you still God worship or leave me alone. Yeah, I understand that. I understand the point that's on the screen right now. But if people had just left me alone, I'd be depressed and a fat loser, and so it
But
doesn't.
people care about you. And I mean,
Yeah,
that's
like
what-
if it
that's
wasn't
what
for
brings
me,
it.
if it wasn't for missionaries and people coming and talking to me, I would be, you know what I mean? So I get where you're coming from. Orthodox Christians are the best Christians. If I believed, I still would show them cool. I think
Shout
the
out to
thing-
Cam and Jessica, Cam Harless.
the
and-
thing she said latest, Paul.
I was
You want the masculinity?
I would state that mine is
no. I was gonna bring up the
Oh.
one where she said,
Usually
one-
men who convert to
yeah,
religion as
that's
adults
the one.
do because of one of two things or both, and those two things are they hit rock bottom or they fall for a religious girl.
Yeah, that can be the case.
I
very
feel like
often.
that's kind of she's kind of being
Right.
insulting, but you know, let's take her at her word. They hit rock bottom. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Hitting rock bottom and going up is a good thing.
It's a good thing, yeah.
Yeah, she said they just need to work on their mental health.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I,
but-
I think
I
hitting
think-
rock bottom would be good for me sometimes. But that's it.
I think
I needed to hit rock bottom. I was
I-
doing like I was
Yeah.
a bad addict. I was doing coke every day.
I think what she means is like you need a mix of both things. Like you've got some people who, and I've known like former friends who basically did this. They didn't work on their personal issues. They weren't just like super religious, but you have these examples of people that being like, I'm super religious and everything, and then you look at how they are actually succeeding at living out what they preach, and they are
They don't.
absolutely
They do not
horrible.
follow
Yeah.
the word. Correct.
Yeah.
They're absolute hypocrites.
Well, and anyone can be like that, where they say they do one thing and they just don't walk the walk. You know,
Yeah,
they don't
exactly.
walk-
And the thing is, like, but when it becomes like a lived lie, then it becomes a bad thing. You have to be authentic. You have to, and this is the thing with the personal growth. Like, if it helps you to personally grow, cool. If it makes you believe, like, you will, the harder you believe, the everything bad will just like the snap will just go away and disappear. That's a very exactly. And like,
Good. I was just gonna say, as far as falling for a religious girl, man, you could say that about any aspect of life.
Yeah,
like we could say the same thing about feminism. Any feminist male, the odds are they're doing it to get laid.
Like Joffrey. Like
never
Joffrey.
happened.
You know. Let's be honest. Let's be real for a
Embrace
second. And
ideology.
Force mommy. I promise, I'm not going to divert this to sex like we always do. But men will do stupid shit for pussy.
Yo,
we have
I
at the
do
beginning of
stupid
time.
shit for pussy. Yo, man, we are some disgusting creatures, and I'm proud to be one. Man, we are.
So are women.
Good God, man, we
God bless them for it, Mike.
We will do within reason, not reason. We will do within ability to get some pussy. We won't do shit we can't do, but we
They'll
will
do it in the back of a Toyota Camry outside of the jail.
Oh my God!
Dead.
That's why he had to find God. That was the moment he knew.
That was still the best pussy I ever had. It was.
Go for it, man.
A1.
We got a camera pussy, but that's what we all should be looking for.
I always
huh?
get mad because out here all the Indian men love white women, but Kenny's like he's in Miami and they have everything down there, so
Oh,
white
yeah,
women aren't exotic to him, you know.
But,
Yeah.
but like with the sexuality thing,
I
like
go
I've
sexual,
also
sorry.
I've heard a lot of guys go like, oh yeah, fuck this pussy, and then I wanted to get fucking rid of her the next morning because she was just talking stupid shit. Like, can't we just go for the thing where you sleep with a nice woman and you wake up to her and you're like, oh, it's nice to have her around, so you have breakfast, maybe you have more sex. I think that sounds like a way better deal instead of just like, oh, I just got laid, doesn't matter how annoying she is. Like, no, like it also, like, if you like,
How do you get turned on? Like that's what I know. Men are different, stuff, and I'm different. Even I know plenty of women who can get easily turned on, but I'm like, if someone annoys you, how the fuck are you like getting turned on?
as a man, you got to understand, like, yes, as long as she's kind of hot and as long as there's like some
Easier physically, it's super
as long as you get like the quote unquote nice smell of the entry hole, like you can get turned on even like by not very attractive women or anything. And as soon as you got to understand and work with that and not be like, no, this isn't a thing. Like, no, you got to know it's a thing, and then you actually got to
also
apply
comes down
like
to the problem with, online dating. You don't get the subtleties of the woman and her, how she walks, everything else, how she holds herself. Until you've already gone through all this BS, surface level shit. Until you read the bio, you don't get all the full picture.
I'm a vibe and chemistry person.
Yeah, I think like in general, I've tried some Tinder stuff, but actually I'll just maybe next time in Budapest I'll actually write some Tinder match I've had, but it's still like I'm not really big fan of this entire like you chat a lot and everything. Like, no, go meet up in person, figure it out. And
all these women saying they have I've done a lot in my life, but I'm like, how are you even having that much? Like, are you really turned on that fast? Like, it's so rare for me to be like actually turned on by another person, And
Can I say that there's the biological cycle of women, especially that first week?
Well, at first they want to get pregnant, so they'll do
Yes.
whatever. It's not about pleasure, and that's why as people get older, that's why older people are swingers and shit. Because now the wives are like, oh, now I actually like sex and want to do shit. It's like,
oh man, I love swingers.
Yeah, I think,
oh yeah, and you're in the best spot for him down there.
Oh,
man.
I believe it, man.
I mean, a lot of the women aren't actually turned on that much. That is the problem. This is why there's a lot usage of lubricant has majorly gone up.
They don't even like have their own orgasm.
I know. Like I've known so many women who are like, the first time they actually ever had somebody who kind of has heard about the foreplay and was able to find the clitoris and actually, get to the fun stuff. They were like, oh my God, this was amazing. Like, and I think we should teach women also like, no, this is how it should be.
Well, that's a weird thing though, because I'm all about we shouldn't teach masturbation because usually most people find it, but it's harder for women.
Fucking G-spot.
Well, it's harder for my whole thing is with
look at the boat. He's up here.
I'm lucky where I had no abuse or anything, and I very organically found it very young. So I know it, you know. And I've said I've had friends who they didn't even have an orgasm until after they had a kid or two, you know.
Yeah,
they,
and you gotta, but still, like, I mean, the best situation where to learn that is at home, and like I had the question and answer settings with like all the people who were mentors to me in my personal environment, and they weren't trying to do anything pushy, anything like that. I had questions, they would answer them. And that's a good thing. Like you, of course, like you need to learn some things, because otherwise you'll just be like, oh God, I have this sexuality thing going on. I'm so confused. No clue what to do with it. Let's figure it out.
For boys, people are like, whatever. Boys figure it out. It's so easy for boys, you know, but girls, and they shame girls a lot.
Actually, it isn't. Like the other, like a couple of months ago, we had like this fun round of guy talks. And most of us actually had in their mid-20s or early 20s something with an older woman in like mid-30s to 40s. And a lot of times with the women that age, they kind of figured out like what they want and how they want it. And of course, that's going to happen in bed too. And I think that's a very good thing, because there you learn how you can have a lot more fun too.
We have to explore and have fun. But I'm just saying, in general, boys find masturbation, and it's, you know, it's.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
sorry,
no, but
Paul. We went sexual anyways, Paul.
Yeah.
Hey, as long as I don't get blamed for it, I'm cool.
But even there, like with masturbation and everything, there's so much stuff you can
So
actually figure
too,
out
for y'all. Like, it's so physical.
It is, but there's a mental side to it too. Like if you go into sexual therapy and everything, there's a lot of fun stuff to explore there, or even like in one psychology book that's very smart and is actually about like a new way of masculinity explained by a man, not a woman. And that's all about like how you learn to instead of like jerking off, to turn it into like this act of self-love to improve your testosterone and energy. And you can do that too. So that there is stuff to figure out. You may learn way into.
And everyone just gets so weird about the topic, so no one even like goes to that point where like, oh, maybe it's good for me to do it this way or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
And
I
this
would
is
tell
where-
masturbating keeps my tummy flat, so I will do it forever.
That's not true. That's not scientifically accurate. Otherwise, I'd have washboard abs.
No, but for me as a girl, how I do it keeps my tummy flat.
I can only speak for me, like my situation
you guys
growing
can
up.
just do it. So like,
Yeah, that's like I guess I've never really put a lot of thought into this. Like one day when I was 12 or something, it got hard. I started rubbing it. I came. It felt great. I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then like when I was 17, I got to do it with another person, and I was like, well, this is way better. And I don't know. I have never put a lot of thought into sex and masturbation. Like I hear everybody has all these mental troubles with it, and I empathize with you. I'm not like talking shit or anything. It's just like my whole life, I'm like, sex is pretty easy. Like I grew up with Legos. I understand these two things connect. Like,
like you can't do
go.
that.
Did you see that picture I shared last night? Did you see that picture I shared last night? The sexy.
The one,
Lego
yeah,
girl?
I did. The one Doug commented on. Or-
Not my picture, but there's a picture
Oh.
that I retweeted it. I'll find it here.
So like the first time I've ever had sex, it was like, this is oddly confusing and actually not at all how I imagined it.
My
would
first
be
time
like.
was not that way at all. My first time was not that way at all. Man, I'm a fake it till you make it kind of guy. And I was like, I know where this goes. Let's give it a shot. You know, I'm not saying I slid right in. I might have been like poke around a little bit, but I got to the objective.
Yeah, I mean, like this is one thing you got to figure out. Nah, but although like I was very nervous, so there was this manga series which is very good about explaining things, and so I was actually keeping the pages in my mind. Like, okay, this is what you gotta look.
Manga.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot the name.
I did not see that. Yes, that is hilarious.
But no, like I wasn't very nervous to figure it out and everything. But I guess I did my job right, because at one point she got up and she was like, "Yeah, cool, I'm done here. Bye."
How old are you all when you lost your virginities?
14.
16.
Oh, damn.
Oh God,
I was
Josh,
either
we're bringing up
17
the
or
fucking
18.
leg crease.
How old, Mike?
Oh, me, 22.
Oh. I was 19. So.
Me and my high school sweetheart were celibate until we were kind of drifting apart, and yeah, she tried.
And then you get it done, and you're like, okay, maybe they make a little bigger deal of it sometimes than it needs. But you still should be like careful with it. You guys know me, I'm crazy, but like you still have to be careful about it. You know, you can create a fucking life with it, which is like magic.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful.
That is really crazy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, really, and people are so much not aware. Like even
They're
with
so
the
fleeting
protection
about
stuff. Yeah, you've got so many people like, oh, I don't know, I don't care. Like, at least figure it out a little bit. Like, I one time had an accident, and we actually talked about like what would happen if, and it wasn't in a relationship, but still, if you're both being adults about it, you can still figure shit out.
That argument should always happen as soon as you begin to want to be intimate. It's like, what happens if we get pregnant?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if you're good about protection, like if the protection fails, which like condoms can rip and shit like this, but if the protection fails, like
And that only happened one time for
Who
me.
uses those?
And like honestly, I've never even thought about that either because I was raised in a very religious household to where it was like there was no question what I would do if I got a girl pregnant. You know what I'm saying?
Question. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I have an ex-wife because we got married
Because you thought she was pregnant, right? Yeah. I
Yeah,
was
we
gonna
got
ask
well.
you
She
that
had.
way.
She did. She was pregnant. She lost the child.
Oh, that's right.
And
That's right.
Sorry for that.
unfortunately, we tied the knot already. And then 3 years later,
The
she slept with
shotgun
dudes that
was
weren't
already
me.
at the back.
Yeah.
And...
But you know what? You man the fuck up. You did what you need to do.
Oh, of course. Like it's not even a question. And like I said before, if the situation was she was like, I don't want this child, I want to abort it, I would literally go out of my way. Like I will pay for all the medical appointments. All you got to do is carry this child to birth, and I will take it. You can sign over parental rights if you don't want to be a part of its life. Like I would do every beg, borrow, and stealing thing I could to make sure that child be born.
Feel the same way.
You're the same, Kenny?
I would do the same thing. Like I'm not. I guess technically I'm pro-choice when it comes to the government, but
No, that's the whole thing. I'm like objectively, and like I have a very different view of it in general, but I'm like objectively, it becomes a human. You can't like.
Yeah. I like. There's this woman who I know who had an abortion, and she did it in a very irresponsible way, and she acts like I'm the problem. And I told her I can't be friends with you. Like that's
One of my friends is, and they always say it's like it is like middle class women, white women who do it, and I'm like, that's who I know who did it.
Yeah, like, but there can be like situations where I
had beef with white women.
No, we can be better. We can be better. Come on.
One of the comments that made
I mean, like it'd
be nice if men had some reproductive
I
rights.
was actually going to pull that up. I'm glad you brought it up because I agree. And one of the things,
if we participated, I had a halfway into making that baby, I should have half the say.
Yeah, and like otherwise they shouldn't be able to sue. I think Dave Chappelle made a very good point about that. Like if it's my body, my choice, it's also going to be my wallet, my choice.
Yep.
Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And
hey, Trippy Liberty.
yeah.
And it's actually
I know Trippy. I know the name. Who is that?
He's you've probably seen him. You were friends with him on Twitter, I'm sure.
Trippy. I know
I'm just gonna say this: it's actually really easy to have a lot of sex and not get pregnant. It's
yeah,
pretty damn easy.
there are so many ways where protection can be used, like diaphragm and so many other things.
Knowing your cycle.
Exactly. Knowing when the eggs release and when you can and cannot get pregnant is one of the biggest things you can possibly.
Well.
I mean, it's not perfect. No, it's not perfect, but it's like at least
I was
you can
about
put a
to say,
couple
like,
layers. You can put a couple layers. Only have sex to let you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you can do that, or like how a lot of religious girls can do it, like can't get pregnant if exactly.
Yeah, before
the Catholic loophole.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that and we have like if we have like the mixed like we have obviously like our school classes where you have like some Muslim girls and everything, like, and in secret they do the dating thing, but so they don't lose their virginity, they also do another thing.
Yo, I used to date this Muslim girl. I think I told Jess about this, right?
Maybe.
I used to date this Muslim girl. She was I don't have a story. I was just gonna say. Anyway, Jess, who's bro? I know Trippy. Do I know you?
He's a black guy, and he always would post like workout pictures. If that helps.
Liberty. I swear his name looks very familiar. I feel like
that's
I know
his name on Twitter. Is Trippy, or it's like I think it's Trippy Liberty on Twitter.
Do I know you, Trippy? Because you seem very familiar to me for some reason.
You probably know.
Oh,
him.
I think I know who that is.
He looks.
Well, he's like another black. He's black. Hello, you guys. Don't you guys all know each other? Hello.
Yes.
Just kidding. Yeah, that's his name on Twitter. Is Trippy Liberty. So
it is nice to be on a panel that is 50-50 people of color, as I identify as a black man. So this is nice.
Well,
I also identify as a lesbian.
And
we hate
thanks to the
such a pussy. I hate that phrase. I know you're.
Thanks
I did too.
Thanks to the Iranian government, they said like if you are taking certain vaccines, and I had to take the stupid shots, but if you take them, that makes you more Jewish. And I was quarter Jewish before, and now I'm actually more than 100% Jewish because of that statement, which makes me an uber Jewish person.
All right. So you're rich. So you're rich now, is what you're saying. You're rich.
No, my family is so Jewish that they actually kept me from inheriting anything.
Oh, that's great.
I get it.
Oh, that's fucking fun.
Isn't it fun to be able to talk like this? God damn it.
I wish I could talk to people like you guys all the time. Like it's just like always having to fucking.
So I'm saying we should have our Liberty commune. Let's get a missile silo out somewhere in like North Texas.
Yo,
I don't want to live with a lot of people because
I was part of the Free State Project for a little bit, but nothing was happening with them.
You lived up there?
No, I didn't go there. I supported them.
I think Colorado is going to be the next Free State Project. Is my
Oh,
opinion.
you guys got a lot of Democrats.
I know we have to do some fighting. We do have to do some fighting, but I feel like Colorado's was technically the fucking Libertarian Party started here. It was always a very libertarian-minded state until the cities started getting flooded. You know, it's just the cities that are so.
Love assholes.
Do y'all follow
a few big cities
Senor de
that
los
follow
Memes?
the state, though.
Like South America has a lot of stuff going on. I think in Argentina, like the majority of young people under 30 are actually libertarian or libertarian leaning right now.
Chile, you know, say which one I got. A lot of communism.
Hex, are you there, Hex?
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, we can't see your beautiful face right now.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for these batteries to charge. Is all.
Are they charging up? Okay. I can still go. It's 3 hours now. I can still go.
I can still go too, but I will hop off for like half an hour or something. If Paul can put me in the background, I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm gonna
right
pop
now.
off you, but I'll just mute myself, but I'll still be here.
Yeah, and I have the link anyway. I can hop on back or figure out if you're still on when I'm back here.
Yeah, you'll see if we're on or not.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I'm
it was
staying.
fun in case. And if you're still on, see you later.
Okay, bye.
Hey, Dino.
And
Yeah, I'm
Paul,
just-
don't. Oh, what, Hex?
I'm gonna just mute myself for a few.
Okay. He's gonna jack off. He's gonna jack off.
Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
Sexy talk.
I have an inappropriate question to ask you.
Who, me?
X.
Oh.
I have an inappropriate
Before he
question.
leaves, ask him.
I have an inappropriate question to ask you. How big is it?
Hex, I got this, brother. Go ahead and take your time. 7.5 soft.
Oh, not bad. Not bad.
Hex, if I'm wrong, go ahead and
Because
pipe it.
Hex is like, I'm out.
That's huge.
It is huge. I bet it's all proportionate. I bet it's pretty proportionate.
Yeah, like Hex kind of.
I feel wrong. Hex is my brother. We shouldn't be talking about that.
He's not
You
mine.
secretly want to know.
He's not mine.
Are you like a step brother?
No, we're blood siblings. We're blood.
Yeah,
siblings.
I could see the resemblance.
Yeah.
Oh please, that brother shit. That you're like a brother to me is such bullshit.
No, we're actually blood.
Not you. I'm not just saying you, Jazz. I'm saying when girls say that, it's such bullshit.
Oh, like if it's a friend zoning kind of thing.
Yeah. That's such bullshit. Like I've
Yeah, it's just gay as fuck.
Well, it just means like just say you're not interested and move on, honey. You don't tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just say you're not
Things
interested.
just got awkward.
Just say like, yeah, that's all it is. And you know what? That's what attraction is such a natural thing that you know what. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You shouldn't fucking push it. You know. So
Speaking of attraction, to go back to what you were saying earlier, I just wanted to throw in the comment of like, I can sleep with women I downright loathe. Like their attitude has no bearing on it. Now to date somebody, then you have to be
It's
compatible.
different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's complete. I run a credit check on somebody I'm gonna date. And that's not a
Oh
lot.
yeah.
Like I'm at that point in my life where like shit, you don't
Well,
pay your
yeah.
bills, you ain't gonna roll with me.
Yeah, if you're gonna get married again, that becomes your debt and shit. If you get
I
married
am not
again.
letting you take down my 840 credit score. I'm sorry.
Hell yeah!
Yeah,
and
it's
everybody,
no joke.
Mike and Paul and Kenny. You're single too, right?
Yeah.
These are all single men. If
Miami
anyone's interested,
I'm Miami single.
Yeah, that's true. You have fun.
What the fuck
See,
is
and
Miami
if you're
single?
sober, and if you're pretty sober, I would be that would be the drug I chase is like oxytocin. That's for damn sure.
It's funny you say that, Jess and Paul, because Miami single means I'm single, like I don't have a significant other, but I'm doing my thing. And now that I'm sober, it's kind of hard. Like, it's weird because I'll go to clubs and I'll buy girls drinks. You have to be very careful about that because if you're not drinking,
They look
You're the rapist.
Yeah.
You're the
Yeah,
one
yeah,
taking
so-
advantage.
so you have to be careful. So I let them know, hey, I don't drink, but I still want to dance. I still want to talk and whatever.
You have fun.
Usually it goes pretty well. Like it goes pretty well. It's just that it would be easier if I did drink, but drinking kind of ruined my life. So
Yeah, I'm glad. But I'm glad you can still go to those environments and and
Yeah,
fun out of dancing and all that.
yeah, still have a good time.
I'll come dance with you, Kenny. I'll come dance
Hell yeah,
with you
bro.
sometime. I'm white, but I'll come dance.
No, Jess, you need to come down.
I know I'm special. Everyone loves Forest Mommy anyway.
I would love to meet you, Jess. It'd be great.
I've never been to Miami. It sounds pretty
Oh
fun.
my, it's the greatest city in the world. Fucking
One of my like friends he's a real estate company owner and he has a branch down there. So I was like, I want to go down there, hang out.
I am pumped that I actually get to meet Forest Mommy in 2 weeks in the
In 2
tropical
weeks?
environment of Cleveland.
Good God.
Is that thing still plans? Was that what we were talking about a while ago?
It's Alice is having her vow renewal.
Rewedding.
Yeah.
I call it a
Yeah,
rewedding.
that.
And I'm her new girlfriend, so I'm going in. So I'll finally meet
I love
Hex.
Alice. Alice is such a genuine person.
She was gonna pop on, but what did she say?
Yeah, I saw her in the thing, but I never got a chance to talk to her. But
You said
Alice,
it's in 2 weeks though.
2 weeks from yesterday.
So we're meeting up at her house to do I'm gonna help her do her vow renewal. What are you smoking, Paul? Are you smoking cigarettes?
No,
Or
vape.
what
I don't smoke
what
cigarettes
kind?
indoors.
I
I mean,
know.
Juul menthol, whatever the regular.
Oh, it is.
over-the-counter shit
It's tobacco.
Yeah, it's just for the nicotine. I'm addicted to nicotine. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not one of these who I
I
quit
want to
smoking.
be addicted to
It's not-
nicotine.
No, you don't.
I would instead
it's
of all my
terrible.
other
I've never
and compared to some of my other addiction, yes. Then Alice is gonna come. Okay, so we have to stay on for a little bit. Alice will come
I'm
on.
gonna jump in the shower.
No, I wish, and I love like when you smoke cigarettes. It looks like whenever Alice smokes cigarettes on me, I'm like, oh, I want to smoke a cigarette so bad, but I never got addicted to cigarettes.
Yeah, I
so.
thoroughly enjoy smoking cigarettes.
I love cigarettes.
I only smoke when I drive, though. That's like my thing.
Oh, okay.
I'm an asthmatic, so that stuff doesn't work with me anyway.
Yeah, you can't do that. You just do Adderall and shit, but you actually need it too. So, what's that? Oh, your
Adderall.
prescription.
I literally have my extra pill sitting here so that when I need my afternoon bump.
I
just
wish
take
I
it while
could
I'm
get.
working.
I need to get some, but I don't want to go get a prescription for it. But I wish I could get some.
Yeah.
It's such a productive. It's productive. You're productive while you're on it.
I am not a drug guy at all, but this is gonna sound really fucking stupid. So here's a dumb story for everybody. When I got back from deployment in 2013, that's when Minecraft came out, and when it didn't exist when we got deployed, and then when we came back, Minecraft was everywhere. So me and my buddy got into it pretty hardcore, and we literally got Adderall so we could stay up for 2 weeks straight. Took vacation to fucking play Minecraft, and let me tell you, I understand why people get addicted to that. It was like the movie Limitless. With
Because
fucking
other
Adam
uppers
Sandler.
you don't focus on other uppers like you do with Adderall or Ritalin. That's why I like.
I love my Addies. It has been an absolute life-changing help. I mean, I was such a squirrel brain before. I don't know why I didn't get back. Why did I did not? God, words.
Why you didn't do
Why
it
I
in
didn't
high
get on it
school.
in high school? Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I couldn't focus and do homework to save my life.
Yeah, I have a couple friends like that too. Who are obviously they push Ritalin for my grade, especially a lot. But I have a friend, and then she went back to college and she got Ritalin, and she did great, but she did shit in high school. Well, there's other reasons for that too. But it was and when I went to real estate school, I was on Adderall. I was like, can I borrow some Adderall? I needed it, and it works. It really fucking works. I was like, I
If
can
it works,
actually.
it works.
I'm watching this person, and the information he is saying is coming in my head, whereas normally it doesn't go in my head. It would just
Yeah,
Those are drugs you're not prescribed, kids.
Yeah, don't use drugs at all. Anybody.
I popped a fiber a few minutes ago, and it's finally starting to kick in. So yeah,
Oh, so are you gonna be super smart right now?
I mean, what?
Just kidding. We should talk. Let's talk some crazy science. Is there any crazy science stuff going on right now? Is CERN still going?
I'll take that. I'll bring up a topic real quick. What you guys were talking about earlier when I wasn't on camera, talking about meritocracy and affirmative action and stuff like that. Did you guys hear what NASA announced this week?
Oh God.
What?
they're starting the moon program again.
Yes,
To
I know
fly
that.
to the moon, to go to the moon and land. on it?
Yes,
Yes.
and the objection of the mission is to put the first woman and person of color on the moon. That is the whole stated goal of the new moon mission.
You fucking pussies, man.
They're so race like obsessed. It's
So
so
here's the thing, and this actually goes completely against what NASA has been doing, because it's like trying to put the world's tallest man on the moon. Why would you build a spacesuit specifically for that person that costs how many millions of dollars to create? The same thing with females. I mean, like, I understand, they have a purpose and blah, 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 blah. It's okay to go to space, but why the fucking moon? Why do you have to have the specialized spacesuit for them to go and do moonwalks?
And what if she's on her period? What are they going to do then?
On top of that, the moon is such an absolutely chaotic environment. The dust itself is disgustingly, you can't get rid of it. You bring that
Was
in
the first one real? Was the first moonwalk real?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not a moon landing denier. Like, I wasn't alive in '69. I'll take the faith that we went.
Nice.
I think it's convenient. I think it's convenient that NASA lost the telemetry data that got us to the moon. Hence the reason we've never been back, and we're never ever be able to rebuild it for some reason. But I will hit the button. I'm not a moon landing denier.
It's because they didn't have all those black women doing the math in the background again.
Yo, that was so fake. That wasn't
There
even
is a
real.
placard on the Earth-facing side of the moon that we ping on a regular basis to
That was
determine
so
the
like
distance.
make up. Hidden figures. That's make up. That wasn't even real.
There is a
Or
thing
we-
we ping, Mike, so we had to put
Yes.
something on there.
Any observatory that's looking at the moon can ping the moon with a laser to determine how far it is from the Earth at any point in time. And that was one of the big things. One of the big missions was to get that there, so we can actually know over time that displacement between the moon and the Earth.
Mike, can I play devil's advocate?
Sure, go ahead.
Couldn't we have sent a robot to do that?
Could have, but it hasn't happened yet.
What about the Van Allen radiation belts? Bear in mind, I don't
so we
believe
don't-
anything I'm saying.
Okay, I know it's fine. The Van Allen radiation belts exist relatively close proximity to Earth, so outside of you can have blast through them relatively quickly. It's when you're in low to mid to far Earth orbit that they actually start to play a factor. Once you're outside of that, the moon is not inside the Van Allen belts.
No, I know, but you still have to go through them.
Yeah, but they're not that bad. You can shield it.
What is the belt? What is the belt you're talking about?
It's an
It's the
electromagnetic.
Yeah,
It's
go
an
ahead.
electromagnetic belt of radioactivity that exists encircling the Earth, just because of gravity and the attraction between they're typically like my brain is why it's radiation around the planet that's stuck with it around the planet because
It
of the
orbits the
attraction.
planet. It kind of
Correct,
orbits
but in a sphere.
Okay.
And so you have to get through it to get to the moon. People are always questioning, how do you get through the Van Allen belts without getting radiated to death? It's like shielding. It's called shielding.
Yeah, people work
Yeah.
around radiation all the time.
A lot
and
of
just, like,
Russian dogs and monkeys died back in the space race.
Well, yeah, because they didn't shield them properly.
Yeah, because they didn't shield them. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm with
Mr. Forest Mommy worked around like plutonium and beryllium and all that shit. So he glows at night, but it's cool. But shit gets radiated. That just happens.
We're
you would
being
just fly
irradiated right
through it.
now.
You would just from our computers and everything. You just
No,
fly
from
through it. I
literally
guess.
from everything that's around us, we're always being constantly bombarded by radiation. It's called the natural background count.
True.
You take a
That's why I'm
flight
so
from
pretty.
New York to San Francisco, you just basically got 10 X-rays.
Oh yeah, that's what I've heard. An airplane ride is like super. You get a lot of it.
Let me bring up the relative graph for you.
We're learning shit tonight, y'all.
Yo, this is a great podcast stream.
I'm glad you came on, Kenny, because we haven't seen you in so long.
I know.
It's nice to meet you. We've talked in chat. Force Mommy's chat quite often.
Paul's
Yeah,
my
I
producer
like-
now.
Any
So.
friend of Jess is a friend of mine. It's funny, I'm the only one who calls you Jess.
Well, people call me. It's all fine. Like on
I go
Robbie's
off and on
Bug
with it.
Out. When everyone watches the Bug Out special, he says my real name and shit. Like, I don't care.
She
I should
knows
say-
my name, but I request to be called Mike.
Yeah, Mike's a good name. And everybody in real life who knows my real name, they'll call me Forest Mommy all the time too. I'm like, I love it. You know, it is
I
what
go
it
in and out with it. I feel like it's very mood centric whether I call you Jess or Force Mommy.
is. What if you're
Like if I'm
attracted to me or
mad at
not?
you? No.
Oh,
What?
mad.
No. Gosh, no. Would I sleep with you? Yes. Am I attracted to you? Not at all.
Because you can do it without attraction.
Yeah.
Because you're a man.
Hey,
You don't have to worry about the credit check, Jess. That's all
I'd
I'm
sleep
saying.
with you, Jess.
Thank you, guys. I know y'all would. Thank you. But
I
that's
still
why.
can't check.
That's why I would. That's why I'm a giver because I'm like I know y'all would, and you're
Hell
curious.
yeah.
Just
I would
look
only
at
do it for you. It wouldn't be for me. I feel our
Because-
friendship
yeah.
is that strong.
Yeah. And you are like you're a hunk, you know. So it would just be it would be too much for me probably
I
because you got the
appreciate you
broad
saying that with a
shoulders.
straight face.
You have the broad shoulders.
I got the big belly too, so
Well, that's
cancels
alright.
it out.
I like
I'm country
that.
strong.
Yeah.
I don't go to the gym.
That's
don't
what
work out.
matters.
I just
That's
do.
what-
I just do fucking work.
Yeah, physical labor. That's Mr. Forceman. Like, you just got to do shit sometimes, you know.
Yo, what if he was listening to this?
Who? My
What if
guy?
he was- yeah, what if he was listening?
He doesn't ever fucking listen to
I want to meet Mr. Force Mommy in the worst way. Like, out of all the people I want to meet,
Have I
in
ever
the
sent you a
FMU,
picture, Paul? I'll send you.
No, you haven't. I want to meet this guy and shake his hand and his contributions to this world.
Yeah, because of
fucking
him,
awesome.
I can be me.
I
You
get
know,
it.
That's part of it.
I
And
get
he
it.
loves it. He enables it. So.
Check your DMs on Twitter, Revelry.
Is that the?
It's a
info?
relative radiation dose chart.
Oh, I'm familiar.
What is
Yeah, but
it?
I want to post it up here so we can.
Oh,
so
you
everyone
want
can
me
see
to
it.
you want me to put this on screens?
Yeah, we're
I
gonna
get what you're
learn.
saying.
I want to learn.
Is it the first link or second link?
It's the second. The second link is the higher resolution one.
I'm gonna have to pee. As soon as I see this, I gotta pee fucking again.
I gotta
Of course.
pee.
Alice is even here, and I'm peeing a bunch.
Share screen, Chrome tab, radiation chart, share, boom.
If it could be seen. So in the green chart at the top right, that first one is a chest X-ray. It's 20 microsieverts.
The three boxes where it's like three
The
boxes.
three boxes is the equivalent of the entire left of the blue box on the left. And
You
that
said green. Is it green or
You
blue?
did say green. What am I going?
Yes, but no, you're fine. Right there, it's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that first one, the first green one, which is a single block, is a chest X-ray.
The tiny block or the big block?
The one single green block.
Okay.
If you look at the one below that, that's 3 blocks, which is all the doses of the blue chart combined. Airplane flight from New York to LA is 40 microsieverts. So you're getting a double dose of what it would be an equivalent of a chest X-ray by flying from New York to LA.
Damn. And where does
It's
it come
because-
from? Just the elements that are in it and the everything?
That's coming from outside the planet. So our atmosphere blocks a lot and attenuates a lot of radiation coming in from space. If you take it, if the altitude
From the
you have to
sun?
go
From the
through-
sun? Or what?
all just the sun, other stars, supernovas, pulsars, everything. So when you lose atmosphere in terms of the actually will fly in our atmosphere, there's less atmosphere between you and space. You're going to get a higher dose rate.
The higher you go out. Okay, the higher you go
Higher
out.
you go up. And that's where the Van Allen belt argument comes in, because you're now in the exosphere. You're outside of our atmosphere.
Did
So
Chuck
you're
Yeager
subject
go to that far? Did Chuck Yeager go that far with that stuff? Do you guys remember that story?
Jaeger, yeah, you're talking about the right stuff. He orbited. He didn't. Did he?
Oh, he went all the way out in orbit. Yeah, he was like okay, I remember that.
Yeah, he orbited. He didn't. I don't think he left Leo.
He was at 45,000 feet.
Yeah, that's still low Earth, isn't it?
I believe
I
it's
don't know.
lower.
Did you guys
Yeah, I
see
want to say
Top
55,000. 55,000 is where
Did you guys see Top Gun?
The new one? No.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
I heard it was fucking. I saw the original. Hey, I saw Mission Impossible recently on Netflix. That was
I like Mission Impossible.
Mission
Okay, I gotta
Impossible.
pee. I gotta pee. Holy shit.
Low Earth orbit is below 2,000 kilometers, 1.2 mile, over 2,000 miles.
So that's 5,500 feet, give or take.
No. 100 miles.
nerds.
It's 6 million feet.
6 million feet. Okay. I was Navy intel, so like anytime we had to go like to the reactor and shit like that, we always had to fucking wear the dosimeter and make
Oh,
sure we never got above level and shit like that.
Bro, Paul, you're a fucking G.
I am what I am.
Oh, that's a good
Right. Right.
That's a good answer.
It's a weird question or accusal to respond to.
There's times where I'm a moron. There's times where I'm smart. I don't know.
Right.
I'm everything in between.
I'm always a fucking dirt.
You're a
Yeah.
human.
When you cut the tip of your finger off, you're like, oh man, that was really fucking stupid.
When you drop a screwdriver on your foot, it stabs between the webbing of your toes. Wow, I was dumb.
To answer the question, we didn't do anything with Hex. He's just stepped up for a second. He's charging his
Hex-
batteries on his camera.
Hex is doing a tall people's convention where he's talking with people above 7 feet. So, no, 6'8" must kind of suck because you're like, can you imagine? Like, we were talking about tech. Can you imagine if it was small though? It would be.
We were talking about Hex's dick. I like how you
If
said.
it was,
I like
that
how you
was-
said we were, Kenny. Kenny, this is really on your mind, isn't it?
It would
Yeah,
be
he
very,
really wants to know.
Well, Hex is so polite and sweet, so it's like, you know.
It'd be so disappointing. Can you imagine a girl like? It'd be disappointing.
Well, because he's already black, right? So there's that.
But he
And
has half
then-
points.
And then he's super tall. I'm sure it's very
But
proportional.
he doesn't look like a rough dude to me. Like, you know, he just looks like he's just like in and out, in and out. He doesn't look like, you know.
What?
He doesn't look like
What the fuck are we saying right now?
I don't even know.
He
He's
does
my
not-
brother. I can't listen to this.
He does not look like he lays it down. He looks
What
like
are you talking about?
So you're
He's
saying
Oh,
he's
you're
not-
saying you're saying he's throwing on like some Luther Vandross when he goes to town. He ain't bumping
I'm
Power
saying-
Band 5000 when he
I'm
gets
saying
dirty.
he is.
He's not whipping out the
I'm
ropes and
saying-
the belts.
I'm saying he is Luther Vandross.
I think it's a little racist, but okay, go on.
It's okay, because Kenny can say that stuff. It's all good.
I'm dark.
He's 100% in what was it? Indian Pacific Indian or something?
Yep.
What was it called? Yeah.
Yep. If I could
Like-
share the screen, I'll show you my 23andMe.
Yeah.
Oh,
And you
that
know
was
what?
another thing I wanted to add. Like when you were talking about the whole Neuralink pussy sense, like when they have to gather those scents, I think that's a new funding revenue for 23andMe. They could be the one to collect that data.
Oh.
I'm just saying, 23andMe.
And how do they create it in your mind to make it happen? You know, like to hit your note. It's going to be
She
interesting.
said she tastes like a rainbow. Found out she meant trout, not Skittles.
Terrible. Terrible.
Hey, there's some people in my neck of the woods that wouldn't be upset by that.
No,
If it
because that's
tastes
all
like
that's all
chicken.
you do up there is you go fishing. You go fishing, and
I'm a hunter, but I fish occasionally. Doug loves fishing.
everybody
Let's
else
go, bro.
fishes. Like my mother, the lake my parents are on. People just they go from lake to lake in the day. They'll go like 5 lakes in a day, you know, and it's crazy. They love to fish. Trippy's all dead.
Yeah, I only like eating fish on Fridays.
I like something that's interesting about Twitter, especially is like it's so. I feel like my following and shit is so diverse, and everyone's so different, and I never forced that shit. You know what I mean? I was never like,
Oh.
You're just you.
yeah, I don't. I need a diversity
You're
quota.
pure.
I
The
need
reason
a
why people are
diversity.
attracted to you because it's truth always.
Yeah, you're not putting on a show. You're not playing. This is like who you
There's
are.
no shtick.
Yeah. And that's what people want. That's the reason fucking Joe Rogan is the #1 podcast in the world. If
He's
nothing else, you
genuine.
know he's not lying
Yo,
to you.
It's
And
not
the
seen
thing
in
about Joe Rogan, like he's cool, but he's not like super interesting.
No,
The thing
no,
about
not
him-
at all.
No.
Yeah,
but he knows how to talk to people.
Yeah, that's the thing.
he's very good at talking to them. Even if he changes his opinion mid sentence to agree.
Well, and I think he does hold himself back a lot. I really truly believe there's things he does believe, but he'll like
You won't
steer the
interject him.
conversation differently. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that kind of shit.
And I love that he doesn't take the bait from like mainstream media when they try to like piss him off.
Yeah, he doesn't
Like the
have to.
intention.
It's too
He's like whatever. I got $100 million in my bank account.
he
Go fuck
did
yourself.
though. Remember the N-word controversy where he apologized? He shouldn't have.
Oh, that's right. He did apologize.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done that.
He should've
I
owned it.
mean, I think that I
You
I
can
think
say that
when you have
word on
$100
this
million-
podcast. I'm just kidding. No. Only Hex can. Sorry, go on, Paul.
No, once Hex tells me I'm okay, I mean, it helps my flow. That's all I'm saying.
Hex is the only one I've said the A ending in A. Too.
I'm sorry, you're wrong. Q.
Did I say it
was on
again?
here
Earlier, what did the hard R? Yeah.
No. I'm saying because I don't even like saying just the A version, but I'll say it to Hex because he is
It's a word. It's a word.
Hex is
It's
my
a
nigga.
word. It's a noise you make with your mouth.
I said it.
Like we are too sensitive of a culture.
Very well, though. I like the way you said it, though.
Yeah.
How well are we gonna do against aliens when they come to invade us at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree.
What are your pronouns before I shoot you?
I always love there was.
What happens if an alien race shows up and they can speak English and they're like, yeah, that's the name of our species. That's what we call ourselves. How fucking weird of a predicament would that be? Imagine that fucking news story.
I said it once in elementary
school. The N-words arrived today.
I said it once in elementary school for Niger, but I said it. My teacher's like, no, you pronounce it Niger. I think it was for like playing Carmen Sandiego or something. And I was like, what's this country? And I said it, but
I'm just saying people getting offended about words.
It's dumb.
It's fucking terrible. Context matters.
Yeah.
If you're saying it disparagingly, that's one thing.
Yes, context matters with everything.
Yeah. My mother hated when we would say like suck or piss, and I'm like, those aren't. Why would you give that power? Why would you give those words power?
And that's the joke of it all. The word only has the power that people give it, and the more you talk about it, the more power it has. And if you let people use it all the time for whatever fucking random occurrence, it would lose its power immediately.
Hey, Jess, is Trippy Liberty, is his name Kennedy?
I don't know his real name.
Because I think does he have dreads?
No.
Okay, that's not him.
Again, kind of racist.
no, because I
I'm
feel
fucking with you, Kenny.
No, listen, I feel like I know him. Like I feel like the name is very familiar.
I'm sure you followed him on Twitter and stuff. But...
He's still in chat. Trippy, do you know Kenny the God? If so, where? Because it's killing him.
It's killing me. I know. I feel like I know him.
Sure you guys could taste
And between the
together,
Trippy Liberty, between the Trippy situation and Hex's dick, I don't know how long Kenny can go.
It's too much.
I don't know. I have to know.
Man's pacing.
One time, I know Kenny will go for a fucking. He's probably gonna go for a
I'm
walk.
waiting to see a whiteboard in the background, and it's like got like a fucking drawing of Hex's legs and his mid torso, with a big question mark in the crotch.
I have to know. I have to know.
Here's the white. We got the white women now.
Woo!
Hello.
What are white women?
What up, girl?
Hello.
Did you get your stuff done?
Yeah, we got a lot done today. Got a lot done.
Good. I think, do you know everybody here? Do you know Mike and Kenny? You know Paul?
We haven't met. Alice, who are you?
I don't know. Have I seen you before? You
I
look
don't know.
sort of familiar.
Just a little.
Look like a girl I met last night in the bar. And by bar, I mean my stream.
Marge is here. Marge is here.
Who?
Marge.
Oh yeah, you knew Marge.
Marge.
Large Marge.
Hex, did you share peen and I missed it?
Yeah. Great
no,
comment.
we were just talking about it, Marge. I'm like, but he's so sweet and innocent. Alice has met him in real. I'm like, he's so sweet and innocent. We shouldn't be talking about his wiener. It's not.
Who's Kenny?
Yeah, that is Kenny, Large Marge. You know him.
Kenny, got it.
Hey, Kenny.
Hey, Marge. Oh,
Kenny.
Alice, what's up with the sunglasses lately?
I wish I could talk to Marge privately because I have a lot to talk to her about, but alas, we probably.
Yeah, it sounds like she's on the want to know Hex peen size too. So I imagine you guys would have a long conversation.
He's so innocent and sweet, and he's my
Who, Hex?
brother. Yeah.
Stop talking about Hex's
If he's not packing, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
I'm just curious how big it is. He's so tall.
I have to also know his stroke game.
Kenny, in 2 weeks when I meet him, I'll do that like accidental trip and put my hand on his crotch, and I'll see if I can feel the situation out, and I'll let you know.
Oops, I didn't know you were in here peeing. I'm sorry.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
Alice is like, what the fuck did I come into?
Or I'll hide in the bush and wait for him to pee in the woods, and I'll just be like,
Oh my god.
mystery solved. I still say 7.5 soft. I'm sticking to the 7.5 soft.
That's incredible though, because even if anyway, I had some more to say, but
I'll take blame for
I
this.
don't think he's
I'll
listening.
take blame for this one.
That's fine. I don't think he's listening to.
Yeah.
What trip you Liberty come into? Oh, come. I said, what did Alice come into? And he's, all y'all are dirty turkeys, as Alice says. Y'all dirty turkeys.
Yes.
Dirty turkeys.
But she loves us for it, so.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a pee.
Okay. Oh, Lordy Christ Almighty. We got almost 4 hours. I'm loving it. I'm going. I've been drinking these stupid little mini beers, and it's all good.
Yeah.
We call this a short episode on the sibling reverie.
What, Kenny?
Are you on? I was asking Marge. Are you on Jess's Discord for Swami?
I don't think Marge does Discord, if I remember correctly. No. That was Midge. Marge
looks-
might be.
It said large Marge. You can always hit me on Discord.
I think she's on Discord.
Yeah, I'll join your Discord if she's on there.
Well, why don't you
guys.
just join it anyways? Yeah, Mike, you gotta go.
Of course, but I haven't been able to talk to her in a while.
Breaking news: France is going to suspend and halt trains to save on electricity.
What?
I think
France
my
is going
Discord
to
link
halt
is in the thing.
trains to save on electricity.
Are they all electronic trains?
I would assume so, but I mean, they're not, one more time they're going to cut their feet off.
I thought everybody loved trains for the because it's
Yes,
trains.
but they run on electricity, and currently they don't have the energy stores to power said trains. Hence the reason they have to shut them off.
Which means all the logistics of delivering everything that everybody needs is now going down the shithole.
It's totally not on purpose, though. Not at all.
What
I
was
think
okay? Let's talk about this. What's
Can
the
I
end
say one
game?
thing real quick
Go
before we
ahead.
do that? My Discord link was in that thing I copied and put in the description, right?
Yes,
You have-
correct.
yeah.
The server
It's in-
and your handle.
It's in the description, March. Okay, sorry, go on. What's the end game?
What's the end game for the world leaders? Like that, like
To kill
Okay.
us off. To kill us
They're gonna
off.
what they're gonna do is they're gonna create enough pain and suffering to drive people to have to accept something, and then they're gonna implement the new world order.
Is that what you think? Like a person's a lot easier to control when they depend on you
When
for
they have
everything?
nothing and they need everything.
Yeah. That you think that's it? For me, like, okay, I always thought this with the climate argument. The climate activists, their biggest thing are humans are the worst cause of climate change. Well, naturally, if that's your thought process, what's the only way you can cure climate change?
You
Kill us
Get
off.
rid of the humans.
And
That's
what
the only end game.
That's what the top people want because they're
Mm-hmm.
the worst users of it, technically, but they want to kill us off.
Hence the
And they
reason I'm
have everything.
unvaccinated. I'm a purebred, ladies and single. Hit me up. I'll
They
repopulate
have
the earth
everything.
with all of you.
Even before COVID, I remember thinking they control the money, they control the supply chains, they control fucking everything, So, I don't know. They got to come kill me themselves, though. That's just the rule. They got to come knock down my door.
Pack a lunch. It's gonna be a while.
Shit. Do you want to know how many of these mini beers I've had?
I think you look hilarious holding them.
They're so little.
You look like you're 6'8". With the 7.5 soft. With the 7.5.
Yeah. I do look like I'm not big. This is my 8th one, but that's good that they weren't big ones. So
Alice, you look like somebody who's coming down from a high. You okay? Let me see your arms. Let me see if there's track marks.
Oh shit! Oh man.
Definitely not. I hate needles.
I know I couldn't do that. Like when I would watch Intervention sometimes, and they're just trying. I'm like, ugh, like they're just keep trying to poke it. I'm like, oh my god, like. Oh.
I hate needles. Like I am deathly afraid of needles. From the get go, I would never want to do that to myself.
Yeah, if I do heroin, it's got to be someone administering it or something. I couldn't do the needle. Ugh. Do they have a pill form? Well, they have morphine, I suppose.
Pretty sure you can freebase it, right?
You
Yeah, I
can
was gonna say
freebase it, or you huff it too in small doses.
Okay, but you can't sniff it, like in Pulp Fiction.
No, you can.
I think
you
you
can,
can.
just not as much as she did.
Oh, okay, and you have to know what it is. She thought it was coke. No.
I think the
Right.
needle is just the quickest and the hardest high, though.
Yeah,
Like,
it
I
goes
think
right into the
everything else-
blood.
Yeah, everything else is diminishing returns.
You could put it up the butt too, probably.
I love how you said that. Probably.
Probably somehow.
I mean, you can booty pop pretty much anything. So yeah.
Anything, and it goes faster. It's like right there. The human body is so crazy, isn't it?
It's weird.
It's really weird. especially like, and I know Kenny, you talk about like how you're off of blow. Like drugs are crazy, man. Like how they get, what they do to people. Because I did pot for a long time, and it never like did anything. And then like once I tried blow, I was like, oh, this is different. This is a different thing that affects your brain completely differently, you know. And I'm like, oh, I get why people get fucking hooked on this shit. So.
Oh, your Discord server is saying invalid invite. Why is that?
Oh.
MB, I'll drop it in chat. Give me a second.
Are you going to the actual?
Yeah.
That's terrible. I haven't even been in there lately. I need to drop some titties or something in there.
Bad admin.
I'm not in charge of the Discord server.
No, I have another admin. Libertarian Squirrel stepped up and built all that. So
Libertarian Squirrel, if you ever watch this or are watching it now, can you please make a new channel and call it Hex's Peen? It would really, really help the community.
I have to be the admin.
I'll do it right. I can do that.
I will be the admin.
She's like, I can do that.
Are you on Discord a lot, Kenny? Because I need more admins if you want to be a mod.
Yeah. I'll have to make a new one, but I'll hit up Blaze and all those other guys, and I'll jump back on. Okay. Now that I can't see my Twitter buddies anymore, I'll jump. Especially if Marge is there. If Marge is there, I'll definitely be on there.
Which should I put it in? Text channels or show off for Hex's Peen?
I would do show off.
Hex is gonna be like, what the fuck is happening?
He's gonna be
everyone
mad.
has to post like random black dong inside there. Just like,
no. Good
All right.
Lord. We're terrible.
MB, that should work. If it doesn't, I don't understand how Discord works.
I know, it's so hard.
I just went to the server and I said, hit the invite button. It gave me this link. I'm testing it now.
Discord is weird. It's
Okay,
like
that
Reddit
worked.
for nerds.
It's a lot. It's a lot, man. I like it because you can do so much on it, but it's a lot.
Yeah, it's like a phone. It's like Reddit. It's like Instagram. It's like 3 or 4 apps together. But
I'm just saying hi in my own Discord for the first time in like a week and a half. Anyways, go on. What, Kenny?
I was hold on. I can save your Discord, but I was gonna say you could just send it to. Forget about it. Hold on.
You want me to email it to you? I can email it to you.
Okay. But
and everyone can email. Everyone needs to email me to get on an email list. ForestMommy1984@gmail.com. By the way, because I'm gonna do some drip. I don't do drip marketing for my own business where I would actually make money, but I'll do it for Forest Mommy stuff. Not terrible. I'm such a terrible person.
No.
Kenny. I was talking to someone though, like I love real estate, but I hate so much of the bullshit around it. That's my problem. So I told people, I'm like, half the people would just wanted to look at houses because they wanted to try and fuck me, or like, you know, like it's just, that's
Speaking
so
of which, did you know reality porn is a genre?
Oh yeah. Oops. Yeah, it is. It's a whole thing. I even at one point when I was early on, I'm like, because I had a lot of kinky friends, and I'm like, well, if you pay me a retainer fee, I maybe will like dress sexy to show a house or something. But you know, it's a whole thing. Especially women on women realty porn, real estate porn. Sorry, Alice. Let's talk about like PG-13 things for a minute.
Alice is just in the corner, like, what the fuck are you doing?
well, welcome to the guys chat.
I'm trying to send you the photo, sibling. It hasn't gone through yet for some reason. Sorry. We should petition Hex. I want to see some Pichu. Oh, poor Hex. Hex is he back or is he still muted?
Nope.
He's self-muted.
No, he probably had to eat or some shit.
No idea about the fuckery that's been happening.
He doesn't need to. He's an innocent child.
He's so innocent and young.
He is. He could almost be my child. He could definitely probably be Alice's child.
What the fuck?
I'm just putting them. I can't run polls. That's a YouTube function.
Oh, should I do it through YouTube?
Yeah, if you do, you have to do it through YouTube.
Okay, let me try. No, my oldest child could be 24 at this point. That's my number.
That's how old Hex is, isn't he?
No, he's 25.
Oh, good.
Way off.
Totally way off.
Oh, she means on Twitter.
Oh, on Twitter.
You could do it in YouTube too.
Oh, I don't want to do it on Twitter.
Do it on YouTube.
But I'm gonna wait till he comes back and see if he'll be embarrassed about it, and then I'll do it maybe.
He's 7.5 soft. There's no need to be embarrassed.
Yeah.
If I was packing that much heat, it would be like.
I knew a guy who had a really, really big one. He was the dumbest dude I ever met. I didn't do anything with him, but he would always talk about it. And I'm like, don't you have anything fucking else to talk about? No, I just talk about my big ass cock all the time. I'm like, okay, you're annoying. Like, those ridiculous.
In fairness, if I had one, I would talk about it all the fucking time.
Or if I had big boobs, I would have my cleavage out all the time. Like it would be in front of everyone all the time.
All right, I'm a lifelong boob guy, and when I say that, I don't mean like I like big boobs. I like all boobs. Just a boob
Boobs are
fan,
fun.
connoisseur. Big,
They're fun.
small, different. You know.
I like the big ones, but I like the big firm ones, like the ones that fit in your hands and they switch between them. I like those ones.
That feel like a bag of sand.
I was just goddamn it for her.
Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Hey, we're talking about Hex's penis. Now we're talking about boobs.
Eggs on a nail. Eggs on a nail.
I'm a bad influence. Sorry.
I'm a bad influence, but Alice likes me still. Like we're good. We're cool. She gets me.
Ohio. They have different rules over there.
And what?
Alice is from Ohio, isn't she from
Yeah,
Ohio?
that's true. Ohio's different. Alice will beat some ass if she needs to. That's what I like about her.
I believe I would.
I love it.
Why would Alice eat ass?
No, I said beat ass.
Oh, okay.
That's not what
God, Paul. Dirty turkey, man.
Sorry, I was just
You
taking the
probably
dog
are,
inside.
MB. Go to the general, maybe. That's kind of where it's more busy. Does not a woman
posted-
ovulate with the timing? No, you're out. Everyone's on their own cycle. So,
until they sync up.
and I've been like, I don't even hang around a lot of people. Mine's been a little wacky. It's been timing wise, which is funny because I've always been so lean and skinny, and they always like anorexic people don't have it, But I'm like, I've always
Is
fucking had
MB
mine.
Marjorie the Great? Because if so, I see you. Test confirmed.
I don't know who MB is.
That's the goat.
And then there's also Seraphima. Seraphima?
Kenny, once you get in, I'll make you a mod on my Discord.
Have a good time.
Because the other guy built me this libertarian squirrel so sweet, just like Paul too, where he was just like, I'm gonna build you this thing because you're gonna get kicked off of Twitter anyways, which kind of happened. So, but I'm just too
Safe
dumb
bet.
with Discord. I'm too dumb.
Discord
I know
is hard to use at first. It takes a while.
Well, and he made a lot of things like the side. He made a lot of things, But he's been studying how to make like good Discord. So
I've never talked to Libertarian Squirrel, but he created a channel called Force Mommy Rules. This is why I like Liberty Squirrel. Let me read to you the rules for Force Mommy's Discord. Just don't do illegal shit. It's the only rule.
Yep.
that's why I was like, just so you don't get. Oh yeah, there's a link. Andrew Kennedy, join my Discord.
I can repost it.
And one day I will sell my merch and all that stuff too. So, but it's hard. It's a lot of work because I was talking to my friend in town last weekend, and I'm like, with real estate, I could be making a shit ton of money, but it's such a weird thing because you don't sell the houses; you have to sell you. You have to get people to pick you to do shit. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm such a fucking take me or leave me, assholes. Like, take it or leave it. I'm not gonna push you to use me. I'm not gonna cold call and all that bullshit, So
Well,
That's
not to
also
make
fine,
this
right?
not to make this dirty again, but in that porn genre I was talking about of reality porn, I noticed that every single one of those ladies made the sale by the end of the video. So I'm just saying. It seemed like a
easy
pretty
to
solid
make.
marketing strategy.
You can make the actual sale. The part is to get the person to use you as their agent. That's the hard part.
I'll use you as my agent.
Thanks. If you buy something in Colorado, hit me up. Yeah, I should say that here's an unofficial sponsorship. Everybody, anyone who's watching, I'm a licensed real estate agent here in Colorado. If you need to buy or sell, and I'm happy to discount, do off market, do anything. And right now, since I've been licensed, and I got my license in 2015, this is the first time prices have ever discounted or like prices have ever come down. Listing prices have never come down this whole time. So if you've been saving cash for waiting for the decline, right now is a good time to buy it, but it's not great to buy it with a loan because the rates are going up. But if you have the cash, let's do it. Hit me up. And I will discount to help the sale like be better for everybody. I don't care. It's still good money. So anyways, that's our one unofficial sponsor is Forest Mommy Real Estate.
This is how we save the sparklers, boys.
Yeah. It's true. And I don't belong to a stupid brokerage. So we're cool. We're a cool brokerage. Sorry, I am drunk. But I'm still good. I'm having a good time.
Alice, are you drinking?
Yeah.
Good.
What, vodka lemonade?
Yeah. It was a lot. Like, Adam and I stayed in bed for a bit this morning, but we got up and we did a bunch of shit.
I stayed in bed for like an hour and a half after I was awake, like just hugging Bandit. And that's when I made the post to Twitter. And I'm like, okay, Paul, get off your fat, lazy ass and do something. Like, just do something to get over this hangover.
Especially a shower. I'm always like, every time I take a shower, I feel much better when I'm hungover, but it takes so much to go take a shower sometimes.
It does.
Building a dog couch kicked it right out of me. Sweated.
You guys did good though. You did good on your dog thing.
I mean, it's got 4 legs and a top, and the dogs can sleep on it during the day in their air-conditioned condo.
And heated, right?
It's going to be heated tomorrow. That's my big project for tomorrow is put the heat in it.
What can't you just do like little space heaters outside their little fenced area or something, or what?
That's what I'm going to do is just put a little electric heater in it.
Yeah, that's all you do.
But I want to fence it off like to where they can't touch it or get to it.
Yeah, that's smart. Knock it over, start a fire.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all concrete, but and wood. So yeah, I don't want my dogs to die. I'm a big fan of them not dying. It's like my whole objective with them.
That's the whole point.
That. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel the same way about my kids. Like, that's the objective.
Especially when they're brand new. You're like, shit, I got to keep this thing alive. And it's brand new. It can't communicate or do anything.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy. When we had Scarlett's first birthday, like, I said to Adam, I said, I feel like it's more us celebrating. Like, yes, like, we kept her alive for a whole year.
It's true.
Alice, I forgot to tell you last night. I'm rewatching Sopranos, and there was a moment in one of the episodes that made me think of you and Adam. It's when their daughter throws a party at their grandparents' house, and like she gets busted by the cops and that, and the two are sitting in bed, Tony and his wife Carmela, and they're like, "What do we do? Like, we can't punish her." That's the thing about these days. You can't punish kids for doing anything wrong, otherwise they'll take away from you. He's like, yeah, all I know is we got to figure something out before she realizes she has the power. We're fucked. I was like, this is what it's like. And this was 20 years ago. I can only imagine what being a parent now is like.
Bless y'all for doing it, because fuck, man. Everything's so weird. The internet.
Well, so, like, sometimes it's hard, and I think it's like, I don't like my parents. Well, my mom was like kind of rebellious for her time and whatnot, but I think like I've met like a lot of parents and even people who have said to me like, "Oh, well, you did this when you were a kid," and it's like, yeah, when I did it, I got in trouble, and like I eventually learned to like stop being a fucking idiot, And like I know a lot of people that just like won't discipline their kids at all. Like at all.
Yeah.
Like here, you have your phone 24 hours a day. Like you don't have to do anything.
And they say that the whole like not saying no. I nannied a girl for a while, and my mom didn't want me to say no, and I'm like, yeah, I'm saying no. Sorry. Like, how do you not say no? Like what? Like it was so bizarre. And you know what? Guess who the girl acted better around? Me, not the mom. So.
I got to run, guys. Just want to say, Mommy, congratulations, and y'all have a great rest of your stream.
Oh, bye, Mike.
Hey, Mike, it was nice meeting you, man.
Likewise. So take care.
Have a good one.
Bye.
You too.
Bye.
I'm
and
back.
When one goes, one comes.
Oh, is
All right,
Hex
Hex,
back?
glad you're back. Glad you're back, Hex. Have you been listening?
No, I was making dinner.
Okay, Hex. Okay, there's a fucking firestorm going on here. Your peen has been the topic of conversation.
They're a bunch of dirty turkeys.
Y'all got square.
Y'all what? What did you say?
Y'all got it.
Kenny is
They need to calm
losing
down. They
sleep-
need to calm down.
Kenny is losing sleep over this. Large Marge is going crazy in the chat. Like, they're asking for Twitter polls. They're asking for YouTube polls.
What?
Can you
Well, we
end this
should-
madness for everybody now?
I should do a
What
YouTube
the
poll.
fuck should I do? Why? Jeez, I got so many questions right now.
I know. It's
What's
weird.
happening?
I'm not asking you to show your peen, but everybody wants to know the length. Well, so everybody else wants you to show it, but I'm not
I
going to go
don't.
there.
Going
I
pain on
don't.
screen.
No,
Okay,
I'm his sister, so I can't. But
I don't hex, but it's like a train wreck. I'm not going to look away, if that makes sense.
I have a suggestion, like 1 million subscribers for this YouTube channel, and you just might
Hey, that
on Patreon.
what was Paul said? Paul, what were you saying? 7.5 soft. Is that what you were
I said
guessing?
7.5 soft. That's my guess.
This is the shit that goes on this
We
channel.
should
Good
we could
grief.
just start a pool. That's a good idea.
Poor Hex. Everyone be nice to Hex. Nuts.
What? I swear to God.
People like him so much they want to see his manhood. I don't think there's another way that you could say you like somebody
He's
more.
so innocent and
it's-
sweet.
It's like
If
when
somebody
you-
wanted to see my manhood, I'd be like, that's fucking awesome. I would like to show you.
I get it. I get that.
Hex
with,
see
like,
it like this,
nakedness.
like people are so passionate in Japanese culture or anything when they have their favorite manga characters or anything, they want to know like the hate, the blood group, and all of that stuff. And people here are just even more dedicated than that. They want to know more.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. No, I'm not showing pain on stream. That's just not happening. I'm trying to get monetized and shit. Yeah.
I
On
heard
Rumble and
like
Odyssey we could. Heck,
I-
Saturday
I-
night,
I-
sibling
I-
revelry. Alice
heard
can
like
sit
if-
that one out.
I heard like if you do it on stream and it has been demanded so much by like very strong independent women, it's totally okay.
Yeah, it's in the rule book, terms of service of YouTube, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
You can look
absolutely.
that up.
Yeah.
Are we being innocent now? Or are we still being? I want Alice to stay on, so we got to be innocent. Or
I want Alice to stay on too, so I
Get off. I think it's funny. I don't. Like,
I know
not
you
a-
have a totally different relationship with Hex. You're the only one who's met him in real life, and like you know.
I'm going to take the opposite stance of Alice. If
like-
Hex does show it, I'm going to get off for sure.
Wow.
I know you were fucking around, Mitch.
The
Jeez
worst.
Louise. I have drank almost this whole lemonade though, sitting here with.
Two more ladies, and she'll be on your team.
I feel like I'm going through like culture shock now. I had like such clean, wholesome fun for a few days with my family, and then I come back to dirty turkeys.
Kenny, glad you're back. I've been trying to fight for you, brother. Hex is back. It's not
Why
working.
doesn't anyone want to know about Kenny's size? Isn't this kind of racist if you don't want to know about Kenny's size?
I think you saying that, Force Mommy, is kind of racist.
How about this? I'll drop mine if Hex drops his.
Oh my god.
The gauntlet has been thrown down.
I mean, like, it's kind of racist that nobody wants to know like about the Jewish guy here.
Oh yeah, that's it. And racist and anti-Semitic.
Hey, there's a conversation. Who's cut and who's not here? I'm on team cut.
No.
Not cut.
Not?
I'm
Yeah.
more Jewish than you then, man.
Well,
I don't
in
even
the-
need
in
a
the-
23 in me for that.
Yeah, but
In
the
the-
Jewish.
in a religious way, yeah, but
But it's weird how the Jewish people do it, where it's like the like ceremony
check
with like the priests and
Check the
stuff.
chat. Check the chat.
I saw it.
Oh, God.
Marge's senior peen. Okay. Oh, Jew peens are all the same. Yeah. Some Jew like I don't understand that whole thing because every Jewish person I know has a cut peen.
Well,
like-
that's when you're born to the religious family. Like being a quarter Jewish is basically like, yeah, sure. My grandfather was Jewish, but the mom of my mom wasn't Jewish, so like the Jewish thing doesn't get passed down.
It's like a racial. It's more racial at that point, kind of.
Yeah, a bit like, I mean, my mom went to synagogue when she was a child and everything like that. Took her with them, and it was kind of accepted because like probably because of like the entire Holocaust background of like surviving it and shit. But
No big deal.
complicated thing.
No big deal. No big deal.
Yeah, it's just a
That's
fucked
what you
up
guys
family
know.
story.
Robbie was gonna be a rabbi. He was like all in, and then now he's not. Bobby the Fire Bernstein.
Then he was like, as a rabbi, I
was-
probably
Hey,
can't
X.
pull off as many jokes as I could as a comedian, so I'm gonna do the other thing.
Hey Hex, I'm just kidding. I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
No, I know.
I was just
Hex,
kidding.
did you see that Lauren Southern picture?
He may be uncomfortable, and I didn't want to make him. I was just kidding.
I know, because I tried to be sweet to Hex too.
Well, I have a conspiracy here. Like, Hex just DM'd his peen to Kenny, and this is why he's like, "Oh no, I'm totally not like."
I'll drop it on the Discord. I'll do it.
Drop it in the Libertitties. That's where the nudes can go.
Hell yeah.
Oh, what? He is Force Mime. I just got the DM. He's a silver fox.
Oh yeah, I love my silver foxes.
He's a good-looking dude.
I sent Alice the picture I sent you yesterday. I just sent. He's never seen him before. So
Who?
Mr.
Force
Forest
Mommy.
Mommy.
Oh.
He does exist. He does exist.
Maybe
But he's
he
not on
has
social
to.
media ever. He's never been on any social media, which is so nice and like wonderful. So
I mean, he has to exist. Like, I gotta work with him at some point, hopefully.
yeah, you gotta come out here and do some work. He's got a bunch of jobs coming up right now too. He's gonna be so fucking busy. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Marge
gonna, that's what I'm looking forward to mostly, is to really get back into the trades, because God, I love working in the trades. It's so fulfilling. It's so awesome. Even when the work day is annoying, it's still good.
Yeah, do you know what happened to him last Saturday? So last Saturday when I was having the porch tour, he ended up having to work a 17-hour day because his subs workers didn't show up, and he had to get this job done because it was for a doctor's office, and he would have got sued if it didn't get done. So he had to work. He had to go get the shit and do it himself. Like it's a crazy job business. It's trade shit and construction, man.
Yeah, it is.
Large
gotta
March,
know
you're
what
about
to
to be the champion of Twitter, of Discord, by the way.
Midas. I'm in the Libertitties. I'm waiting.
it's like remember like when that video game you really wanted was about to come out in the 90s and everybody was camped outside GameStop? That's everybody on
yeah,
Discord
yep.
right now. Like Libertitties, like, come on.
I never
And-
played video games, so I don't know about that.
And in general, there's already like the unicorn ass.
I know he just said post ass, and I'm like, no, you have to post ass, motherfucker. That's your job.
Oh God, no! Why did I look into this channel? Oh God, no!
Did he do it? Oh, he did it! He did it! He did
Yeah, he did.
I miss Unicorn. Dude, he got a good booty.
Yeah, he does.
I missed him.
Like, I gotta say, like, we
He
had.
lives in Florida. Doesn't he live in
I know.
Florida?
Yeah, he does.
I have to go give him a hug. He made me. He told me to go give him a hug.
Well, and you gotta get a piggyback ride, because he said like everybody he's gonna meet up with is gonna get a piggyback ride.
Hey, did Sarah get married?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
She
married.
She did get married.
Yeah. And they live in like Kansas City. I forget Missouri or Kansas, but they're out there.
Kansas City. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
She's married as hell.
If we're making it over in January, we plan to meet up from, like, we have a group chat and to meet up with a bunch of people, and there's one person which has a birthday around like the beginning of January, and I have mine on the 10th, and then we would totally get drunk in Kansas City.
Yeah, it's fine.
That
I
would
need
be
to have her
awesome.
come out again because it's not that far from here. So
Yeah, that's like a 3-hour.
it's like 8 or 9 hour drive. It's not bad.
Oh, I'm in flight, but yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's so funny how we have like you Americans being like, oh, it's just an 8-hour drive and anything, and here we have problems with people meeting up who just live like 4 hours apart or something, or maybe even
Everything
an
is
hour.
so close there. It's so different.
Yeah. Yeah, and people go like, oh yeah, I can't make it, it's a long distance, and then you go with the Americans like, oh, it's just 8 hours, I can totally do that.
Oh, I would definitely. I would take a flight just to go see Jess. I would take a flight to go see Jess.
In Denver, yeah. You should. Alice is gonna come out next year, hopefully.
I would go to Alice's re-wedding
No,
to see
we
Jess.
like, definitely are. I mean, we're going to drive out. We just have to figure out when we're going to come and how many nights we want to stay at that Great Wolf Lodge. Because I like want
You can stay at the other house too to save some. Your kids are fine. We can stay there too. Save some
Yeah,
money.
so I don't like because I definitely want to stay at that Great Wolf Lodge. Just like because we've been to so many of them.
Hey,
it's a tradition.
If you guys want to come to Miami, you can definitely chill with me.
Hell yeah,
Like-
Kenny.
Kenny, if my traveling plans work out, like there's gonna be just either like around Christmas and into the New Year, or somewhere in the beginning of the next year, and there's definitely a good chance that I'll be ending up in Florida for a good time
Oh,
and
man.
Colorado.
Please come to Florida. Florida's a big state, though. You gotta.
I know,
Florida's
like
So you gotta.
yeah, like I know, like my friends live like one lives close to Orlando, and the other two live like 2 hours north from it.
Okay, that's pretty far from me. That's like maybe.
Yeah,
4
I know. It's like really almost closer to Georgia than to Miami. Yeah, it is closer to Georgia than to Miami.
Yeah, you're probably by Jacksonville then.
Yeah, pretty much like around that area.
My brother just bought a property on the Florida Georgia line.
Hmm.
He's out there now.
Wait, and wait, your brother just bought one, and then the Guardian Stones got bombed? That brings some interesting context.
It probably was him. Yeah. Are we Hex? Are you still awake? Are we still going? You guys are 2 hours ahead. It's up to y'all. I can still go.
Yeah, we can go.
I'm still here.
All right.
I only got to do some minor shit tomorrow, so no
You're in
pressure
the
here.
future. You're already way in the future, Dino.
Yeah, and I can tell you it sucks.
Just as shitty as 8 hours ago.
Yeah, like no, it's like I just literally went out to buy something because I decided, yeah, I'm gonna have a drink. And at the gas station there was like this weird dude where you already knew, like, okay, gotta watch my body language and shit because he's super into it. Like we've got so many people being into trouble.
Out there
And-
from being
yeah.
attacked by the certain culture.
Yeah, a lot of frustration and everything and blah blah. And you never know if they're gonna call friends or pick out a knife. So you better avoid a fight at all.
Yeah, it's all about avoid. Well, that's like the whole thing. Is like everyone must like cooperate and like. Oh, which one's that, Paul?
This is Boots.
Oh,
Hi, Boo.
The girl.
Did you see that video I shared in our little group chat with the little baby one, the little baby girl?
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like, I don't know. Like, some of you follow me on Twitter. Have you seen, like, in the hostel we stayed last weekend? There was this beautiful golden retriever dog, and it was just like being super cuddly, but also was super hot for him. He was like lying there, but enjoying a cuddle.
It was like the temperature was too hot for it.
Yeah, it was like, what did we have? Like 90 degrees.
That's why I hate when people like bring their dogs out to festivals and shit. I'm like, they're hot. They don't really like it. Like, stop.
Yeah, I mean, unless you bring like an opportunity to have him in a pool to cool down or something,
Yeah.
or you go to a festival in Northern Europe. There's
Large
one
Marge
called.
did post titties, by the way, everybody. Or at
There's
least
there's
most
one in Northern Europe which is like, you can't bring a dog because it's usually raining and cold.
Yeah, it's a
Sweet
temperature
baby
thing.
Jesus.
It's a temperature thing.
Yeah.
What? What sweet
I
baby?
saw.
Jesus?
I see you.
I don't even care anymore. You know, everyone wants to see it, so fuck it. Look,
Respect.
you know, and then it kind of gets that out of the way. It like gets that out of the way. You know what I mean? Anyway, Kenny, what are you doing? Are you gonna go for a walk?
No. I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm gonna hang with you guys for a while.
I feel like I have to pee again already. God damn it.
Liquid in,
But
liquid out.
Hex is not even talking, and he's the co-host.
Well,
We don't even
Hex-
see him.
I mean, it happens a lot of times that Hex isn't talking. He's just sitting there, but now he
Yeah.
has the camera off, so we don't know if he's alive or something.
I'm
Me and
still
Hex-
here.
Hex, are you doing okay?
Yeah.
All right. It's
I'm
up to
still
you,
waiting for
whatever
it,
you want to
man.
do.
I'm still waiting for these batteries to charge.
Okay. All right. I like your background you did. That looks cool.
Thank you.
Or is that just like the
Default thing.
camera default? Looks good.
There's a fly in here and it's pissing me off. You're gonna die today, fly.
But I gotta say, that makes you pretty fly for a white guy.
Ah, I see what you did.
Isn't this funny though? Like we said, like this is a diverse group, and it was like, and we didn't force it. I hate the forced diversity bullshit.
Yeah. Though, like, the funniest shit I gotta mention here, like, watch the new Lord of the Rings show, which is questionably bad. And the funniest shit is, like, we at first went off with, like, the actress who was playing the Dwarven princess. It turns out she's actually not actually a likable character in the show. And a lot of others are just like, you're like, I don't fucking care.
I hate it. When I was on the board for a land trust, they were like, well, we need to be worried about diversity. And I'm like, yeah, how can you force diversity for people to care about land conservation? Like out in the middle of Colorado. You can't, like, it's so
Yeah.
stupid how
We are
that
send-
ESG shit, like, went everywhere.
We're gonna spend hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, going back to the moon to get a person of color and a woman there.
I don't
Would
get
be
it.
hilarious though.
And there's already
I-
female astronauts, right? Like,
Oh,
I-
the first
The
first
first
space,
one didn't go so well.
the first space crime actually was committed by a woman
what
on
did
the
she
International
do?
Space Station. I think like she logged into like her ex-partner's or partner's bank account and did some shit with that, and it actually turned out to be a crime. So like the first crime in space was actually committed by a woman.
Shocker.
That's pretty cool, though. Good job, girlfriend.
like y'all man were the first to go to space. We were the first ones to commit space crime.
Oh, you have a different background. What did you eat for dinner, Hacks?
I had some rice and eggs. Something simple.
Got to make sure you're eating enough because you're tall. It probably takes a lot to fuel you.
And just like I'm so happy that you're very responsible with your Rona shots.
I know they're so small. This is so silly. I'm
So,
gonna
like, it's
drink more.
This is like, stay on the boosters basically. That's important.
Yeah, it's a booster. Corona booster.
Oh, you
I'm not
son of a
do-
bitch.
I'm not doing any hard alcohol tonight though. PP. Are you guys good? I know I just asked that. Hex just came back, so
Ooh. Cam is on
This is
X.
yeah.
Hex can play his guitar for a minute if he wants, or shoot his gun. Either or.
Or both.
Right off a live round in the middle of my apartment.
Hex, real question. Luther Vandross or Powerman 5000?
That was like so weird.
For those watching, they get it.
One more time.
Luther Vandross or Powerman
Okay.
5000?
When you're in the mood, that's what he's asking.
Don't fucking spoil it. I just wanted his honest answer.
He's got to know.
Let's go, Luther.
What's that?
Luther.
Luther.
Called it.
I have no idea.
7.5 soft. I'm sticking with it.
Jesus Christ.
Hex, if it makes you uncomfortable, I do apologize.
I'll take the over on that one. I think Hex is Hex. If we're being inappropriate, let me know. Like we're all just joking, but if you're uncomfortable, let us know because you're a friend, and I would never want you to feel uncomfortable.
Kenny, and
No,
also
good.
Kenny said you were Luther Vandross, and I told him that was a little racist.
And I said I didn't care.
I do
No,
love the
it does-
diversity of this fucking
That's
stream.
like Malcolm X though. Hex
So,
does
like,
look like Malcolm X for like real though.
Didn't we establish that Hex basically counts as a white supremacist?
No,
Yeah,
no.
You know why? Because he thinks
At
for
my
himself.
party.
Yeah.
That's why.
But where else can you go on a Sunday afternoon where you're going to get 2 hot white chicks, a white European, and 2.5 black men? This is great.
2.5.
Yeah, I don't think
Wait,
Kenny's
who's the
full
other
black.
half? Oh, I know.
Kenny
He's
ain't
talking about
black.
my
Kenny
third-
is
he's talking
Indian.
about my third leg.
Is that Diet Coke?
It is.
That's a man of taste right there. That is
Oh
a
my
man. That is a man
Yeah.
of taste.
It is, but if like one awesome life hack, I don't know if you've got it in the United States yet, but this year Coca-Cola came up with like a Diet Coke with lemon juice inside, and it tastes so
No.
good.
Nope.
I haven't had pop in months.
Trust me. Add lemon
Thank
juice
you
to
for
your
saying
Diet Coke.
pop, Hex. Thank you for saying pop.
Midwest styling.
Hell
Soda
yeah.
is incorrect.
That's not right.
And if you say soda, you should feel bad.
It's pop.
I said soda over the weekend, and I don't even know where it came from. Like I
You normally say pop.
I normally say pop, and I asked Adam. I was like, "Is there any soda somewhere?" And he's like, he answered me, and I'm like, "Did I just say soda?" He was like, "You totally just said."
You can say soda pop. You can say soda pop. That's a good one.
If you ordered soda in Europe, you would get sparkling water.
Yeah, like club soda.
Yeah.
It's funny how things are ordered different.
Yeah.
Should we sing happy birthday to our stream? Can you play happy birthday? Hex?
Yeah, let's
On the
fucking do it.
guitar?
Oh my god, yeah. I'm
Can
up
you
for
do
singing.
Stevie Wonder's Happy Birthday and continue on from last night?
Oh, what's that?
Happy birthday.
Oh yeah.
Happy birthday.
Oh yeah, I can't do that.
No, we'll do the regular.
We sang to Adam last night, the Stevie Wonder version.
Oh, did you? When did you guys sing that? When I was on? Or after?
Yeah, you were on.
I don't remember.
We had a few beers for us, mommy.
I wasn't hungover today though, so that was good. No, we're
That's 'cause
not,
you didn't stop
Marge. It
drinking.
is pop. Yeah, basically.
No, it's not.
Marge, I don't die on this hill. I was raised in pop, lived in Florida, so I do the soda thing too. Traveled the world. Not my hill to die on. I call it pop though.
I'll pick a team as soon as I migrate over to the United States and adapt to the state I'll move to.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Are you playing it, Hex? He's all like hardcore about it. You can make it loud like you did earlier if you want.
No, I'm just trying to remember how to play it.
Oh, okay. I know it's.
Yeah, happy birthday is a tough one.
Yeah.
Hitting the chords, sliding the fret. It's rough.
It is rough. I'm not great at music, so. But I can sing good. I'm excited to sing when we're going to sing it here. So.
Speaking of Luther Vandross, I can play the saxophone. Also sax.
You're a saxophone player?
Am.
Nice.
Sweet. Oh shit, that reminds me, like I gotta spend some money on my violin so I can get back into playing the violin.
Do you play it?
I used to play when I was a teenager for 3 years and then I stopped. But I had like a very custom violin gifted to me by a former flatmate.
Oh.
And it's been stuck with me for like almost 10 years now. But I have to repair it and like get the bow or like a new horsehair on something.
They're very sensitive instruments.
They are like, but it's like I think I can get back into it. At least the one thing I noticed is I can still put out a straight note. And usually when you start playing the violin, like you will not be able to hit a straight note.
The lady on the end, the other blonde, dark light
Smash
blonde.
all three.
Yeah, you would, and we probably would too. But anyways, that's a different story. She plays violin too, and she's like gets paid for it and like does stuff.
Sweet.
And she's like 50 something, and she's so fun. We had so much. I hadn't seen them since before COVID, and I love them to death. I was so glad we got to hang out the other night.
I don't want
Oh my
to
God.
brag, but I am really good at listening to music.
Yeah.
Oh my god, same. So like if I can shout out a band, like it's a recommendation, it's a European band. They're pretty nice and they have awesome lyrics. And they do like a little bit of a rock thing, but also have a violin in a little bit in the Irish folk style, which is like it's a very interesting, good combination.
What is it? Who are they?
Town of Saints.
Okay. I'll write it down.
I'd love them to grow more successful and get bigger. Like they deserve it, and they're really nice and nice people. I met them in person when they were like really small.
And they're a local to Austria or Germany, did you say?
No, they're from Scandinavia. They were touring.
Oh.
I've seen them in Berlin in a small location, and it was a beautiful night.
Who's MB?
I don't know. Who are you,
Mother
MB?
Brain. Mother
What
Brain
is
is a
it?
Metroid
Mother
reference. Mother Brain is a Metroid reference. I don't know, like, but
Oh, on Twitter, who it is? I'm having a good time. If you guys are having a good time,
I'm having a
good.
the
I'm
best
having a good time.
birthday ever.
Good. Did you say birthday?
Huh?
Our birthday? Did you say birthday?
Yeah, our birthday. I said it's the best birthday ever.
Oh my god, is this a communist birthday now because we have to be cringe libertarians?
I'm not cringe. Well, I'm cringe, but I'm not
Libertarians
cringe.
are cringe by default.
Jesse, you are
Because
Jesse,
we're dorks. We're all dorks who just do our own dorky
bunch of
thing.
fucking dorks and
Jesse,
I'm
you are the fun kind of cringe, like the good kind.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck. I'm like, whatever. Deal with it. You gotta put it out there. You gotta be cringe sometimes.
Yeah.
No fighting.
Embrace the cringe you have.
What, Alice?
My one cousin that just responded that he's coming to the vow renewal. He's my only family member that's pretty libertarian too. He can be a little cocky sometimes, but
Is this the one who
Is he single?
I actually don't know. I
I'll
was
find out. We'll find out.
Can I tell him that I know you from streaming or no?
We can't tell anyone. Can't tell anyone that. Which is funny because in my life, like all my swinger friends, we don't tell them that's how we met. You know, we're like when we meet their family, we're like, no, we don't tell them that way. We have to make up a story of how we all met. So
Okay. Curiosity question. In what scenario do you and your swinger friends meet family?
Well, the other night at that surprise party, her family was there, and like a lot of us met that way that were there as well. So,
Oh, okay.
but was but we don't. But you know people, and
No step situation.
You know who you can invite and combine worlds. You know when you can combine worlds.
I'm
and-
utterly fascinated by the swinger community.
Me
I'm obviously I've never been part of it. I mean, other than the fact that I've like had friends who are like, "Dude, sleep with my wife," and I'm like, "No, that's weird." And they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, you know what? You make a good argument.
He wants to see his wife take that pipe, man. You know, it's a thing. Like we were talking about earlier, like with Mike, like as women are, like they change, and then I think this is what I say to people. Obviously, this isn't the life I took, but there's a lot of people who get married very early on, like, and that's it. That's the first person they're with, and they're with for years and years. Then the kids get older, and then they're like, well, they kind of want to explore, you know, and then they can do it together, and it's not like we're going to break up our relationship just to do that. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Not everyone should do it. It's not pushy people. That's bullshit.
No, it's
When
really
my
like
kids get older, I'm just gonna listen to my music louder, sit by the fire more, and go to amusement parks without them.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! I love it.
All right, I think I got it already.
You ready? Here,
Nice.
a couple chords we can hear, so I know that like we can be on the right tune. Okay, I can kind of hear it.
Yeah.
It's high. It's high. I also sing
It's
low.
hot.
I'm a low singer.
Oh, all right.
Just go for it, and we'll join it.
It's the most darkest gothic version of Happy Birthday.
I know
I've
it's
ever
like
heard.
minor version. I like it.
I definitely say like it totally sounds like Muse would play it.
Golden showers. That was like a dark version. I liked.
It's cool, yeah.
Nice. No, but it sounded cool because it was like a
It did
minor
sound cool.
version.
I mean, I said it sounded like if Muse did it, and you know that's a compliment coming from me.
Yeah, because you're a Muse fan.
Just want to point out, did you notice how good I was listening while he was playing?
Absolutely, my God! Like I was looking at your listening skills, I was like, I've never seen listening skills like this.
It's a gift, really.
Right,
That was
oh my
awesome,
God.
Hex.
Yeah, that
Love
was
it.
awesome, Hex. Thank
But-
you.
But Paul, for your listening skills, those were the best listening skills I've ever
They
seen
were
in the
great.
history of the
Some say
United
the best.
States.
Some say the best.
Oh, I should plug. Next week is 9/11 Sunday.
Oh, good. We needed a reminder.
So Hex and I are having Eric Jackman will be on for this, and then I'm going to be on Simpcast next Sunday as well later on.
Sweet.
The
And it's my birthday.
I was gonna.
It is
I
Alice's
was gonna say it was the most beautiful woman in the world's birthday as well.
Oh, stop.
Are we doing it at her house, the stream, or what?
What?
Are we going to do the stream at Alice's house or what?
We
Oh, wait,
should
no.
try if I'm for that next weekend. That's the
Yeah.
next weekend. Yeah.
I'm thinking of, yeah, I got that completely
Oh,
fucked.
and Alice, do you want me to try and get a guest for this Thursday, or do you just want us?
I don't know.
I'm fine either way.
Oh,
I like us. We're pretty fun. So.
I know it's still 2 weeks out, but for those who want to watch the re-wedding of Alice and Adam, that's what we're replacing our show with on Saturday. Doug, and I'm going to be filming it. Doug's going to be streaming it. Hopefully, is our plan. So if you want to, hop over to the Sibling Reveling channel and subscribe so you can watch
and see
Alice
real
and Adam's
life,
re-wedding.
real love, and see true love.
Yeah. And if Hex goes to the bathroom in the bushes, we'll get peen.
Jesus Christ.
Paul, could you put a channel link in the chat here?
It's in my description, Paul. All my links, Sibling Reverie. We might make it a Rumble and Odyssey exclusive episode. Not 100% sure on that yet.
Yes. So
Then I just got to reload the video here. Oh yeah, there we got everything.
yeah, it's in the description. I did pretty good on that. I got to add some stuff too, but
Simply the best.
So awful if I fell walking out into the fire pit.
Okay, so far, like for the what's in the description, I see the like Jess's Twitter, then the Discord thing, and then we've got Discord
I'm after
server.
Hex. All of Hex's is Paul.
Celebrate. Paul. Oh yeah, there we go.
the sibling stuff.
All my links are there. All social media. All YouTube.
Kenny,
Rumble,
did you go
Odyssey.
dancing this weekend? Did you go out?
I did. I'll send you some pics, Jess. I need to get your number. Just email me your number. I'll send you some.
Okay,
pics.
I'll do that.
I went out. I got some pussy. That was pretty.
Yeah, had a boy.
Yeah. So
Turkey. I mean, Alice. I'm with
like
you.
I can dance. Though. I'm a little dancer. So
I know. I bet you can.
Oh, Kenny, we've got a thing going on because I usually like to do dance-offs.
You can dance off.
Are you guys gonna do one right now?
I mean,
No,
we're all like
like-
sitting here like,
No,
okay,
like
go.
in person, like that's more fun if you do it in person. Like if I'm coming
yeah,
to Miami, we could
but
do
you
it.
look
in the-
lame doing it enough, especially if someone's watching you. Like, have you ever seen somebody film a TikTok? It's fucking
Yeah,
It's
exactly. The only thing I gotta say is like the shuffle videos that came up like around 2020 or something. They look shuffle dance looks like really interesting and awesome.
The shuffle?
Yeah, it's a little bit like I think it evolved from tap dancing or anything because I noticed some of the dancing stuff. Like I did tap dancing too at some point in my life.
Yeah, you were into like theater stuff for a minute, weren't you? And all that.
I actually still am, and if I could find like the time and work-life balance where I could do it, like, I probably would. But like more of an amateur thing. I mean, if I'm even like did some extra roles, and I think I appeared like in some. Oh no! Like one time, actually, I think they dubbed me over because my accent wasn't Austrian enough, and I was on this one production that was taking part in Austria. I had a speaking like that. At one point, they told me like, "Just move your lips and say it out quiet." And like, I'm like, "Yeah, they probably dubbed me, but I've never seen it."
No, it happened.
What was the production? Was it like Hitler in the springtime? Is that why you're not saying it?
No, it's I forgot. It's like this criminal investigation shows where you have them two. I forgot which one it was. Like there's some taking part in Vienna and stuff. It's like publicly founded television they do.
Oh, gotcha.
And another time they wanted to put me up in a Roman uniform, and I got to dress up as a Roman soldier. But then the director decided like, okay, he's a policeman now. No.
You put the policeman uniform on?
Yeah.
Right. Paul even agrees. Paul agrees because Robbie was in that police uniform. Well, I don't think you like that part.
That was a funny bit. That was a really good bit, I love how it was kind of like a campaign ad.
Yeah, and Robbie just did the whole fucking thing basically. Like Jeremy just didn't do anything. Robbie,
Look at these people naked over here. God, that's so disgusting. All right,
And then
let's go
at
back
the end-
around and take another look.
And then at the end, he was like stripping down. He took his clothes off. At the end.
As he's walking off.
That's a shit. I want to do more shit like that too. Like I want to act, but just a little bit. You know what I mean?
I would love to do like sketch comedy. Have you ever watched Gillian Keeves? Shane Gillis's? That shit is hilarious.
Oh my god! Look at
Shane Gillis is a fucking man.
He's my favorite comedian currently in the game right now.
Gotta
Like
check out.
Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle's the goat, but he's not like travel. Like he's not all the time on. Like
Yeah.
Shane's actually like traveling, doing it full time.
You know that Greek guy? What's his name? He's really great. He was on Michaela Peters. What is it? Let me look him up. Hold on. This is gonna bother me.
Greek?
But if you all want to do like some acting stuff, the most fun thing to do as an amateur is going to be improv. It's so
Yeah.
much fun to do.
It's silly. It's like that's the fun. That's why I think. But most of the thing with Robbie and Jeremy was mostly just off the cuff shit. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
and you got funny things like where you do a status game where like then it goes like somebody has the high status, you get some basic character, you got to play as that, and then the status changes, and if it's so much damn fun.
I like that.
Yeah. Like, especially when you go, like, you have the janitor and you've got the doctor, and then the janitor has to have the high status for some reason, and then the people come up with it, and then everybody can throw in like some random words that have to be implemented into the scene. It's
yeah,
so
I like live improv shows where you go do that shit. That shit's
Yeah.
really fun.
I used to do that too. I mean, like, I'm sad, like I didn't find the time or resources to be able to do that for such a long time now. And like
Wow.
every time I'm
And it's
getting
been a
on
weird
stage,
fucking 2 years too.
oh
so-
no, like to me it's been a fucking weird 10 years.
No. Yeah.
Like
The last
if
2 years
you
have been pissed off. I saw a friend of mine on Saturday or Friday night at that party, and he was like, "They really hurt your feelings, didn't they?" About like all the COVID stuff, and because he's like, "You were like," and I'm like, "Yeah, they fucking hurt my feelings." That's why
Yeah.
I'm so crazy about it. Like,
I mean, to me, it's like this level of isolation is how I lived for like a long time now. But welcome to Western Europe.
I live in complete isolation and love it.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're way
like,
up there.
Oh no, I love my isolation. I just like if I get the different neighborhood, if I get the flat, that's gonna change a lot of my perspectives and general environment.
But
Like
your main game plan is to get to the States, though, eventually, right?
At some point, yeah, like, but it's the main. There's like no real game plan because everything could go either way. A lot of ways right now here, and we really don't know. It's if you start to think about it, it's gonna be a bad thing. Like, but you got to keep your options open.
You should definitely come after the national divorce. After that happens, you should definitely come.
Oh, like if there would be like a fighting for true American freedom, I'd be totally on board with that, and I would actually go to the front lines. Like, I won't fight for Western Europe, but for Eastern Europe, I can't see that happening.
I just don't see a national divorce being plausible.
Yeah,
I think
probably
it's
not.
very possible.
I
wish
not
because
without
all these
devolving
people,
into war.
When they always bring
No, no,
up the Scandinavian countries, and I'm like, those are only like 5 million, 6 million people in each of those countries. So you're basically saying you want,
Yeah. Yeah, and they have their own shit going on too, which a lot of people don't talk about. I think Norway is still doing fairly fine. Sweden, if you're in the rural area, Denmark is doing okay, and Finland is like weirdly, but nobody really knows. But they have very high suicide rates, actually, all of them.
Yep.
Yeah, and like Iceland kills all the Down syndrome babies. Like everyone's got their fucked up shit, Like,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like yeah, everybody's gonna be like, oh yeah, we have to have a good.
hey Alice, hey. She just like popped up with her sunglasses. I like it.
Mars, are you still here?
I think like in many ways, America actually right now is still one of the best or the best country in the world if you compare it on like every level.
Yeah, and there's nowhere else to go after this.
I don't know. The thing about America is that America is kind of like an end game. Like you can't go anywhere after this. Like
No, yeah, we're done after this. So we gotta fucking either fight or whatever.
I think there are some things happening. Like as I said, like South America looks very interesting, and I would wish it upon them. Like coming from like all of this bullshit and everything, would be awesome to see South America doing really well.
I was just asking to see if you were there, Marge. That's all I was. Oh, so yeah, but the thing about South and Latin America is that the quality of life in Latin America is definitely a lot lower. And it's
they're
also,
all coming up here. They're all coming up to America.
It's very dangerous. Latin America is extremely dangerous. It's the most.
Absolutely. Like you got dangerous shit going on, but like so do I mean, like if you look at Central Europe right now, you will not get robbed on the highway. But if you live in the city or anything, there are very dangerous situations.
Yeah, but I think the magnitude, like Latin America.
Absolutely.
The murder rates there are so bad that it's like.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Mexico's murder rate is 30 murders per 1,000 people.
Yeah, but I think that includes where you have like the cartels and everything going on. If you look into other countries and other areas, it varies. Like if you look to Brazil, Sao Paulo is having some heavy areas, but other areas of the country, Brazil, are like just doing fine.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil's kind of like America. It's like a big, very multiracial, multicultural country. It's some parts are shitty, some parts are really nice.
Where's Buenos Aires?
That's
Argentina.
Did you just watch Starship Troopers?
No, I know a lot of Americans live in Buenos Aires.
Okay.
That's
Not
okay.
until the bugs bombed it.
I need to watch that because it's a pretty good movie, isn't
It
it?
is
Like
fucking
kind
great
of Liberty in a way. Like
Which movie?
Starship Troopers.
I've heard the book more, but like the movie touches on it. This is a stream. Yeah, Kate, we're still going. I'm terrible.
We're not even approaching Sib Rev numbers.
What should we talk about now?
I thought we had a good little rapport. Just right. I think we do a pretty good job of just talking about whatever.
Yeah, just letting the shit shoot.
Yep.
Let it happen naturally.
But Hex talks too much. Hex is too chatty
Yeah,
all the time.
oh my god, Hex is like really craving for attention here.
I wanted to sing Happy Birthday too on top of him. I couldn't sing along with his playing, and I wanted to sing it, but
well, shit.
Do you guys want to
It's
sing?
not an insult.
Yeah, if you count us
No,
in.
you had your own version. It was beautiful. It was like, you know.
Jess, if you count us in, like we can.
Okay. What are you gonna sing? Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday
to golden showers.
Happy
birthday,
golden
showers.
Happy
birthday to us.
All right, we did it.
That was a grand performance.
And Kevin left. Just like, shit, that singing was so bad.
Who left?
I did you all a favor by not singing along with that.
What? I want to hear it right now. Sing.
Yeah, Alice, go ahead. You got it.
You know what I'll sing sometimes in front of my kids and they'll get embarrassed that I won't sing in public too much, but I'll totally dance in public. So when we were at Cedar Point, they play music everywhere you go. So I would just start dancing. Well, me, Scar, and Grayson were on the Scrambler and Mbop by Hanson came on, and I was like, so I'm like, oh yeah. So I started dancing and kind of singing along, and Scar looked at Grayson in the Scrambler. She's like we weren't going yet. They were we were just getting loaded in. And Scar looks at Grayson. She's like, "Can you believe they sat us with a stranger like this?" And me and one other mom are dancing away. But yeah, all through the park, and my kids are Grayson doesn't mind it, but Scarlett's just "Oh my god, mom,
I love it. I love it.
Oh god, I gotta share.
Help it.
I gotta share a funny music story too. When I started to practice the violin, I lived in a house I lived in a pretty much the most Patchwork family thing ever. It was fun most of the time though, and we had a dog and cats and everything, and all the humans and the dogs they would usually go for a walk when I was practicing because at the beginning it's just horrible, and the cat was the only one actually coming into the room and joining me horribly playing the violin.
Well, what do you got here?
What the fuck is that?
Oh, what are you doing, producer?
Sorry, I just wanted to play.
Oh, yeah, that song we were talking about.
And stuck in my head.
Yeah, we're about to get copyright.
Not for 3 seconds. Not for 3 seconds.
Even if I do, I've had a couple copyrights, and I'm like, it doesn't. Whatever. It's not a big deal. I feel like.
Yeah, as long as you don't put up Nintendo stuff or Dragon Ball.
I get hit every third episode for the YouTube ending, when we cut off the stream, the Marvel one. But I edited it, and it's completely a different new piece of art because obviously I put pictures and shit on it. Every time I get one, I fight it and I win it.
What do you say? Should I fight the ones I've gotten? They're old now, but
it would depend. I'd have to. One day me and you need to sit down and we need to talk Rumble Odyssey. And then go through that, and I can help you go through and fight those.
We do need to do that.
But you don't have a strike. You don't have any copy strikes, right?
I don't have any strike. Well, I have some on some of the videos. It said there's a copyright thing.
Copyright claim and strike are different things.
Yeah, it's not a strike. It's just a
it's
copyright
a
claim.
Okay.
Yeah, no biggie. No biggie.
Yeah, I fight the claims
watching
anyway.
us. Oh, 8.
We're gonna work with this until we get super chats for your channel.
Yeah, I'm almost there. I want the super chat so bad because it's like a stripper.
How many subscribers do you have now?
I have enough. I'm at like 1,700 or
Oh
something.
yeah, it's 400 subscribers and 4,000 watch
Yeah,
hours.
and that's all I need is the watch hours. That's all I need. We're almost there, but because they took a lot away at one point, and then but we're almost there now. No, they never told me, but I might have accidentally deleted it off of StreamYard, which might have deleted it off of YouTube or something. I don't know.
I used to really care about getting subscribers on our YouTube channel, and the growth just never happened. And I know we're throttled by YouTube, and I know we're inevitably going to get kicked off. That's why I try to gear people towards Rumble and Odyssey. So when we do get kicked off, people are already there.
I do need to get it connected to do
Rumble
live
is
on
great.
Odyssey.
I fucking love Rumble. Rumble's pretty good.
I will pay for you to do it, Forrest Mommy. You have
You
to
have
have
to
50. Yeah, you do. To do live streaming on Odyssey, you have to have
I
50
might
of
have
their
that many.
cryptocurrency. Do you?
I don't know. Let me see.
If not, I've got the money
Because it's
in my
Forrest
account.
Mommy name.
Yeah. Just let me
Yeah,
know
you
and
can
I'll
pay for
transfer
it.
the
Thank
money.
you.
I mean, I'm doing my YouTube things
everybody
from time to
enables
time
me. I
too,
love it.
but my YouTube things never really get too many watch hours or anything. So like, I don't see that growing big, but I like the things I talk about with other people.
Just put it out there, man.
We did some.
All joking aside, I think our Saturday show for me and Doug is just a labor of love at this point. Like it's something we enjoy doing.
Yeah, I can
That
put
was
the
a
link.
hell of a place to freeze, Mommy.
Well, that's what
Okay.
this is too.
Yeah.
Did I
I'll
freeze?
put
Oh, yours
my-
is yours is completely
Am I
something
still
that
here?
you could monetize. Yeah, you're here. You're frozen.
Is my
I'll put-
video?
I put the link in the chat here.
I'll throw it in the main chat. I can't put it in the description.
We talked a lot. Me and Dino talked.
Yeah,
a lot
we
a long
did.
time ago.
And like
I can't look
I
at
did-
Odyssey right now because it's gonna make me freeze.
And I really did like the I did
That's
an
Dino's
episode
channel
with
in the chat.
Am
I
here?
did an episode with Emily too, and I think was pretty fun talk actually.
Oh yeah, you and I talked to. No,
I love Emily. I hope she might come out here.
Cool.
What Hex?
Yeah, I did a stream with
What
Dino.
Hex?
Oh yeah, like we did a stream. Or did we? I think we did two, maybe. Right?
I don't think so.
No, then we did one. Okay. Yeah.
And our second one was my second one was you two.
Yep.
Yeah. Like I did two with Jess and one with Hax, and like if anybody feels up to talk about stuff, like sometimes I'll come up with stuff, or I just randomly record something I have on my mind. I'm usually going unscripted.
It's funny to think
Kenny
that this
all right?
started. I don't know what happened.
He's back.
It's funny to think that this all started. It's funny that
Wait,
this all
what?
started with.
With your band, that first band, his first band.
Yeah,
That's what we
the
said.
time I got banned last year. It's how this
Yeah.
all started.
Yeah, right. I remember.
It's true.
Yeah,
That's when
I can't wait till we have our own Wikipedia page and we get the origin stories of all the FMU characters.
Oh my god! Like, but we really will have made it until when we end up like on Feedpedia or something. Like
To
where you
be
can look
fair-
up some people's feet.
There's nothing stopping us from writing those ourselves. So
That is true.
Yeah, but it's more fun if other people do it.
FMU comic. Maybe we'll get as like rich as what's his
Eric
name?
July.
Eric July.
Yo, I suck at Eric July. I like Eric July. He's cool.
Yeah,
Me
good dude.
too.
See, I like Michael Malice a lot too. Michael Malice is the fucking dude.
Yeah. Eric July is just funny because like he's so passionate, and I enjoy people that have passion towards things.
Yeah.
You know, it's like even if it's something I disagree with, like I don't know. I just think he's fun to listen to.
No, like if you are passionate about something, like there is like a cafe in Paris which is run by communists, but they finance it themselves. They run it themselves. It's a little bakery. They do coffee and like bread and croissants and all of that. But they really put the effort in. I will never disrespect that, even if I disagree with the political thing. Like, yeah, you put in the effort. You actually do the thing.
That's
That
who
earns
started a
respect.
business.
Yeah.
You know?
That's more than most of us do, or like most of
That's
the
what all these
European
commies
libertarians
are
do.
like. Well, we should all own the means of production. I'm like, you can start your own business, honey.
Yeah.
Like right now. You can do that.
Yeah, like the point you made so many times, like you want to eat the rich, like become a tradesman and actually work
And
for
then
the rich
yes,
and
and
charge
overcharge
them.
them. Overcharge them.
So
You
all they
can.
want to do, they want to steal somebody else's work. That's all they want to. It's like some bullies who instead of doing their own homework, they just beat up a nerd and take his homework. I mean,
some do, but some are actually genuine and just think that it's the best economical idea. Like if you actually become active and do something about it, and like this bakery, like start your own thing where you actually work towards your goal. Like, okay, cool, do that.
My thing is, in a capitalist society, you can live as a communist. You can live as a communist in a capitalist society. You can't live as a capitalist in a communist society.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
No, like
that right there is everything you should tell you.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah.
the option right now to be a communist, you have that option to do in your own life at any point. Yet people still chose not to do it. You know why? Because when you have communism, nobody wants to fucking do anything. It's just a sad fact.
Because there's no incentive. There's nothing to do.
Yeah.
It is, and like we see the same thing. Like everybody goes on about like the minimum wage and everything. And I've worked in a time where we didn't have the minimum wage to the degree we have it right now in Europe. And I'd say like it's here in Austria we have the problem like for a lot of jobs we have like these unionized contracts and you cannot do anything about it. So like, you can't go to your boss and demand more money because you do more than others. And that keeps you on the same level. And I think like the best rebellion against it would be that people go like, okay, let's look at the laziest dude who's not getting fired and we do as much as that person.
Yeah.
Or you start. My dad washed fucking windows for rich people and made a fucking fortune doing it. Just washing windows.
If you have a good owner service that provides something to society, you will always make money in a capitalist society.
Yeah. Like unless you overregulate it. Like for example, there's a YouTube channel who did like some quote unquote sort of ASMR thing, but with shoe shining though. And it was like, I don't see shoe shiners here anymore. Like, I think the work regulations wouldn't actually be allowed to have that thing. But you go like, yeah, shoe shiner. Oh, no, that's like a lower class job. Yeah, but he did a thing out of that. And he made some good money and started his own brands, had sponsorships and all of that thing going on. We go like, we don't have this kind of opportunity here. It's so overregulated that you just get stuck in a lot of things.
And innovation dies completely in communism.
Yeah,
and it's not the capitalist doing it; it's the government regulation doing it. That's the thing too. They're like,
Jess, I understand what you're saying, but we also have to realize that the corporate oligarch class is the same. So
right, well, that's the government.
It is.
They're the
Yeah,
government.
it's a mix. It's a fusion. Like you cannot have an oligarchy or something like that.
Are we gonna keep going?
Regulations.
Are we gonna keep going?
I'm going.
I'm done.
All right, I'm gonna go get more beer.
I'm fucking gone.
Oh my god! Like since Jess asked that, like, has anyone of you watched the Letterkenny spin-off Shorzy?
There's a Letterkenny spinoff. I will watch it. Is it on Hulu?
It is on Hulu. Yeah, it is called Shorzy.
I have not seen it, but I will. I love Letterkenny.
Oh yeah, same. And it features Shorzy as the main character. It's so good. And like you have these scenes where he's in an ice hockey team. It's more sports related, and it's very good too. And like before they go out the game, like you have the coach asking them like, "Are you ready?" And some character goes like, "Yeah, I'm ready." Good, because you're fucking going. Like I had that like when Jess asked that, I had that in my like, what would be have been a cool reply like, "You ready?" Yeah, good, because you're staying. Oops.
Are you okay?
I think it's
Alice has Alice children.
Oh, okay.
Beat him, Alice. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
Just kidding. I do not condone.
Or as Team Forster said it once, like we here condone child violence. However, we find it hilariously funny.
Oh shit.
No, like Shorzy is a good job. Like, definitely, oh my god, I gotta gush about like the entire Letterkenny thing and everything. Like, I love how this dude just went to LA and was like, "Fuck Hollywood, I'm gonna do my own thing and try it and try whatever I'm passionate about," and then it succeeded like so good. So really good sign of like so many people go to Hollywood and go like, no, I gotta fit into the media, like I gotta fit into like the entire Hollywood system here. And no, you don't. Do your own thing and work on it. There are alternatives like Trailer Park Boys and Letterkenny are both very good signs of like, yeah, you can succeed with something you're
for sure.
passionate about.
Quality is quality. You write a good show, you write a good music, it's gonna sell. It's just the way it is. Are you okay?
Especially.
Yes.
What?
Are you okay? You're like,
yeah. I gotta grab a charger for my phone. It's dying. I'm one of the people watching on YouTube. So
I'm one of the
algos. You
people
gotta trick the algos.
The algos.
But like though, also shout out to like Jesse. Jesse from Twitter, who she worked on like some libertarian projects where they did some skits and everything on YouTube. I forgot like what it was called, but they did some good stuff. Like you can do independent projects, but though like you can do it in the United States. If you do some independent project around here, like it's getting very hard to get an allowance to film on some property and everything, unless you work for the state-driven media.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
Hey Kenny, how do you? Just curiosity question. How do you pay the bills? What do you do for a living?
I am a master's student right now, so I am finishing up my license for my master's in counseling. So I am my trade was I'm 28, so my trade was serving. I used to be a server, a restaurant server. So I quit that relatively recently after COVID, but that was my bread and butter from when I was a teenager up until like 26. So, but I am a master's student right now, so it's kind of like full time right now. So I'm gonna finish that up. But once I do that, I'm gonna jump into my RCHMI, registered clinical health intern. Yeah, RCHI. So I'm gonna jump into that. Get my degree, not my degree, my whatever, and then I'm going to be fully licensed, and I can start making money and more importantly helping people. Like I've said this, I think I've told Jess, and I think Hex this too. I don't even care about the money. I just like if I could just have my basics covered, but do what I do, I would do it.
So just start your own thing and do it just you.
Yeah, that sounds good. As long as you don't do it for free, like Nathaniel Brandon. Shout out to him and also like rest in peace. Did his psychology work on like one of his most important works was like the 6 pillars of self-esteem, and he did like when he did lectures he said like, yeah, I was working as a psychologist like starting basically at the age of 26. I started charging for it at the age of like 28 or something.
Wow.
Charging for it.
I pay bills. It's just that. Yeah. It's just that I my passion is for helping people and doing what I want to do.
But you can do it all on you can do your own thing too. That's what's nice.
Oh yeah.
That's what my sister does. She's a psychologist and they have like a couple locations now. But you know what shit, Kenny? I don't know if it's like this in Florida. If they have a kid who comes with a gender issue, if she says, hey, maybe it's not a gender issue, maybe you're just a fucking teenage, they'll get transphobic. Then
no. Florida, DeSantis has cut down that shit. DeSantis,
yeah,
you have a great governor. Like he's not a libertarian, but he's good enough. He's good for what it is. So he was good on COVID.
I'm a big DeSantis fan.
You like DeSantis?
A big fan.
I like.
Yeah,
him.
Same.
I like him. I think he's good. I think a lot of libertarians think he's a little too right wing or whatever, but I like him.
I mean, he's getting the basics done. Like people can live.
We gotta take what we can get, man. Come on, we're libertarian. Yeah. We don't have much to do.
If we're gonna use the system, we better use it right?
Yeah. He's a great governor.
Yeah, and you better create like some environment where you have the best advantages. Like we've got the libertarians who are like, oh fuck all politicians, also like fuck Viktor Orban or anything. But if you look at Hungary, Viktor Orban is creating a better environment for the people to actually grow something out of it. And here we don't have it. And you will, if you have a point of where you are have a lot of disadvantages, like you are not going to make smart decisions or grow something good out of it, usually.
Real quick, Alice, is everything okay over there?
Yeah. Grayson, he had some sunburn on his cheek, and he just scratched his cheek, and it really didn't feel good. So he's okay.
Okay, good.
Dramatic thing.
That's not
We
me.
And
thought you
now
were
I
beating your child.
No, I don't.
I'll beat them. I'll beat them. Auntie Jessica's gonna come into town and beat the shit out of them. I'm just kidding.
New sheriff.
I'm the new
Never.
law. Let's enforce like these rules.
That was half of the reason, like, why I couldn't have kids too, because I wouldn't be able to. I feel like you need to do that shit at some points, and it would be so hard for me to, you know.
Like
Hey,
if,
Jess, what
if you overstep something really bad, yeah, but usually you can work with children without needing any of that. It's gonna be difficult though.
I'm gonna beat their little asses. Sometimes I see other people's kids out and about, and I'm like, Jesus fuck, man, just beat their little ass.
Yeah, but these children already have to like spoil as fuck.
What,
my
Alice?
parents, my parents didn't hit me when I was little, but when I was a teenager and I started getting really mouthy, and especially because of everything I was going through, like I would just say like just the nastiest shit to my mom, and she would pop me in the mouth. Like, oh my god,
It makes sense. It kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, but like they didn't like it. Like I don't ever even remember like getting a spank on the butt over stuff. Like I don't.
I do.
Yeah,
I did
like
too.
I
What did you do?
but like, but there was like that kind of like fear that if I did go over the edge,
There is
and-
that thing where it's a balance where you have to teach humans to like, you know. I don't know.
yeah,
I
and
got
like
my ass beat a lot as a kid.
and I know like a lot of people will argue like, oh, so you know you think that if you step out of line with your spouse that they should hit you, and it's like, well, no,
That's not
but,
right.
Like, yeah, like, but like when we were at the water park part of Cedar Point, like I don't know if you guys have ever seen like those leap pad things that kids have at water parks now.
Those
Like
what?
dude, there was kids, like bigger kids, like 12, 13 years old, and they jumped right over my son and almost totally kicked him and knocked him off. Like now my daughter's not perfect at 12 years old by any means, but she knows that if I saw her doing something like that, I would be dragging her out of the park by her ear. Like because you're putting somebody else in danger.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
you
that's the
should
thing. There's something like a physical consequence you need to learn at some point before
Yeah.
you
Well, yeah,
logically.
because if you go out somewhere and you just start mouthing off to somebody's kid or mouthing off to just mouthing off to whoever, and you cross a line, like you very well might get hit.
Yeah. Like the only time I've been hit in my childhood by my mom was like when I actually ran my bicycle into hers, and we both almost had like a bad accident. Nothing really happened, but I got a slap out of that. She was like, that was not fucking okay. Like, you got to understand the line here, dude.
Yeah, there were some slaps I got that I understand, but then
Yeah.
there were some that was like, what the fuck? You're just an angry person, you know? Like,
And my mom was actually good about it. Like, one time when I was playing with her when I was 3, so like I was physically strong, and I actually at 3 years I broke her small finger. Literally.
damn.
I got
And
my
she
ass
did-
beat all the time as a kid, and I deserved every single ass whooping I ever got. Like I can look back on it honestly.
Every single one?
Every single one. I will say this:
I didn't.
my father did not lay a hand on me for no reason. If I
No,
was
I-
getting my ass beat, it was for
See,
good
that's
reason.
that's what I'm saying. Like my parents weren't the type, like you know, like you'll see
Like for me,
parents.
I would get hit because I did put shit a wrong way in the drawer. I would get
Oh,
hit for
God,
that.
no,
And that's
that's
not
bad.
like,
Oh
yeah.
no! My
Oh,
my
that's
dad
all right.
just correct me. Notice I
Yeah.
say my dad, not my mom.
Okay, so first and foremost, for those who know my brother is my mother's favorite child. This is a common argument and fight in our family, and we actually have another YouTube channel where we have old home videos up, and there's proof that me and Doug were doing the same thing on video, and she beat the shit out of me. I'm 5 years younger than my brother, and let my brother go. Like my mom didn't beat me. She did like I'm not saying she beat me at all.
She got it out on him. Took it out on him.
Yeah, she took it out on me. She
Oh.
loves Doug.
Okay.
Babies in
Yeah,
retards,
like-
man.
Yeah, man. Sometimes you have that situation. Not everybody's perfect. Like I think you can raise a child without actually physical violence or anything, but children will beat each other up too. Like I've worked with children. Like we had this
It's
thing in
a
the community.
social thing. It's almost a social thing, right?
Yeah, and you want to test out your physical strength or anything. Like I've been getting into like after long years of being like, oh no, masculinity or anything. Like I did have some fights with friends for fun, and of course we would get a little bit more serious. Like you want to test shit out. Or even in the childhood. Like I had my best friend, we were running through the woods and having like our wooden swords and all of that stuff. And yeah, we would hit each we didn't try to hit each other, but sometimes, yeah, one of those would land on the head of the other ones. And I can tell you, if it happens in summer, it's okay. If it happens in winter, that shit fucking hurts. Like any hit you get in winter is bad.
Yeah, I want to make it abundantly clear. I'm not advocating for hitting a child.
No, that's the thing.
Like I'm not advocating for that at all. What I'm saying is, I was raised with the belt, and I can honestly
get why
say
sometimes it was used.
Yeah. And Kate, I see your comment. Spanking is how you raise authoritarians. I would argue that point. I got my ass beat all the time, and I'm very liberty-minded, but I'm not a libertarian.
I am too. And my mother hit me even when I was 18 once, and I was like, I could literally charge you with assault, and you're hitting me at this point, you know? And I'm like, but I understand why at certain. But I don't have a kid, so I don't have to fucking worry about it. That's like the beauty of it.
You'd be a great mother for us, mommy. You'd be a great mother.
What?
You'd be a great
I
mother.
would. Like I said earlier, I would have been, but I'm here for everybody else. I'm the community mother.
I agree. Our child is going to have very loving parents.
You can buy
We've
my
talked
eggs.
about this. We've talked about this.
If you want to raise it all and I don't have to raise it, then that's fine.
Can you stop?
Because I
referring to
am
our child
curious.
as
That's
it?
the one thing. I'm like, the one thing is like just the cool, like that your body can do that. You know, that's the only curiosity I have about it.
And also like as a side note, I want to make like you can be violent and aggressive towards children without hitting them. And we see a lot of passive, like here in Europe, we see a lot of passive aggressive shit. Like I have a flatmate where the mother came because she failed a test at university. Like, okay, that shit can happen. And she was literally just telling her, like, yeah, it's 4 o'clock. Get you right now. I gotta discipline you. Like, what the fuck?
And when they take care of, that's why I moved out so young and got on my own, because when they feel like they, you know, then they can like make rules. And I was like, I don't need your rules. Bye. I'm out.
And then you go like, I'm going to pay for my own bills. Like, if you fuck shit up here, I'm legitimately going to call the police on you because I can. Fuck you.
Sort of. Should we talk about something a little bit maybe lighter? Is that what?
Oh, absolutely.
So back to Hex's cock. No. I'm kidding.
Hex, I don't know if you saw Hex. I made a channel in the Discord, or I don't. What do you call those in the Discord?
Hex's being, please tell me the channels.
Yep.
I made it, but
it?
you don't have to post it in there. It's called Hex's Peen.
Oh my god.
I love Mike first.
Is someone already posting it?
Mike was the first one he posted first.
Love it. I need to get into my Discord more, especially because Taco Bear. I love Taco Bear.
Taco Bear, I totally agree with your Discord comment. If I had a cock worth showing, I would do it all the time.
And he got Taco Bear.
Hey guys, did you see this?
Taco Bear got suspended too, and he refuses to go back at this point.
Oh, I would. I respect you guys for getting other accounts because I love you and have the.
Well, I already had the one. I already had this one.
If I got banned, that's it. If Sibling Reverie gets banned, it's done.
Yeah,
I'm
same.
done after this one. So, who left? Did someone leave?
Kenny again.
Kenny.
Yeah, the Kenny thing.
He'll be back.
No, like the Twitter thing, I would be too lazy to. Oh no, maybe I'm getting a couple of SIM cards soon for a friend of mine for business reasons.
I need to post. Discord it's a lot, man. But you can do I like that you can do the voice and video stuff in it, which is cool.
Oh, absolutely! Yeah. Like once you get into it, it's actually pretty convenient. Like we in another group of friends, we usually do like watch fights on Saturday, like UFC and stuff like that, and just basically socialize, hang around. Yeah. Like in 2020, we even did like the New Year's party there because everybody was still kind of locked up.
Yeah, when I got out of the Navy, I was big into gaming, and that's when I started using Discord. That's what it was designed for, was for gaming parties.
Gaming stuff.
Yeah.
And it's a fantastic tool, but they ban just like every other now. I mean, there's a free market one called Gilded. It's the same thing as Discord,
Yeah.
but it's like Truth Social and Twitter, or Getter and Twitter. Like it's an alt tech, and I'm all about supporting alt tech, like Rumble and Odyssey.
I'll
mean, like,
post my titties on all of it.
To be fair, like Discord had like some problems in some groups with blah 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 pedo stuff. Like all of these things had, but it's a fun tool. And if you compare it
Oh,
to
like where they're grooming their pedophiles were getting kids and shit.
yeah, like that shit happened because of the gaming stuff like Fortnite and everything. Long topic. No, but
Kenny, I see
Because
you're there,
those
but-
people were abused in their life.
Kenny, I see you're there, but it says device not connected. Okay, there you are.
Yeah.
You
But-
okay
but
over there,
if-
Kenny?
If you
Hey.
could, if you compare Discord to what we used before,
We can't hear ya.
TeamSpeak, like it
Muted,
is
homie.
improvement. Yeah,
You're muted, Kenny.
Yeah, I can't
Unmute
unmute
Kenny.
you. It's a self mute.
But it's actually it shows mute, so it's just
yeah,
mute,
that's what I'm saying.
unmute.
Normally I can mute and unmute, but when it's a self mute, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
You good?
Did you put Bluetooth in? Is
quiet.
that what you're doing?
No, your
I think,
headset
I
isn't
think the
really
mic on,
connected.
yeah, I think the mic on your Bluetooth is on the other earpiece. Good talk, Kenny. Glad we
Oh
had
my
it.
god! Like, shit, I didn't see the opportunity here, but we could every time Kenny hops off, we can go like, "Oh my god, they killed Kenny!"
Oh my god!
That's true.
You with us?
Talk, Kenny.
Kenny, do you have a Bluetooth earpiece in right now?
All right, now I
Kenny,
can hear you.
Yeah,
Now-
okay, this is
You're
working.
Good. You're good.
You're good now. Hi, Kenny.
Hello, Jess.
What's the wet? How hot is it down there right now?
It is like 100 degrees. No, actually, no.
Oh,
it's
shit.
only 90.
Oh,
But
nice.
humid, but really humid, right?
It's humid as shit. In the daytime,
shit.
it's hot as fuck. It gets to like 100 well, it'll be like 97, 98, but with the humidity, it goes to 105. It's fucking
Yeah.
hot. And
Heat index.
it's fucking nah. And I'm really dark too. The sun is like attracted to me. So
You are
it's
you are dark. You remember when the first time you were on, you were like, I would have made fun of Hex in high school. You remember
Yeah,
when you said that?
Oh yeah, you fucking asshole.
I would have bullied X. I used to bully the light skinned kids.
I'm not. Oh Jesus!
What?
Light skin.
He's not light skinned.
He is to
Kenny.
me.
Kenny, a little bit
God.
racist.
That's got to be worse than
Little bit.
mine.
I love Hex. Hex is a good dude.
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
Hex, I love Hex. Hex is a great guy.
I'm still not light skinned though.
No,
Not at all. I
And you
would
grew
not
up.
even-
And he grew up fucking Nation of Islam, so he was like, that's legit shit.
Did
You
you
know?
really grow up NOI?
Say what?
You grew up NOI?
Yes, that is true.
Wow, that's interesting.
So he doesn't eat, but he still doesn't eat pork too,
That's
which
correct.
I get. When you don't get used to it, like a lot of even like Jewish people, even if they're not Jewish, they just don't eat pork.
Now, serious question: Is
I like
it? Do you not eat it because of the religious belief, or is it pork upsets you, or have you
No,
eaten
well,
pork?
on top of-
That's the first question.
On top of it being prohibited in Islam, my parents, on top of that, just beating in my head that you never eat pork.
Yeah, sewer rat may taste like pumpkin pie. That doesn't mean I'm gonna eat it. I get it.
But if you handed me a glass of bourbon, I'm definitely drinking it.
Is there
Oh,
pork
like-
product in bourbon?
Say what?
I said, is
No,
there pork
it's,
product?
it's about the alcohol.
Oh,
it's
that's right. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Alcohol is also forbidden, but my parents didn't beat that into my head because
Well, it also like depends. It depends on the people. Like you've got a lot of Turkish people, still Muslim, who drink, and we've got like Rocky and stuff. Like it really depends on where you're from.
And Hex, you might be able to clear this up for me because I never really understood it in my travels to the Middle East. But I noticed that you couldn't drink anywhere except for Dubai. And the way it was explained to me by the locals is that in Islam, God can't see on water. Or Bahrain, I'm sorry, the island of Bahrain. God can't see on water. So they made Bahrain as a place, free haven, to do whatever debauchery you wanted because it's an
Dubai is
island.
like that too. Dubai, they do gangbangs and stuff.
Oh,
like that.
yeah, Dubai is a blast.
I've never understood why.
You don't see this kind of stuff because our little cousin is like going to Dubai. I don't want to hear.
Like when you say little, how little?
Alice, come, make sure your kids can't hear, please.
Yeah,
I
I don't
don't-
have the headsets on.
Yes.
Oh, good. I do not want your children to hear this.
Say whatever you want. Fuck, shit.
Speaking of
Yeah,
gangbang, like I understand. The thing about gangbangs and trains is that as a woman, I get why you'd like it, but as a man, it's kind of weird.
Wait, what the? Whoa, whoa.
Where did we go?
Honey, where
what
did this come from?
happened? But
Don't get me
yeah,
wrong.
like,
I'm willing to
but
follow you down this rabbit hole, but how the fuck did we get on this?
but
Right.
2 and 8 is great. 2 and 8 is great.
Like, I wouldn't go to Dubai if you would pay me for going there. Like, I promised myself I would never go to that place.
I would go. You're crazy. I would go to Dubai.
Nah, I fucking hate it. But I grew up around like the culture of the people who came from this kind of area or something, and I fucking hate it.
Oh, God.
I would kill to go to Dubai. It's hella rich people, man. Like, can you imagine the debauchery that goes on there, man? It'd be crazy.
It's all fake. Like,
yeah.
It's literally like desert everywhere, and then boom, there's green. There's in Dubai, it just hits a green patch in this big city. Like everything's
They
fake.
built
but it's fun.
islands. They like built shit.
Oh, they
Las
built
Vegas.
they built the world of islands
Like
that are now
there was
sitting
this,
empty.
and there was this thing on like there was a dark thing on Twitter where you had some people arguing like, "Oh no, we're not as primitive as people think and everything. We've got like cars and roads and that shit." And we're like, "Yeah, but we're talking about a woman who's trying to escape like the entire area for her fucking rights and her freedom." And we're talking about that, and they were like, "No, that's all right."
I'm not a feminist, but those Arabs make me want to be one. Those dudes, they're pretty bad. They're pretty bad.
The funny thing is, like, I'd actually say I am somewhat of a feminist, but I mean, the feminists will never put me on their team. But I do see a lot of points they make, and I'm like, yeah, okay, we have two sides that have to do some work on themselves.
But the
All I'm gonna
feminists
say-
turned into like man haters. That's what I don't like.
Yeah,
All I'm gonna
it's,
say,
it's literally the same as MGTOW.
They don't
I
even know.
get, I get upset when Western women like talk about how bad their lives are, and have never experienced any other place in the world. And this may be a controversial opinion, but I'm going to say it. The only reason women have as much rights as they do in Western society is because men have decided to play by the rules.
Yeah.
If men ever stopped deciding to play by the rules, this shit would change in a heartbeat.
No, absolutely agreed on. Like I see it in my fucking neighborhood all the time. You have all of these women running around in their freaking hijabs and everything, and they are like have their noses up of this high, and you're like, bitch, you are literally getting bred from childhood on to just be a fucking housewife. Like you don't even get to have the choice.
Thank God, though. That would be fine.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to figure out how to be a house husband. Like that's the deal. I want
It's equality now. A lot of women are making money, so
I'm fucking for it.
Dude, same. Like if I had Amy Adams, shout out. Like if you get tired,
She
of your
graduated from
husband-
my high school. She graduated from my same high school, Dino, by the way.
So,
Two
so
degrees,
Amy Adams,
Dino,
shout
2
out.
degrees. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, Amy Adams, if you decide to get divorced from your husband for whatever reason, and you want to have like a house husband, like I'm totally down. I will support you.
If I was a stay-at-home dad, I would be in the best shape of my life. The house would be clean every fucking day. Food would be on the table for when she got home. I would do everything
Same.
without complaint.
Why do you think
I
it's a
wouldn't bitch.
luxury?
And I
It's a
would be a
luxury.
trophy husband. Like I'd have ripped abs all the time because I want to, because I feel like that's how I do a good job. And I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie,
same.
Cunnilingus would be like the master of the house. Like you would just walk in and I'd start going down. And if you didn't want it, cool, we won't do it even then. And I'm not a fan. Well, I don't hate it, don't love it. I'm indifferent.
Dude, Paul, I'm 100% on your team there. Like I'm totally down for that job.
I used to be. I started. My whole 20s was I was a strong, independent woman, and then I'm like, oh shit, you can just like clean someone's house and help them out, and like they like take care of you. And I was like, okay, I'm in, and I've been in now for 13 years, and I love it. Man.
Yeah, especially men that work a lot of hours, whether they work a lot of hours in the trade or they're like big time businessman, like they prefer to have their woman stay home. Otherwise, like the rich businessmen, they'll just hire a maid, and you don't want that, lady.
Yeah. I mean, they hire a maid, and then they also get like with an escort. Like, yeah, I kind of like my wife, but
That's
it's
how
like,
the olden days used to be in the 50s. They would have their
Yeah.
like mistress in the city, and they had their little housewives at home. But now you just do everything. You have to do everything. You be the housewife and the mistress, and it's fine. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm down
Like-
with that.
Yeah. Me too. Like Amy, if hit me up. Anytime.
Alice, just so you know, you are living my dream. Like
I am, and Paul, I didn't even have to have kids to get that life, and I have that life.
Ooh.
See, I'd want the kids. I'd want the kids.
I know you do.
I would
I'm
have
just
the kids.
saying-
I would have kids too. Like kids is a very important part.
I'm just saying a lot of women do they'll like trick a dude and have a kid. Not that Al, this isn't about Alice and that, but like
Yeah.
they'll like do. I didn't have to do that even. It was just,
Forsma,
like,
what you just
pure
explained, I'm trying to do
trophy
to
life.
women. I'm
Pure
trying to trick a
trophy.
woman in by getting her pregnant.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
why I don't
I-
subscribe.
that's
This
why
is why I
I-
don't subscribe to the DCPI. I'm
I
not.
get
I'm
it.
not in favor of your rules.
I get it.
I rage
But
against.
she's gonna
them.
let you do it, then she let you do it. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
I
Can we have
gotta
an honest
mention, like,
conversation. I have never ever had a woman in my life, and I'm not bragging, saying like, "Oh, I slept with a shit ton of women," but I have never had a woman who's like, "Can you please put a condom on?" I don't think that exists in the world.
it exists.
I've said that,
Yeah.
but I didn't say please.
Like in an experience, like I had some points where it was very obvious a condom broke, and they were
Yes,
still
you
like, "Oh no, keep going on," and then it was like acting at the end, like, "Oh, what a surprise that happened!" Like, no, we both felt that.
And I've never gotten an
happens.
STD. I just want to point that out too.
Me
That's what I was
too.
gonna say.
I've been. This is funny. I'll admit this. Since I've been in a solid relationship for 13 years, I've slept with more people since before I got in the relationship. All ethical, all good, but like, yeah, you don't have to like. You don't get the. You cannot be a fucking ridiculous slut. You can like not get STDs, and
Yeah.
you can be careful, and like
Yeah.
it's not that hard.
Be reasonable. Like I worked on gay parties, not necessarily gay parties. They were like fetish parties or something in Berlin, and they had a problem with STDs because everybody was just like really not taking care.
I totally dig that. As soon as you said gay parties, Alice was like washing dishes, and she's like this.
I mean, I lived in Berlin. Like it's got to happen at some
Yeah,
point.
they're
and you
like
gotta earn
weird
money.
over there. I mean, it happens here too, but it's definitely more over there.
Yeah, like Berlin's pretty open about all of
The
that stuff.
kink stuff.
I think-
Y'all
Yeah,
are weird.
I think Germany probably embraces the porn culture more than America.
well, in a way, I would say yeah, but the
America
like,
secretly does.
Yeah.
A lot of.
Oh no. I think everybody in America is into porn. I'm not saying America's not a porn country because we are. What I'm saying is I think Germany is if you adjust for population. I would say they're
Yes.
bigger. Have you ever noticed like 60% of the porn on the internet is German?
it's
I
but
have
yeah, but
noticed
that's probably like this is what you get. Like if you go into porn sites over here, you don't see as much German porn, and a lot of Americans are super attracted to the German
It's all
accent.
stepmommy porn that it gets suggested to me. I don't know why it would suggest that.
Well, same, but I know
Just
why.
kidding. I know.
I'm just saying if you guys ever get Brandy Love on Sesame Timbers,
Oh, I, know.
want a fucking autograph. and
She
a shout out.
followed my other one, and then I got
Ooh.
banned.
No, I mean if you get like Jodie West on, I'm totally in.
Oh,
I'm
Jodie
a
West,
Brandy.
nice.
No. You know why I love Brandy Love? A, she was a swinger, and then B, she's into real estate. So I'm like, we're like
Oh, sweet.
besties, And we're actually, I don't have the fake boobs. Our body, the rest of our bodies are kind of shaped the same.
Oh my god! Like I forgot. I had some star on my name. Like she's a Reddit, Chloe Crimson or something like that. No, Camille
She
Crimson.
was on your show.
No, she wasn't. But she's like, if you would have her on, like, oh my god, like she's freaking. I mean, she's a freaking ginger, awesome looking milf.
Well, Brandy Love is cool because A, she was conservative, and then she got burned by the conservatives, and then Josh Smith had her on, and convinced her to read Anatomy of the State.
Oh, sweet. So, like, one more funny thing, like, that was back when the election of like, with oh my god, what was her name? The Alaskan politician. What's her name again?
Sarah Palin, Nayland Palin.
Yes.
Go.
Yeah. And I don't know if
Which
you know.
scene you
like,
want to
Lisa-
talk about?
No, like Lisa
Oh, okay.
Ann did star in some Sarah
Nayland
Palin
Palin.
parody
It's
porn.
Nayland
Yeah,
Palin.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm very fluent.
And like, oh my god, like it's the most hilarious porn dialogue where you have like two Russians suddenly stepping out into Alaska, being like, "We're freezing to death," and she plays Sarah Palin like, "Oh my god, get in here, I can help you." And of course, we know where the rest
There
of
was actually a plot line. Look at that.
there was, yeah. Now you got some hilarious porn plot lines. Like one of my favorite ones is literally where like a porn girl is getting her landlord, and then he's like such a faithful Christian, and the dialogue is just super worth it. Where he's like, "No, I can't."
Where'd Alice go? We should probably talk about something else.
She's got the headsets off.
Yeah.
I don't want her to leave.
Yeah, okay. But no, like the dialogue is the dialogue is funny. I'm just gonna get like one line of dialogue from that in, like where she's giving him a BJ and he's like, erection don't happen, and she's like, I think it already did. It's so fucking dumb. It's so good.
Paul, you
Man,
watched when I had.
We're approaching some serious gamer hours here.
Should we stop or should we keep going? How are you, Hex?
Keep going.
Well, it's
Yeah,
Hex.
This ain't my call. It's not my show.
Yeah, Hex. What did you say?
I said we can keep going.
Okay. Because you're off tomorrow, you said, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Although it's only 7:30, it's not super late for you right now.
The
But
most communist holiday ever. God bless you for the day off.
Labor Day is.
Yep.
Yeah, you get a day off because you work.
Because unions did unions do it?
I have no clue what the origins of Labor Day are. I'm just like, it's just funny that we celebrate the day for labor here.
And you know what? You can wear white after Labor Day. It's fine. It's totally fine.
Don't wear white. That's
This summer, maybe like some stupid bitch was like, "Well, it's summer's over at Labor Day."
Okay, when do you stop? When does that rule stop? Because every day is technically after Labor Day.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I wear whatever the fuck I want when I want. So that
Yeah, I
rule's
never understood a lot of those fucking old weird fucking tales.
yeah.
Alice, did you take the headsets off because we were talking about porn? Because we'll stop talking about porn.
I said we'll stop talking about it. So
We want you to be here. We want you to participate. And if my dirty turkeyness is causing you to not participate, I
Although
will
you
stop
guys were
being
dirty turkey, it was just like it was pretty innocent for a porn conversation, technically.
Yeah, it was. I mean, like, as a general European, of course, like I have to drag the conversation down to that level.
I'm always in the gutter.
I don't mind people talking about that stuff. It's just it's not something that I'm gonna bring up. But
I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
well, you bring up a topic. What do you want to talk about? What's
Yeah.
happening that you want to have a conversation about?
Put her on the
You
spot.
dirty turkey. Are you thinking of something dirty right now?
Oh my
No.
god.
Well, what did she do last night to Adam? Because it was his birthday. That's probably what she's thinking about. Would be my guess.
And I'm not gonna lie, she was a little sauced up.
And so is Adam.
Yeah, our daughter slept downstairs last night, so
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh,
How did our parents all have like sex when we were all like kids? You know? Like,
Did
how
you ever
they-
walk in on your parents having sex?
No, I found my
I
mother's
didn't.
dildo one time though. Fucking Christian ass woman, and like she would get mad at me when I got caught masturbating, and then I'm like, oh, okay, like whatever.
Just out of curiosity, size, color, and texture.
It was old. It was very it wasn't huge. It was just a very old basic vibrator back in an old one. So
Okay, the old classic.
No,
nothing special.
Jess, it was a massage stick. Like it
Yeah.
was a classy thing.
It was a massage stick, all right. That's what it was.
yeah, my parents were like pretty lax about like sex.
Well, or they were very capable of pushing a pillow into her mouth, so none of y'all could hear them.
No. Like I'm saying, like they didn't, like they weren't like the type of parents that like acted like, I don't know, like sex was a bad thing. They also weren't go sleep with everybody. Like
You're balanced.
Yeah.
like I remember my parents for their anniversary one year, because my sisters were a lot older than me. So like we made them dinner and stuff, and they took all of us kids to the movies. And then when we came back home, their door was shut. And I wanted to go in there, and I heard my mom and dad like laughing and giggling. And my sisters are like, "You can't go in there." And I'm like, "But I want to see mommy and daddy."
Because
Yeah, I
the older
walked in with my
sisters
parents.
knew what
A
was
few
going
years
on.
later, I was like, "Oh." And then like I remember when I was like, I think I was like 19, and I was on the phone with my mom. I didn't live at home, And she's like, yeah, she's like, I went to the sex party with your Aunt Ginger. And I was like, you went to a what? She's like, a sex party. And I'm like, oh my God, what do you mean you went to a sex party? She's like, it's a party like they sell like sex stuff, you know, Alice, like vibrators and lingerie.
It's a pyramid scheme for dildos.
Yeah, like and then she tells me, she's like, your Aunt Ginger bought a bunch of stuff and she got the love swing for Apple. And I'm like, Mom.
That's kind of cute, though. It's kind of cute. You have to be kind of like, it is such a weird balance to have with your kids and how to approach that shit, you know?
Yeah, it really depends. Like
I'm
I've had
so
an
thankful
ex-girlfriend.
for a man.
But my mom would also tell me, she would be like, nobody wants to marry a loosey goosey.
Yeah.
And I even agree. I'm like, you know what? Early in your life, you should probably, especially if you want kids, you should probably, you know, not fucking.
Why are you rubbing your tits right now?
Because I like them. No, I was fixing my bra.
It's selfish. That's all I'm saying, Jess.
Like
Just saying.
There's a German comedian who had like the topic of marriage in like the most unromantic way, but it was like, yeah, and you decide to get married before both of you grow like fat and ugly, and you don't want to touch each other without consent from either side.
Yeah, it's different when you're young.
Yeah. Like so many good people go like, yeah, I'm always going to be young and hot. Like, nah, you ain't.
I am. What are you fucking talking about? I'm gonna be always young and hot.
Yeah, but you're putting in the effort.
I think if my dad wouldn't have gotten sick, I think my parents would have had a lot more sex. Like I remember like early on when he was sick, we were at the video store and I don't remember what my mom like made a joke about. And I was like, Mom, I didn't think Dad's muscles could like work like that anymore. And she was like, oh, that muscle works just fine. And I was
that didn't degenerate first, for sure.
yeah, like you know what I mean? Like they weren't like these like lax parents, like go and sleep around, like you can have sex under my, like they weren't like that, but they also didn't treat sex like it was a bad thing.
Right.
And I remember when they told me and my best friend who like she lived with us, and even before she officially lived with us, she lived with us. But my parents said like, well, we had sex with other people before we were married, but they didn't have sex with each other until they were married. But
Yeah.
I didn't think anything of it. I was like, well, whatever. And my best friend got so upset. She's like, I thought, like, because she put my parents on this pedestal because her parents sucked. So she looked at my parents like they were angelic. So she was like, oh my God, you had sex with other people before you were married. But I kind of expected it, you know? Like, my mom was engaged to a mobster before she met my dad. So I was pretty sure. And my dad went to college. So I was pretty sure.
Are you implying that mobsters are easy with the sex? That's kind of diminishing.
But if they're Italian, they're not into cannibalists.
I'm just saying my mom was pretty rebellious, you know?
She knew what she wanted. She knew what she fucking wanted.
Yeah, and eventually it wasn't that. And then she met my daddy, and, you know.
And then they made
and
you.
She wore the wedding dress that the mobster dude bought for their wedding.
Nice.
My dad didn't even care. My dad's like, why buy another dress?
Why would your dad care?
Yeah.
One less thing he has to pay for.
Yeah. My dad was like, is that the dress you love? And she's like, oh, I love it. And he's like, well, wear it. I don't care.
I didn't have to pay for it.
I love it. I love it. Oh, shit.
They were a fun couple.
I know. I like when you said they went out and had fun. Like, that's how parents. When I went out the other night with some friends, I'm like, I just love that you guys, because they had kids and stuff, and I'm like, I just love that you guys go out and have fun, and you know, you have to do that when you have kids. And they're all wild, but we all agree. They all agree too. They're like, yeah, it was nice that the mom could, because their kids are a little older now, but it's like the mom could stay home, and there was two of them. You know, there's just some objective truths to it. I hate it. People need to just stop being weird about it and stop collect. The thing is, you collected. That was the government like made it so if there's no father in the picture, you get more money. You know from.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
Made a whole thing. Made a whole thing.
And like also like with the weird thing of like, oh my god, sexist. But like I've had so many colleagues who were like, oh, lusting. They were lusting after like any woman in the workplace, and then on the other hand, it was like, yeah, I have a daughter. If she ever does that, it's such a bad thing. Like
That's from their own heart. It's from their own like.
Yeah. It's like I want to keep my daughter safe, but I also like want to ruin like some young girl. Like have the balance, man. Like you can sleep around and have fun.
Just teach her to not get fucking pregnant. That's the most important fucking part.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
although you can be strict too. I talked about this with Alice on our stream. So like people on Twitter were like, well, every kid is gonna sneak out, and I'm like, no. I would have fucking been killed by my parents if I had snuck out. Like literally, they would have shot me in my fucking head if I had snuck out. You know, like you can still be strict and all that too, and they'll turn out. Look at me, I turned out great, didn't I?
Yeah, you can have that. Like,
I stuck out once, and when I came back in, it was me and my friend. And when we came back in, my mom was like, "Get your goddamn asses upstairs, and you better hope that I don't tell your father." And dude, I was like, "We're so fucked. Like we're so fucked. We're not gonna like we're fucked."
Yeah,
my
mom. That's good to put that fear in a kid a little bit. Like, don't do that shit. You know.
You could do, but you could also do like the "Are you safe?" thing. Like, if I was actually staying over at a girl's place in my teenage years, my mom was like, "Where are you at a safe place?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm with this girl right now." Okay, cool.
I can't even imagine that. My parents would be like, "No, like." I can't even imagine that. That's why I moved out early, though, because I was like, I'm going to do what I want to do, you know? So bye. And do my own.
I mean, I still was allowed to do whatever.
After I turned 18, like, I wasn't allowed to have boys spend the night at the house, but, like.
Yeah, that's a normal fucking rule. It's like normal.
But but they didn't care if I stayed out. They
overnight? Well, 18, after 18, I guess.
Yeah, so I didn't really care because most of the guys I would date, I just stay at their house, and they didn't say anything about that. I don't think they liked it that much. They weren't funny.
I was already moved out, and I would leave my car in the town and go to my boyfriend's house because I was living in like a different city. And then, like, one time my family saw my car parked overnight, and I'm like, I'm paying my own bills at this point, okay? So I'm on my own completely. And they got so mad at me. They, like, called. And I'm like, I'm on my... And I waited till I was out of their house and out of their rules. But they still got fucking mad when they found out, you know? And I'm like,
they can do that.
What's it about at that? It's about something else at that point, you know?
Yeah.
Control.
With the thing of like, you gotta leave your door open and everything. Like, okay, leave the door open, but the next day we can go into the forest and like have fun right
or at
on
Bible
there.
camp. Hello, I did most of my shit at Bible camp. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, like some Twitter women actually open up on the shit they did, like in Bible camps and everything, like how when it becomes a forbidden fruit, it becomes like so more interesting.
Or
like,
you're just dormed with a bunch of girls. So what the fuck are you gonna do?
Yeah, like teenagers are fucking horny.
As much as like I was sexual, like I was a sexual person, but like I didn't feel the need to like do it with a lot.
You got a little bit of opportunities, kind of.
Yeah, same.
Like my parents like didn't freak out about sex.
Even if a boy called me, I would get in trouble. Like,
no, but I was like same. Like I actually had a couple of girls over, and like we would have breakfast and everything, and then my mom, like I still lived at my mom's place, and it was just like, yeah, cool. You've been with this girl, that's fine, and blah blah blah, whatever. Let's talk. Breakfast, small talk.
That was my fault.
Good job.
And I never really overdid the sex thing of like being super responsible or anything.
Super responsible?
Irresponsible.
Oh, irresponsible. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like
Like,
you
I
want to
think-
be super responsible. That's actually okay.
I think I had a good mix of like growing up in an environment where I was able to talk about shit like that, and it wasn't talked down too much. Like I know way more people who grew up in very religious households that are hypersexual in a way, and I don't have that kind of thing going on for me. Like, sure, I enjoy it, it's fun, but I'm not too crazy about it.
I was supposed to wait. I'm still supposed to wait till marriage, but they love Mr. Forrest, mommy. My mom the other day, she's like, when you guys come to Wisconsin, maybe we could have so and so officiate, just a little ceremony, just a little. Like all they want is has to have a little ceremony, and I'm like, I'm not, Mom. I'm not gonna sign it, you know. But I don't know. We might make them happy and just do a little fake one.
I went through so many years of Bible camp, and I'm sure shenanigans went on, but I was oblivious to it. Good for you.
Yeah, that was the first Bible camp was the first place I kissed girls, kissed boys, smoked a little weed, and drank a little alcohol. Like,
for
it was
Jesus.
It was the most fun ever.
Never kissed a girl.
Yeah, well, we just I was like, I'm open, and it would happen, and I was like, yeah, let's do this shit. And then like people found out, and I've talked about this before, where that guy kind of was grooming a little bit, and he was like,
oh yeah.
he was like, I heard you kiss. I heard about that, and I'm like, you're 18. You should be talking to my 15-year-old ass about that. Like, you're just horny. You know, it was weird. But I love Bible camp. I really loved it.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys have made sex sound good. I really hope I have it one day.
You had a lot of it. You probably have more than me currently.
Dude, Paul, for me, it's literally been like 5 years since I've had sex.
For me, it's been like 5 months.
Okay. I'm doing a little better than that, but it's, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah,
I'm not hypersexual from the religious stuff. I just found it early, and I'm like, I like this. Like, I like this thing.
It is so much fun. Like, but if you do it right,
you have to do it right. That's what I tell these
Yeah.
girls. I'm like, is your pussy not throbbing? If your pussy isn't throbbing, then don't do it.
Yeah,
You know, like,
yeah, exactly. Like, if you are not wet, like, don't.
don't. And they're like, it
Why?
hurts. Put lube on. Blah, blah.
Wait. Liberty, you gotta explain this to me. My penis has never been wet. How does that work?
No, like,
If you
No,
weren't
it-
cut, it would be. If you weren't cut, it would be.
yeah, no,
Is
it's about
that, is that the trick?
No,
Supposedly, when you have, I've actually never had sex with an uncut, but supposedly it's easier to lubricate with a
Oh
uncut.
yeah, it is. It is like because there's some stuff is gonna come out. I'm not gonna elaborate too much on that. But if you have like the foreskin and everything, it's easier to spread it basically.
What the fuck are
Yeah,
we?
you don't have to. I don't get it. I don't get it either because my friend was telling me one time. She's like, no, trust me. For some reason, sex with an uncut, you don't like it. Just lubricates better. And I was like, okay, I don't know
It does,
how,
like,
but
because like we do have it's called the pre-cum thing and everything coming out, and of course like the foreskin, it gets into the foreskin and blah blah blah
Do you
blah.
think people who are cut don't have pre-cum?
No, I think they do. The thing is
it's
like
just
if you don't have the
distributed differently. or
yeah,
something.
exactly. Exactly.
Take the
like,
thought out of it. I'll answer it for you. We do.
No, I know you do. Like it still get distributed, but it's different from like it gets stuck in the foreskin and all of that shit, like underneath
Yeah,
it,
it's
and
different.
then
That's-
Okay, I was making a joke. I was like saying like your penis actually gets self wet. Like I understand the science behind all this. I just don't want you guys thinking I'm an idiot.
No, we
Yeah.
don't. That's how we talk.
No,
this
we
is
don't.
how we talk here.
yeah.
No, I've heard that,
No,
but
but-
I've never had it, so I don't know. But I'm
Yeah.
like, it would maybe make sense, but
You've never been with an uncircumcised guy?
mm-mm.
Mm.
I've been with some who had messed up circumcisions before, though.
Oh boy.
How does? Oh man, what kind of life?
There's
is that to
actually
live?
more than you would think. There's more than you would think because
Yeah.
stuff can go wrong.
Interesting story.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Go on.
I'm ready. Alice has been the biggest dirty turkey for the last 20 minutes, so I don't ever want to have her give me shit again.
My body is ready.
So I too have been with somebody like that, and so
You have
when it
been with an uncut person?
no,
A messed up
like
circumcision?
a messed up. I've only seen one live in my life though. But I wasn't like with. But I've
This is great TV.
But yeah, like
real talk.
Like Adam and I talked about like everything when it came to our kids, and like when it came to the circumcision, we're like, okay, like, yeah, we're gonna do it, you know. And then when he was going to get circumcised, it was like my doctor, my OB, and we love him. Like, he was such a good doctor. Like, he might have been fired with how woke people have become at this point.
He was realistic. He was a real doctor.
But the nurse was like, he is really, really good at this. He's one of the best when it comes to this. And Adam looked at her and he was like, I'm not even sure how to feel about that.
As soon as you said it, I'm like, I don't know if that's a bragging thing.
Right.
Nobody cuts baby dicks like me. I'm the best in the business.
Well, at least it's not the like, you know, the Jewish people like suck it. It's weird what they do.
Well, like one of the things that I like in my, so I mean, Hex, I'm sure you're familiar with Metro, right? Metro
Yeah.
Hospital. Yeah.
Yep.
So there's actually really like, I mean, it's, I mean, is that considered government run? Is that
It's a private
well,
hospital.
like, I mean, I know people who had private insurance that still decided to go there because they're just really good in that department or whatever. But yeah, like my doctor was really, really good. And they were like, they didn't force anything on you, and they made you feel like everything was your choice. Like, do you want to breastfeed? That's your choice. Like,
They weren't all
do you
pushy
wanna
and
do
like,
that?
oh my God, you're not doing it. You're a bad mom. They weren't like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And the only thing my doctor really got on me about is when I found out I was pregnant with Scarlett, I quit smoking, and we also lived next door to this place, and it was a donut place, but it also had these fucking smoothies, and it had chili dogs. So, like, that combination was bad, and I gained quite a bit of weight.
But it all went to your boobs, right?
No. I fucking wish.
I'm sure a
Oh
lot
my
of it went to
God.
the child that was living inside of her.
Yeah, like, whew.
Fuck, I'd eat
Yeah,
so much if I was pregnant. It's not even funny. Where the oh, there it is.
well, I quit smoking too, and that like
That
even,
helps keep you skinny. That helps keep you skinny a little bit.
well, it's like a trigger to eat. Like when I've like, cause I've not like I quit smoking for 5 years, and I've kind of gone back and forth the past few years. But when I do quit, like now I'm just like I'm not pregnant, so I'm a little bit smarter about what I eat. Because with oh my God, with my daughter, I had cravings like you would not believe. I wanted cheese so bad this one time. I ordered a pizza with like triple extra cheese on it, and I could have sucked the cheese off of that pizza. It was just so delicious. Like, and me and my friend have talked about it. It's like we feel like they should make it so somehow everyone knows what it's like to fulfill a pregnancy craving. Because it's nothing like when you get like a buzzed munchie or any kind of craving. It's just
you have to have it, and it's like
and when it's done right, it's such a fulfilling feeling. I eat a lot of broccoli with Scarlett too, like a shitload of broccoli. And then my granny, she would yell at me because she's like, when I actually had Scarlett and I was breastfeeding, Scarlett was really like gassy the one day when we took her over there, and she's like, you keep eating all that broccoli and you're nursing her and she's getting the toots because of it.
It's true. Probably was true.
But
I would eat the
broccoli
fuck out of food.
I would have to consult Anthony
really,
Fauci
really
about that
good for
science.
you.
Oh yeah, we have to
After
talk to
the-
Fauci about that. He knows.
But like broccoli has iron in it, and that's like a good natural way to get iron after giving birth, because they try and give you iron pills and then that shit binds you up. And then you can't go poopy. You can't
They
go
even
poop.
say it's best to get iron, even if you like from your cast iron pan. It's better to get iron through that and shit.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah,
'Cause the pills are
So-
just not as good.
Also, like, shout out to Hex. I'm doing your thing right now. I'm practicing a little bit.
You guys can jam out if you want. I mean, if we're still going, I gotta.
No, Also, like shout out to Cactus who sold some stickers because they look awesome.
Oh yeah, I have those stickers too.
Yeah.
You sent them all the way over to Austria?
Yeah, he did, and the shipping isn't as bad. It's like 50 cents because it's still sent up in a letter.
All right.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
He just had he had a second baby, I believe, recently.
Yeah, and like family troubles and everything. Like it's been kind of dramatic, but I think he's doing a good job of like figuring
Working
things
to
out.
support his family, kind of thing.
Yeah, and his wife left, and there was a lot of drama.
That happens a lot. There was even this one guy who was super trad and always talk about trad, and then I found out later on that like he had drama. You know, like his baby mama, he had another baby, and like his mom the mom left him, and I'm like, oh, so being super trad doesn't always fucking make everything work perfect, or you know what I mean? Like he was always telling people how to live, and then I'm like, oh, you know, that doesn't always work.
Yeah, it doesn't. But this is what I meant earlier when I said like I was talking about the list of where people try to find simple solutions to life of like this is how you do things. No, we all got to figure it out. It's the same as within spirituality. Like yeah, different things work for different people, and the same goes like for Romans. I think like if we talk about like Sarah and Noah, for example, they are. I think at the moment they are in an open relationship, but they're
kind of like me. They're kind of like
yeah.
me.
And they're connected, but it works for them, and they've talked about it. They've worked with it,
And he's so young. He's so young, and they're so young. But I'm like, at least, and I was with Sarah in Arizona, and one time we were like, sometimes at a certain point, you know, when you're getting into a relationship, what to talk about. Where you're like, we need to talk about this, we need to talk about, you know, rather than the stupid like playing coy games and blah blah blah. It was like, boom, bing, bang, boom. You know, let's talk about this shit, and that's what she did.
Yeah,
And
but
then-
a lot of people don't do that anymore.
No.
Yeah.
They're just like, it's like, you got to talk about this shit, especially if you want to get married, which is an actual fucking business relationship to some extent. Like, you have to talk about it, you know?
Like,
I remember like Adam saying to me when we first started dating, he's like, he was kind of like nervous, and he's like, I mean, I'm not really sure like how to go about this. So like, I don't want to be with anybody else. I'm hoping you don't want to be with anybody else. Like, you know, and like, yeah, like we just started talking about our lives together. I mean, and yeah, I think a lot of people don't talk about that stuff, but I also think Adam and I, like, even though like we didn't exactly plan on homeschooling, like we thought about it, and then we put our daughter in public school, and a few years into that, we were like, no, this, you know, but we kind of always stuck on being on the same page, you know,
yeah.
I just want to say, Alice, that's one of the things I absolutely love and respect about you and Adam. Because if I ever had children, they would not spend a fucking day in public school. They would be homeschooled by one of us.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's so much better. Even like this, the vacation that we just took, and like the couple vacations we're gonna take next year. It's like we can go places during the week when it's cheaper. We can go like when we were at Cedar Point, most of the kids were back in school, so it was nice and slow. We got to like, I mean, Adam and Scar were on and off the Millennium so many times. And there's times where that fucking ride has like a 3-hour wait, you know, but we were, you know, so it's so good. Like there's so many benefits to it, and you only get them this young once. So just, I love just living it up.
And you can teach them the actual like basics of life, like how to fucking clean your bathroom and like shit like that, you know? Like,
Yeah, that and I'd still say like mathematics and everything that we can teach them because everybody had an education that actually opens up the room for us being able to be the teachers. Because if we look at basic school, like after we went through the same thing, we can teach that too, or like pay people to do that over like a good developed program like that. That's a benefit. Like we can evolve from what we came from.
Yeah. Like one of the things that like there's so many reasons we homeschool, and one of the reasons was what I just said, but another reason is like my daughter, she has a little bit harder time with math, and it's like she'll struggle in math, and then she gets pushed to the next grade. You know, she passes. But now they're onto all this new stuff, and she's struggling again. And since we started homeschooling, it's like she doesn't hate math the way she did before. I don't push it on her all the time. Like
it's a different kind of pressure.
Yeah, like she's 12, but I literally will print up like 4th or 5th grade fractions and in multiplication, because I'm not gonna push her to where she like if you aren't good at this one thing, why should you be pushed to the next thing? But like with her reading comprehension, she's doing like high school stuff. So we're able to have a curriculum that works for her. Now my son, we're just starting to officially do stuff with, and I'm so proud, like, because he hates reading. Like I'd read to him when he was a baby, but as soon as he could start moving around, he was like, I don't want to fucking sit here and read. I want to go get that truck. See ya, bye.
Hey, first shot. Sorry.
I sit down and I do flashcards with him, and he knows all the words. Like, he could read. And I'm like, I don't know how we did it, but we did it. And he has speech issues too. He has speech issues too, but like I just worked with him at home because we couldn't take him during COVID. You couldn't take them for like speech classes or whatever that he was supposed to go to. And then when we did take him, they were like, yeah, he's fine. Just keep doing what you're doing, which has turned out to be kind of funny because he talks kind of weird sometimes now, but
that's all right.
Hey, Paul, real quick,
you asked. I would say things like, I would say everything I was doing.
What was it?
You had asked me about Luther Vandross earlier. For some reason, he's trying to be on Twitter now.
Look at that. Proof Kenny that Hex is not.
We started a trend.
No, but it's like, I mean, we've talked about that before, Alice. Like, but yeah, no, with the, when I went to like the 9th and 10th degree of like my school classes, we had these teachers who actually could take the time to work on the individual and explain it in an individual way. And I hate it, but so many people, I hate math. It's so bad. Like, no, you got to understand it in your own way. And once you do, there's a practical thing to it.
Yeah.
And
like I'm not great at math. Like when I see numbers, it can be like overwhelming. But I know how to do math, you know. And I've learned, like, I used to like beat myself up because like there's people that are just incredible at math. It just, you know, but I don't look at my daughter and think that she's dumb because math doesn't come as easy to her. But look at all the other things she is so remarkable at. So I just want to make it so like when I worked at certain places, I would have to do math in my head, and I was able to do it. I was just able to do it in my own way. Like some people, I'm sure it like comes to them differently, but I want her to be able to, if she's working at a job where, you know, she has to give change, she doesn't panic if it's the bill's 25 and somebody gives her 10.25.
Now you got to be able to do that. And like there's a good example I've recently figured out. Like we had history classes, like it's not math, but we've had history classes in Europe. And the weirdest shit is like everybody prepared for learning about the tests we had to write or something, which we had to pass. In the way they would just memorize shit, and they would instantly forget about, like, it's not needed anymore. And this is why we have so many people here in Europe right now who go into the political way of like, okay, we're gonna do this and this, and you look at like history books, like if you actually learn anything about it, like you would disagree with everything that's happening right now. But instead they were just
They're worrying
basically
about if they're bisexual or not, and they're like fucking 13 and haven't had sex. That's what they're worried.
yeah, and they were actually trained to just memorize shit to pass a test and not to learn from it. Like I literally got kicked out of class for one after we were done with like the medieval period of Europe. I was like, why the fuck is the Vatican still open? Like that's the most obvious like fucking villain thing we have here. Why do they still exist? And then I got kicked out of class for that.
Wow.
But like, it was a legitimate question. But my teacher was like, "How dare you question whatever I'm trying to get you memorized? Like it's that certain way." And it's been the same way in the math class I've had. Like when I went to and I was in the kind of worst educational school part you can have in Germany. But we had so many teachers who were so ready to actually teach children who wanted to learn. And we had like different classes of like the people who just had to be pushed through to get some kind of degree, and the people who actually wanted to do and learn things. And my favorite example is still like in the English class, we were like, we do have like on Thursdays these like school hour goes like 45 minutes. And then there's a 5-minute break usually. And then in Germany, you also have like, at one point, you have 2 15-minute breaks, which are the big breaks. And our teacher was like, basically, on Thursday, we got like the first and second class is English, and we are obliged to have the 5-minute break. But let's have a vote on it. Like, do you want to have it or not? And 80% of the class were like, no, we don't want it because like this is fun. We want to learn things. And though we were like the school, our school, like where I graduated from, was like the one with the worst reputation. It's like, oh, everybody's constantly getting into fights and everything's horrible. Like it wasn't. It was actually pretty good. And we were able to have like after a quarter of a year to have the entire class in English, which the people from the higher education area weren't able to do. So like it really depends on like how much fun you actually implement into learning and
How realistic
I hated school. I hated college. I hate the mundane, doing book work every day. And math reading, and I'm not bragging, math and reading, everything came really easy to me in school, and there was no challenge in it. And I didn't have teachers who wanted to push me because I was a product of the public education system. Yeah. And if I wasn't going to get pushed, I didn't care. And I didn't plan on going to college. So everybody who got the help and got the push that they needed were the ones who showed interest in going on to college. Yeah. I had no desire, no care. So I just kind of got left alone. I got the highest scores in the FCATs, the Florida State exam for math out of anybody. And I got the second highest scores in comprehension and writing. And everybody was like, you're a C+ student. I'm like, yeah, but I understand all this shit. Like I never applied myself, and I didn't have anybody to push me. So I wasn't going to go any further. And I don't know. I think homeschooling is just the way to go because there's a lot more care and a lot more attention put into it.
Oh, absolutely. I was in the program like when I was 14, where I was basically dropout because I skipped so many classes. And so the state of Lower Saxony was like, yeah, we got to get you into this program and everything. Like it was a little bit of re-socializing, but they still got the point of like, maybe they want to do something more practical. Sadly enough, like laws don't go totally into that direction. So I worked in like landscaping for 2 weeks, and I was like, this is the best shit ever. I was 14 years old. I was like, yeah, holy shit, I love that shit. Like I can actually apply math and all of that like in a practical way. Like it all makes sense now. And there was the punishment program where you go like, this shouldn't be the punishment, like because it's so much fun.
Liberty, just so you know how much I respect you, Forest Mommy just spanked your ass on camera, and I didn't break your train of thought.
Did you guys see it?
I totally did. I
didn't. I'm putting laundry in the dryer. Damn it.
If your ass was a Chinese restaurant, I'd have the poo-poo platter.
Well, we're talking about asses.
Doesn't hit the same, Dino. Doesn't hit the same.
Well, not for you,
Sorry.
but maybe for Forced Mummy, maybe for Jess.
Maybe. Ladies in chat might be getting hot and bothered.
Jess,
Paul,
First shot
Jess-
is. First shot is.
Jess, did you see my ass, or like do I have to do it again?
I saw it. I saw what you just did that.
Liberty is so hurt right now.
Who is Dino?
He's like, "Do you want me to do it again?" You're like, "No, I'm good."
No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying I saw it. I saw it for real.
Liberty, I'm
No,
sorry, man. That was just funny.
No, I've seen.
I'm
and
not
she
gonna
knows
lie.
my
I've been
ass.
pissed. I've been pissed for the last 6 hours that Hex is wearing a shirt on the 1 year anniversary.
Oh,
It's
damn.
really pissing me off.
Yes.
I have no desire to see or talk about his peen anymore, but I am upset that I don't get to see those bare ass shoulders.
Yeah, exactly, Hex. Like, get fucking naked, man.
I want the dog days of summer back. I want Hex sweating his balls off to where he doesn't.
That
wanna
was
put
such a
shirt
good
on.
episode when it was Hex and Quincy.
He
and they
did
were
it for
both
like
topless.
3 weeks in a row. And there was one episode he got up and didn't realize the camera's on, and he was straight up in boxers.
Hex was?
Yes.
What's this?
Am I wrong, Hex? Am I wrong?
I can't remember this one.
Oh, you were in boxers,
Boxers.
bro. First, back me up here. First was there because we talked about it. We're like, is Hex in boxers? Like we just lit up.
It's probably true. I don't fucking remember though.
Me and Hex need to get our sheath underwear picture together. I need to work on that.
I was like, is this the longest?
Are you
Golden
really getting
Showers
sponsored
thing?
by Sheath? Is that a thing?
Not they probably won't because, but I'll totally push them. Me and the wife get along really good, so like. We'll
Oh,
hang
you
out
met
and-
the owners.
Yeah, they live out here, so.
Oh, that's dope.
Oh.
Yeah, if you watch the Smoke Out Bug Out on Robbie's channel, the other judge, I was one judge, and then the other judge was the guy who owns Sheath, and then I found out his wife worked right by where I grew up, anyways. Like, and we got along really good when we met, so it was a good time.
Also, like, Jess, what's the longest that Golden Showers have been going on right now?
Longest, like
what's-
our longest episodes.
Yeah.
We've been doing short ones lately, but we did a 10-hour one before.
Yeah, we've done 10 hours.
Okay, like we got like 5 more hours to go.
I don't know.
We,
about how
right
many
now,
5 more hours.
now we've hit the average
6.
sibling reverie. This is
Yeah, you guys
this is the
6.
average sibling reverie. Is
What was
we usually
last
go
night?
6.
What did you guys hit last night?
5. I think it was like 550
Okay.
somewhere. It was around the 6-hour mark. I'll tell you
Yeah.
what, man. They're fun when you're doing them, but the next day it sucks.
Because I had to drink the whole time. I've been literally drinking, but at least they're little beers and not big beers. I don't know if that's good or bad, but
I'm not gonna
But-
lie. Last night, I was fucking hammered.
You
I think
were
I ended up having like 24 beers on stream, and I was
24?
fucking gone. I told you it's my superpower. I can drink a lot of beer in one sitting, but I was fucked up last night.
Do you want to know how many I've done tonight? Let me count here. Hold on.
How many baby beers?
Yeah, the baby beers.
I think the episode when I came on, like the second Golden Showers episode, I think I was so fucking hammered.
It makes streaming a lot more fun when you're drinking.
This is my 11th baby beer.
Oh.
We did 5 hours last night.
I was on for part of it, and I wasn't even talking that much. So
Yeah,
We
well,
all
6
got
hours.
a little shitty last night. Like when Doug taps out early, he's been doing that a couple times lately.
I
I
don't know
love
how
that
he
me and
does
Alice
that.
always make it to the end.
I don't know how he gets this. If I get the spins, I don't like it. I don't like getting the spins.
We average anywhere from 4 to 5.
I'm gonna.
Now that
Can
I'm
I go
going back
pee?
and
Real,
looking
you
at the
guys
kettle.
still going? Can I go pee real quick?
Yeah, we go.
What time is it by you, Dino?
I'm not gonna lie.
2
I'm probably
a.m.
gonna call it quits in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, let's do 10 more minutes.
10 more
Okay.
minutes. You got it.
All right, let me go pee though first.
I'd argue for 14 minutes, like so we get to 6 hours and 20.
Let's go ahead and use this time to promote shit. Hex, don't you have an album coming out?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Well, what did happen was a friend of mine wrote a track and I played a guitar solo on it. It's up on Bandcamp now, but it hits everywhere else September 8th, which is Thursday.
Awesome. Though, like, talking about Hex's music, if you like Perturbator and you really enjoy it, check out Hex's SoundCloud because there are a lot of tracks which go into the similar direction. They're pretty awesome.
Yeah, SoundCloud and Bandcamp, Hexcelerate.
Yeah.
And there's also a pinned tweet on my Twitter that has some
And
links for
his Discord handle and Twitter are in the description below. Liberty Dino is at missing_clue. You got anything you want to promote, Liberty?
No, like I'm just doing YouTube shit and shit posting on Twitter.
Yeah, shit posting on Twitter is kind of fun.
Although, like, no, the YouTube shit, like, if you want to watch something good that I actually did, I'm very proud of the recording I did with Emily. So, like, that's definitely worth checking out.
And I'm going to go ahead and drop that back in the chat right now just to refresh it for everybody watching. That's Liberty's YouTube. For me, all my links are in my link tree in the description, including my brother. We do a podcast every Saturday night called Sibling Revelry, where we just first half of the show is on YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey. Second half is on Rumble and Odyssey only. We talk about news, what's going on in the world, and then we get hammered drunk and friends show up. Alice is basically becoming a sibling on the show. She's already my sister from a different mister.
Yeah.
And if you want to come hang out with us and get drunk on Saturday nights, please do so. We would enjoy it. I recommend joining on Rumble or Odyssey. You get a lot more content there. Follow me at Sib_Rev, and then my brother's links are in that link tree as well.
Paul.
Hell yeah.
Damn. Yes.
Paul. Thank
Yeah.
you from the bottom of my heart for all the help you've given me so far, and I'm gonna get more help from you too. So
Of course. Of course. And Alice, same thing goes to you. What we talked about. Let me know whenever you want to pull the trigger on that. Hex, we never talked, man, but like if you got any projects that you need help with, like as far as YouTube or anything like that, or you want something done video wise, editing, let me know.
We'll talk.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Right here.
Oh, sick boy!
Ew!
Ew, Hawk, so bad.
We can edit now if we want. Whatever we want to do. What do you want to do, Hex?
Eh,
Or do you want
I
to?
don't
We could Hex. You and me should try and get on tacticals later because I could keep going.
oh
for
yeah, I
that.
forgot. Yeah, I sent them an invite. I don't know.
I sent him
I mean,
an
like,
invite.
You two can actually use the Discord.
I keep moving, so I'm good. If I didn't keep moving like I was, I probably wouldn't be okay right now. But I keep moving and doing stuff.
Yeah, you have. I'm a mover too. I gotta move around. What was that, Dino? What were you gonna say?
Hex suggests, like, you could actually use your Discord and hang out in voice chat. I think a lot of people
I
would
do.
join.
I do like the Discord voice chat a lot, and the video. It's video too.
Yeah,
which
it
is
is.
fun.
Oh,
I
you
need to
can
start-
do video chat?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
need to
like-
start doing more over there, but I'm retarded. So
Our first podcast we did like 2 years ago, we did through Discord video chat.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's kind of nice, especially because it's kind of like Twitter Spaces, but a little different too, because it's just different people, you know.
Well, the technology isn't as fucked up, but Twitter Spaces are pretty much like the technology is so bad.
I know. It
I gotta
always
be
gets
honest, I
glitchy.
do not like Twitter. I don't like Twitter Spaces.
Yeah,
It
same.
gets glitchy.
Yeah, I do join them, but it fucks everything up. It takes so much data and everything. Like it's not good.
That's probably why my old phone is running so. But I haven't done one in a while, so that's good. But the only problem with like live streaming and Spaces, I get so like I just want to drink a lot, which I did today. So whatever.
I mean, Spaces can be fun and everything, and also like shout out to Brooke. Like I do enjoy the Spaces where she's at. But
Who? Which who?
Brooke.
Brooke. Oh,
Yeah,
Brooke.
yeah, you have been around her.
She has it under one of her letters is upside down,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
I know about her.
Hey, Brooke. So let's shout out some hotties on Twitter real quick. I'm gonna shout out Neck Titties. She's hottie.
Oh yeah, she's awesome.
Bunny something. Bunny Juice. Is Bunny Juice? What's her name?
Yeah.
She's a hottie. Fergie Bear. Fergie Bear is hot as fuck. I don't know.
Kelly the Kitty and Brooke.
Yes, they're hot. Sarah's hot.
Yeah.
Alice is hot, even though she's being a mom right now. And then, yeah, first shot, she pays the bills.
Yeah,
so, you know,
Look at him. What's
I
up,
like
buddy?
I love first shot. First shot came. Well, I'll see first shot. Are you leaving, Paul? We can all go.
I was
end
waving
it.
to Grayson, but
Oh.
I'm gonna head out here in a little bit.
All right, let's all head out, and then
I've got my
maybe
white supremacist show to watch on Sunday nights.
Who? Which
Nice.
is that one?
Beauty, Beta and the Beast. Matt
Beta.
Matt Blonde.
Oh, I never watched it.
Matt Christensen.
Is it good?
I enjoy it. Very liberty minded.
So that's probably a good spot to end it.
Yeah. All right. Bye, everyone who watched our 6 hour and 12-minute show. I'm gonna watch Tactical. I'm sure first a lot of us will be able. Hi, Grayson.
Hey, Grayson.
Hi, Grayson.
Oh fuck, you can't see me. Let me.
There you go.
Hi, Grayson.
Hi, Grayson. Hi.
Let me get my camera fixed.
This is a good place to end it where your camera's breaking. All right. I love everybody. Thank you. This is 1 year. 1 year of me and Hex, and we're gonna keep going. We'll keep going as long as me and Hex are friends. I assume, right, Hex?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. All right. And thank you, Paul, for your help.
Of course.
Bye, Alice, and bye, Dino.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.
Bye. Say bye.
I'm trying to end it, but my computer's slow.